like Seaton and Bow at the back of the grid. So they'll be good value, watching them come up through the slower cars.
And the start of this should be very interesting, because yesterday Peter Brock, starting from pole, won both starts. Longhurst seemed to get off the line very well and then bogged down with power. Well, today, of course, a whole new ball game, and the dice at the end of this straight into the first corner was something else.
It sure was. It took out a few people, but you watch Win Percy there in car number 16 off the grid. He'll, in that Holden, being normally aspirated, he'll be able to put his power down, he'll be able to feed it nice and smoothly, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if young Winston's leading this pack by the time they're about halfway around the lap. And the panel beaters, Alan, have done a marvellous job in the pits, because a lot of these cars yesterday were quite badly damaged in the panel. Obviously not too badly as far as the mechanics go, the mechanicals of the car, but all shiny and brand new again this morning. Right, lights are ready, so we'll have a start. Watch for the first corner. Colin Bond looks like he's getting ready to hop out. Still got the door open, Colin Bond. Some final adjustments here. There it goes now. Snaps it closed. Starter in position. Lights are there. Waiting for the red, then the green. 10 laps of mayhem, if it's anything like yesterday. Very competitive. Points from yesterday will combine with points today. 10 seconds to go. Power building now. Who will get it down on the ground first? That's the bit that counts. Up go the revs. There goes the green. Longhurst bogs down. Oh, look at Jimmy Richards. The wet weather specialist comes straight through the middle and takes the lead with a brilliant start. Jimmy Richards with a great drive off the line. Colin Bond is there. Longhurst is in second place. Bond forces his way to third. A little slip and slide. A little nudge from Brock. Johnson's cars are there as they pour through. But everybody looks like they're going to get through today in the rain. Well, what a start from Jimmy Richards. Yeah, I was so busy talking about the Holdens, I forgot about Jimmy, because he's like a duck to water. He loves wet weather. And, I mean, Jimmy in that car in these conditions will be a hard man to beat. He just loves the wet. Yes, he's been driving cars fast in the rain from the days he first came to Australia with that wonderful Mustang of his. Just loves it. He's a wet weather man. Well, he's originally from New Zealand, so I guess he's had plenty of practice. Okay, the Nissan's out, and of course this is the last time that we'll see this model Skyline racing in Australia. The new model that's been used here as the official cars. Very pretty, very fast, and a lot of people say potentially a winner. Yes, I think so. I bet you wish he had it today. It's four-wheel drive, four-wheel steer. Just the thing you need in these conditions. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Tony reels him in along the straight, though. We'll see the extra horsepower of the Sierra along the straight. I wouldn't be at all... Hello. Some damage already with a bumper bar trailing. That's on George Fury's car, so he'll obviously be black flagged in. And a high-speed shunt there. That's happened in that first corner. Someone's giving him a little tap up the rear end, but it's still Jimmy Richards in front. Yeah, well, Jimmy stayed in front down the straight. That's exactly what he needed to do, because he's now going into the tight, twisty section of the circuit, and this might just give him the break that he needs before they come back to the straight again. He'll make a little lead. He's already pulled out of it, as you can see. It's exactly what he needs to do. Getting a little sideways. Colin Bond's car very slippery, and the drivers had a meeting on the grid 5 or 6 minutes prior to the race, and they switched to full wet. Some cars running intermediates, but you were saying you thought intermediates was the right way to go as Bond comes up on the inside of Longhurst. Will he get through? Yes. Can he get the power down first? Oh, a lot of tail wag there. Now it's an out-and-out drag up the straight past the start-finish line again. Longhurst, though, just nudges back in front.
Look at the tremendous battle between the two Sierras.
Car 3 has been given the black and orange flag, Darryl, which would indicate that he's been asked to pull in while they rectify that damage on the back of it. I can't believe the way that Bond's car is sliding around. Real handful here, but he's throwing everything he can at Longhurst. But here's Peter Brock at work his way back. Yesterday, the fastest car on the circuit for most of the day, but really sitting a long way back. There he comes there. He's running in 4th position. Well, that's right. It's very much, we've got a bit of a tyre war on here as well, because we've got Toyos on Colin Bond's car and Dunlops on the Nissan and on Tony Longhurst's car. But I think Colin's rallying expertise is probably putting him in good stead in this weather. He's certainly a lot of miles on the dirt. He's done a lot of miles in a lot of cars, really, over the years. Very, very experienced. And obviously enjoying himself out there. But look at the way the tail's just twitching around. He's going to have another go at Longhurst here, getting in, tucking in behind him. But Jimmy Richards coming off the strips and bumping his way around the circuit. Looks nice and tidy. Look at Bond having a little slip and slide sideways. Hits the rebel strips and straightens it up, and that gave Longhurst a breather. I just noticed on the top of the screen there, as they went into that right-hander, Gricey is just starting to come into the picture. Wouldn't be, Tony's got the longer legs down that straight. You see, there's no substitute for horsepower.
Oh, Longhurst with a lovely move, just moved across and took the line off Richards. Now, this will be interesting, and that's allowed Bond to close up too. Johnson's still back. There's Brock coming into picture too. They look like they've lost touch. The real bun fighters up front between these three. Now, can Jimmy Richards close the gap on the twisty parts of the circuit, because he obviously hasn't got the power on the big straights, as Alan Jones has said, and Colin Bond having another go, this time at Richards.
Yeah, I think Bondi's going to have a go on the inside here. I think he might take him, but yep, he's got him.
Oh, little push and shove as he goes through. He did that yesterday, of course, and had a giant spin.
Well, that's right. We seem to be having less incidents in the more dangerous conditions than what we had yesterday in the drive.
Everybody driving very well in the conditions. And have a look at the track now, the water pouring off it. Just think the Formula One boys will be looking at the weather. Won't worry them too much. The celebrity drivers, though, I'd say they'll be having a few twitches over the pit area. But Jimmy Richards is having some twitches, trying now to get hold of Colin Bond. He's gone from first to third. The Sierra horsepower just too much for the little Nissan today.
Yeah, and I see that Alan Grice is closed right up on the back of Brocky, so he'll be biting at his heels very, very soon. Yeah,
surprising the Holdens are back a bit further than we thought.
Yeah, it surprises me. Maybe it's not quite wet enough, but I would have thought the Holdens would have been a bit further up, because once, as I said, the normally aspirated engines a little bit easier to drive in these conditions.
Tony Longhurst, the man that you know pretty well. You've driven for this team at Bathurst. You know the car well. It's a very well balanced team, and Frank Gardner oversees everything.
Yeah, well, wily old Frank, he would have pulled something out of the bag when he saw this rain coming over. You can bet your life that he would have done something or suggested something to Tony, which has put him in good stead for these conditions.
George Fury, of course, was running very well, but unfortunately had a shunt up the back. But have a look at Grice coming up behind Brock now. This could be very, very interesting. Brock was so aggressive yesterday. He's lost a little touch today. Peter Brock, Alan Grice.
You watch the Holden coming out of this corner. He'll be able to feed the power on nice and gently. As I said, that the Sierra gets away from him.
Yeah, well, I think you're right. Maybe it just isn't wet enough. But Brock was so aggressive yesterday, but seems to be a little off the pace today. But here he is in the office at work, the man they call Peter Perfect. Certainly the best-known race car driver in Australia. And look at this now, a little push and shove with the Nissan here. Dickie Johnson coming through, forcing the pace.
Of course, the advantage these guys have got over the Formula One blokes is A, they've got a roof over their head, and B, they've got windscreen wipers. So it'll be a far different story for the Formula One blokes this afternoon if this weather keeps up.
Again, horsepower wins out with Johnson now slipping past Jimmy Richards. Perhaps he's got a problem, because by gee, he built a handy buffer up and now has been bumped back to fourth. But look at this, Grice, he loves this sort of weather. He loves to get the car working around him, and he's chasing Brock, and they've had plenty of duels over the years, and there's a bit of personal pride at stake here.
Oh, sure, and actually they're catching up to Jim as well, so maybe he has got a small problem, but he's actually been passed in the same place. Here we are, there's Gricey's got him.
Gricey going through, you can see Peter Brock then looking in the rear view mirror, you can see where he was coming from, and that gives you an idea of how difficult it is for these fellows to see, with the spray just pouring off the big tyres all over the windscreens. Makes it pretty hard. So Peter Brock now trying to get to grips with Alan Grice, but dropping further back.
Yeah, you could hear the little Sierra wheel spinning then when we had the in-car camera. Very difficult, because you put your foot on the accelerator, you haven't got all that much power, then listen to this.
Plenty of wheel spinning, and just hear that rev changing. It builds very quickly, Alan, for the people at home.
It does. I mean, 1 minute you haven't got anything, then the turbocharger comes in and you've got a heap of horsepower, but very difficult to drive smoothly in wet conditions with a turbo car.
Brock now having a big go on the straight now, decides to put the power down. Can he get the line? Grice moves over. Pretty wily Bruce. You talk about Grice, you talk about aggression. He's got plenty of that. Here's Peter Brock. Let's listen to this engine again.
Yeah, that was, you know, he's just getting lots of wheel spin, and of course when that happens you don't get the traction, and then the Holden just pulled away a little bit on him out of that corner.
So plenty of drama here in the wet for Adelaide. This is just going to whet your appetite for what's to come. We'll take a break, be back very shortly. Stay with us.
Longhurst in front of the team.
Is this it?
Yeah, this is it.
What does that say?
Pintara, Chris. Pintara.
With superb features plus a 2-year warranty, the all-new 1990 Nissan Pintara has the power to please.
Is that our car?
Yeah, that's our car.
Right now, Pizza Hut are making a really great offer on jugs. Not just any jugs, but very special jugs. Not that special, this special. 2-litre cooler jugs for only $5.95 while stocks last with the purchase of any Pizza Hut pizza. Then right through summer, every time you call in for a takeaway or dial a home delivery, we'll fill the jug with Pepsi absolutely free. So while stocks last, get your cooler jug now for only $5.95, then get free Pepsi fill-ups with every takeaway or home delivered pizza.
Pizza Hut, making it great.
At Carlton and United, we normally like to show you how to enjoy our products in our commercials. But we realize there are times when you'd rather enjoy someone else's, like the pleasure of driving today's modern cars. All we ask is that you realize that drinking and driving can be a dangerous combination. Please think before you drink.
3 little darlings. While their parents take holidays,
I'm not concerned about Michael and Carol. I'm a little concerned for them.
guess who's left minding the triplets?
I just couldn't cope with a pooey nappy.
A couple who've decided never to have children.
It's like a pack of dingoes, you know, rounding somebody up.
After coping for 2 long weeks, will they change their minds about children?
Let them go play in the traffic, as WC Fields said. Phew.
Toyota brings you 60 Minutes tonight, 7:30.
Welcome back to a very damp Adelaide International racetrack here, because Tony Longhurst in the Sierra out in front from Colin Bond, Johnson, Richards, Grice and Brock, and that's been a bit surprising. Yesterday in the dry, these fellows were nudging each other all over the track, but there's a little gap building up now from Tony Longhurst. He's driving extremely well. Colin Bond, as you can see, even from the chopper shot, the car sliding around. He's trying everything he can to bridge the gap. The big dice is between Peter Brock and Alan Grice a little further back. Jimmy Richards started this race at 100 mile an hour off the line and really split the Sierras to take the lead, but has dropped back consistently. We're not sure whether problems or maybe just the wrong choice of tyres.
Oh, I think he must have some problems, Darryl, because he really does relish these conditions. But it's great to see Colin Bond up there having a go.
Yes, Colin Bond, one of the real stalwarts of motor racing in Australia. He's driven open wheelers, he's driven rally cars, sports cars, sedan cars. There's not much he hasn't driven. And he's always got a smile on his face, no matter what sort of adversity he seems to be going through, he handles it.
Well, one thing about Colin, you always get a smile and a laugh. It doesn't matter. I mean, he's just a great guy to drive with. He's as a co-driver, you couldn't ask for. Brocky's repassed Grice again, so they're having a good old ding-dong at the moment.
Yeah, good dog fight there between Peter Brock and Alan Grice, and by gee, over the years, haven't they done that? I'm a bit surprised that Peter Brock's back so far. Yesterday, certainly the fastest car on the circuit, until he was forced into an error by Nick Johnson. Then Johnson spun exactly the same way without too much pressure 2 laps later. So the two big guns yesterday went out with mistakes, but Brock now opens a little gap on Alan Grice and the Commodore. He tries to get the power down. You can see that car twitching around, trying to make up the difference, but Brock has got so much more power. Here's Brock at work again.
Well, Colin, I think Peter must have intermediates on. I was trying to see what tyres they were putting on their cars on the grid, but there is a very slight dry line emerging now if you have a look at the circuit. So maybe those intermediate tyres weren't all that good when it was absolutely sopping. There's a Holden, big lose.
Real big lose there. Gerald Kay having a real big lose in the Jag parts. Commodore, as he came around, the tail just broke away, let it go. Gets out of trouble low. He was lucky there wasn't too much behind him. But here's Brock and Grice. Back a little from the leaders. Brock just seems to have made or created that little buffer now and seems to be able to hold on to it, but really working inside the car today. You can see him working the wheel. You can hear the engine over revving as he gets plenty of wheel spin and the turbo coming in. Great shots of Peter Brock at work.
Yeah, as I was saying before, I don't know whether he's got intermediates or whether he's got full wets, but if there is a slight dry line starting to emerge and he has got intermediates on, well, then they'll come under their own. But Gricey's actually caught him up through that tight, twisty section. Peter will probably slide a little bit further out in front of him when we get onto the straights. The Sierra is just pulling away a little bit now, as you can see. But when they go into Brabham Straight proper, he really should pull out even more distance than what he's got now.
Yeah, two great competitors of Australian motorsport have represented this country overseas in various things. Brock, of course, Le Mans, a Porsche. He had to go there. Grice has been driving for the Group C cars with Nissan overseas. So a lot of experience between these two fellas.
Oh, heaps. You saw the gap that he pulled out there, but Gricey reels him in under brakes. Those Yokohamas are very good wet weather tyres. Okay, Peter Brock has got full wets on, but it would appear that the Yokohamas are working just that little bit better in the conditions at the moment, plus the normally aspirated Holden as well.
Richard Scarf in the red Commodore, the privately owned one, will be getting lapped very shortly as Tony Longhurst comes up. Now this is the race for 1 and 2. Tony Longhurst in the Benson & Hedges gold car, and the Caltech Sierra of Colin Bond still there. By gee, Bonnie hasn't lost much. He's been having a go at him all the time. He just can't seem to get the power down as evenly. The car's sliding around a lot more than Tony's car is.
Well, once again, we've got two different makes of tyres that could be contributing to that. But I tell you what, Dick Johnson slowly keep creeping up as well. If you have a look, he'll just come around that. There he is now, just coming at the top of the screen. So, you know, we've still got a few laps to go. This could develop into a real good dice.
Johnson has had a terrible time here in Adelaide. He had engine problems in practice. There's Longhurst overtaking Scarf now quite easily. Scarf gets out of the way and gives him the line. But getting back to Johnson, he's had a terrible time. He's had all sorts of engine problems. John Bowers' car yesterday went out with the damage after a shunt up the back. So the Johnson team haven't been happy.
No, but I mean, he's had a fantastic year. He's won the Australian Touring Car Championship. He won Bathurst, and he looked like he had the race won yesterday. So he has had a great year.
Colin Bond slipping around the gap, starting to shorten a little. Maybe that overtaking manoeuvre on Scarf just held Longhurst up enough to give Bond a little advantage and make up a little distance, because he's certainly closer this time round.
He certainly is, yes. He's blowing a bit of smoke, though. I hope that's not a sign of things to come.
And you can see just how wet it is here at Adelaide. And boy, are we in for an interesting day's motorsport. We've got the celebrities. How would they feel over in the pits right now? They've never driven in the rain.
I think they're pretty safe to say there's a few of them over there wishing they'd never agreed to do it.
And the Formula One boys, of course, have been on a dry track with sunny conditions right throughout the week, and they'll handle the wet with spectacular passion. But right now it's Group A touring cars. Tony Longhurst, the man who is based in Surfers Paradise in Queensland, a former water ski champion.
That's right. He's got a very nice workshop up there at Cooma, and he's in the process at the moment of building an advanced driving centre up there, which is going to be fantastic when it's finished.
Lap 9 of 10, Longhurst has just gone out another car length. He's getting plenty of support from the crowd here. They're enjoying this, the car slipping around, but we're quite surprised that there hasn't been more drama, because quite frankly, yesterday in the dry was absolute carnage out here. The drivers just really went at warp speed.
Well, they did. I mean, they had to stop the race and restart it, and now we've got far more dangerous conditions, and perhaps they're all behaving themselves because of this.
Tony Longhurst really soaring away at the wheel there, that you can see. He's starting to come up on Faulkner's Corolla, I believe it is. Or Smith's, is it? Coming through the little Corollas. By gee, they've been big performers right throughout the year in the smaller class.
Well, they actually dominate their class. I think every time they run, they win their class. They're great little cars. They've been developed over the years, obviously in Japan by Toms, the Toyota people, but Tony Nirvane and his crew here in Australia build a car. The reliability is unbelievable, and as I say, every race they win their class.
Pretty little car too, really nicely packaged up and presented. The thing that Toyota have done so well this year too, they've given a lot of other youngsters a chance to get on the racetrack from other areas of motorsport.
Yeah, well, that's great. I mean, they run a competition and they put various people in the car during the course of the year, young guys, go-kart blokes, motorcycle racers, and gave them a chance to get out there and have a go, and I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, hats off to Toyota, but right now it's hats off to the Ford Sierras. Tony Longhurst now, not far to go. He's done it pretty well. Had pole position, lost the start to Jim Richards, was bumped back to third, came back into first position. Colin Bond has done everything he possibly can to bridge the gap. But I think we'll have to be content with second place, and by gee, that's his best position for a long time.
Well, it's his best position this year. I don't want to jinx him, we haven't finished yet, but it certainly is his best position this year, and it's great to see him up there and being competitive.
Longhurst, though, looked after by Frank Gardner, a man with so much experience in motorsport. On his final lap now, Colin Bond comes through. This is a tricky part of the circuit. Come round here and they hook around. Look at Bond sliding around. He'll do a desperate if he can on the last lap, but I think he's back a little too far.
Yeah, I think he's back just a little bit too far, Darryl, to have any serious challenge to win this. But it's great for Tony because, you know, he's won the race in the dry, and now to come out and win it in the wet is great because he's actually won 2 separate races in 2 separate conditions. So it's a great effort by Tony.
The street circuit at Adelaide, certainly one of the best in the world, if not the best, but some of the touring car drivers think it's a little narrow. That was probably proven pretty well in the dry yesterday.
Well, no, I mean, I disagree with him. I think it's quite wide. In fact, I think this particular circuit is wider than some of our proper racing circuits that we have here.
Okay, comments from Alan Jones, our former world champion, believes the track is all right. We had some comment from some of the drivers yesterday, thought that if you have a lose here, it's going to be very expensive. I guess that was proven right. But then we had cars that went off and safely got back onto into the racing line.
Well, I think any circuit that's surrounded by concrete walls, if you have a lose, it's fairly terminal.
So, Tony Longhurst, that's Colin Bond going through now, chasing him into second place. Longhurst wheeling around with about half a lap to go now. And as Alan said, he won yesterday in the dry after a very spectacular race that 3 or 4 cars were out in front at one stage or another, but through one drama or another, found themselves back in the pack. This fellow consistently smooth, well-budgeted team, well-presented team, always there near the money. Of course, has won Bathurst, and Colin Bond. He would be just delighted with the fact that I think he's finished, but to finish second is a giant bonus, a huge bonus.
It sure is, because Colin hasn't enjoyed the best of luck this year. He's had some dismal results, failures, but this was a great drive by him and a good second place.
Tony Longhurst throws the arm out with glee. He's finished that one. I think he'd be glad it's all over. Colin Bond acknowledging his second place. Fine drive from Colin Bond in the Caltex car. And here we go with Jimmy Richards and Peter Brock. So Brock has made up some territory there with a pretty handy drive from Brock. Probably disappointing he got back that far. The Holdens first come through now, and they we thought might have been a bit closer, but their Glenn Seaton will go through. We'll go through the race results for you. Tony Longhurst in the Ford Sierra was first. Colin Bond in the Ford Sierra was in second place, and Dickie Johnson with a good drive coming from a long way back takes third in another Ford Sierra. We'll take a break. Lots more motor racing to happen for the rest of the day. Please stay with us.
We'll keep turning here on the one and only worldwide of sports. Another road. See you later. Another long day.
Let's have a Coke.
Can't beat it.
Can you tell us where the waves are?
Hey, 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 you can't stop it. You can't stop it. You can't stop it. Feeling you get when you find the real thing. You can't beat it. You can't beat the feeling. You can't beat the feeling.
Before we sit down on this.
Yes, well, neither's will be if you've kept the light on.
Holler for a marshal.
How much is that going to cost?
What do you mean, how much is that going to cost?
It only costs $10 to holler for a Marshal, plus the normal price of the replacement battery. So holler for a Marshal 7 days a week.
How much they charge to replace a husband?
This butterfly is traveling at 100 kilometers an hour. Yet it is blissfully unaware of its surroundings being anything less than perfect. The Honda Legend Coupe has a similar effect on driver and passengers too. The Honda Legend Coupe.
Voting? Yeah, it's a real hassle.
I don't think it really matters who you vote for. It's not going to make any difference anyway.
In many countries of the world, voting is not compulsory.
I wouldn't know who to vote for anyway.
In fact, in some countries, there are no elections.
And what happens if I have to go out?
In many of those countries, people are fighting and dying simply for the right to vote.
I think it's an infringement on my private time.
If you think elections are a waste of time, think what your life would be like without them. Enroll to vote now. It won't kill you.
The Griswolds are back.
Tonight, you better believe it, the outrageous, the blockbuster comedy hit is here on 9.
Bedpan.
National Lampoon's European Vacation.
Plenty of room.
Starring box office champ Chevy Chase.
Well, the bed's nice and soft.
And Beverly D'Angelo in the holiday getaway everyone is trying to get away from.
Wonderful.
Wonderful just isn't the word. Try crazy. National Lampoon's European Vacation tonight, 8:30 on 9.
Oh, boy.
To Adelaide 1989, the Australian Formula One Grand Prix. It is a big day here. It is a wet day, and Barry Sheen is down in the pits talking to the winner, Tony Longhurst.
Tony Longhurst, 2 out of 2. That can't be bad. You've got to be a happy chappy.
No, it's just fantastic. It's such a great way to end the year for our sponsors, and our car's working great. I just can't wait for next year now.
Yeah. Didn't have any problems at all?
No, just spot on. Tim overtook me on the first lap. I'm not sure whether he jumped the start or not. I just followed him to see how he was going, and once I got my legs, I suppose, away we went.
Right, OK, well done, Tony. Thanks a lot. OK.
Well, Barry Sheen there talking with Tony Longhurst, the winner of the Group A race this morning in the wet. And I tell you what, the F1 boys got out just before the downpour, Jackie.
Yes, it would have been, in fact, helpful for them, Ken, if they had had wet weather this morning to try their cars and their tyre configurations, because now it almost looks certain that this Australian Grand Prix is likely to be wet. And, of course, all this weekend they've never had the opportunity of driving on wet track. So the Formula One warm-up this morning was in a totally dry situation. The cars are set up for the dry. Now they're going to have to do a lot of guesswork with regards to coming into the wet.
Well, you've got right with you now, of course, the difference between what is wet weather driving and dry weather driving.
Well, Alan and I both know there is a big difference, and here we've got an example. Alan, obviously, we've got the Pirelli here and the Goodyear here. This is the dry tyre, this one here, which is completely slick. There's no tread on it at all, and the reason for that is you want to get as much rubber on the road as is physically possible to get as much grip as you can. Now, you may say there's a little bit of tread here. Now, these little holes that you're looking at there are got nothing to do with grip. They're only to measure the depth of the tread. That's to say what the tyre life will be. And the tyre engineer would check that depth when the car was coming in from time to make sure that they weren't getting down to the canvas. In this tyre, however, that's to say the wet weather tyre next to it, it's grooved. And Alan, you may want to explain the reason for those grooves and the way that they're designed.
Well, thanks, Jackie. Obviously, different tyre manufacturers groove them in a different manner, but the grooves are there to disperse the water. That's when when the tyre goes through the water hits these grooves and they're dispersed out the side. And that's to stop what we call aquaplaning, because obviously if you were to get a flat surface like this going over a puddle of water, it would go on the water instead of through the water, and then you get a situation called aquaplaning where the car literally rides on the water and you lose control.
So really it's a very treacherous condition to be running in, wet weather, so therefore this wet weather tyre is enormously important.
OK, so the fellas have got to do a bit of guesswork between now and start time, haven't they?
Absolutely, and of course the car changes a lot suspension-wise as well. Formula One warm-up this morning, however, was exciting. We saw lots of good footage. We saw the drivers trying to acclimatise themselves. Nigel Mansell was one of the stars in that, and that's who we're zeroing in on right now. Nigel tucked in behind one of the Brabhams there. That's Modena, he's tucked in behind. Dry track, looking for a way to get through. Always difficult. Now there's Modena's seen him now and moved over, Alan.
Yeah, it's quite good of him. He's a bit of a star in the making, Modena, I think, isn't he?
He is. He's been a sort of man in the wings, just waiting for a step in. In the meantime, of course, Nigel Mansell, after this race, will be losing his teammate Berger over to McLaren, and he's going to have Alan Prost. Now, the pressure of having two #1s for him might be quite tough next year.
Yeah, but I think, he's been in a team with PK and he's had some pretty tough teammates. And I think Ferrari certainly got the capabilities of producing a team to support two #1s.
Well, this man, of course, is going to be #1 in his view, at least for next year, and he's #1 this year as far as he's concerned too. That's Ayrton Senna. terribly talented driver. Of course, did get pole position yesterday afternoon in a meteoric drive to put up the fastest lap recorded here ever at Adelaide. Talented driver.
Yes, he's no slouch in the wet either. He's very, very good wet driver. But then again, having said that, a good driver should be good in the wet or the dry.
But there are some that are better, Alan, and he is one of the good ones. He, by the way, is warming the car up right now. That's why he let one of the camel cars through there. But I think Ayrton Senna has proved that he is very aggressive in the wet and certainly does a good job.
Oh, certainly.
And Alan, in fact, is a little tentative in the wet sometimes. We can expect a performance from Mansell in the wet and, of course, Senna in the wet. We can expect Berger to go well in the wet. Alan Prost himself, certainly at Silverstone, I think it was last year in '88, was very cautious. And here is Alan right now. Alan Prost, the now elect world champion. He won't get his trophy in Paris until the beginning of December and will, of course, hold the title. Leaving the Honda-engined McLaren team, that's a bit of a thing for him. Now, there's a bit of a surprise, if you like, Martini.
He impressed me yesterday. I mean, he just went absolutely fantastic. He was only 1/100th of a second slower than Prost, and I can assure you, as you know, that car and that engine combination isn't anywhere near as good as the Honda-McLaren combination. He is very impressive.
No, I think absolutely, and maybe a star of the future again. The tyre war is on. He's on Pirellis. The rest of the front runners are in Goodyear. Whether Pirelli can produce a race tyre, but now that it's wet, it could well be that Pirelli will run a compound of qualifying tyres with a grooved rain tyre that could, in fact, be very good indeed.
Absolutely. I mean, it could be the major upset of the weekend.
You're looking at a man that could come out and win the Grand Prix of Australia if he doesn't make any mistakes. That is actually on the books when you get a wet race like this with a tyre situation we don't know about when none of the teams have been on wet conditions. And there is a little spin out earlier this morning with Nigel Mansell. He didn't hit anything. He just came to a rest. He wanted to be push-started, going in the wrong direction at the present time. The car's not kicking itself. He's getting aggravated because the marshals aren't pushing fast enough, but there was only two of them pushing, and it is not their job to be restarters, in fact. Their job is to remove that car as a hazard to the other drivers.
Well, absolutely. I mean, lawfully speaking, it should have an onboard starter that works.
That's correct, and it does have, incidentally, but it obviously wasn't working there. Another story here, Alan, is the Benetton team with the new development Ford engine and, of course, Alexandre Nannini driving.
Yes, well, the last race in Suzuka, of course, he won, albeit by default. It was with the older Ford engine. He did qualify in the new development engine. I believe he qualified yesterday with the development engine. And today, I'm not sure whether he's got the development engine or the old engine.
Well, it could be that he's looking for the speed. It frankly doesn't matter for that little bit of extra power when the rain comes, and it doesn't take them long to change a Formula One engine now. It might only take them about an hour and 15 minutes to change everything over. It's not like getting a new engine in your road car. You can take it into these fellas, and they do it pretty snappy. But Nannini has matured well as a driver. He's going to have Nelson Piquet as his teammate next year, and that could well be quite a strong team, with John Barnard, who has been the designer of Ferrari, joining the Benetton Ford team.
Yes, indeed, it could be a very strong team because John Barnard, who has been with McLaren over the years, is and also of late Ferrari, he's a very proven designer, and that'd be a very strong team.
Now look at this. This is the warm-up this morning, and look at Senna looking for a way past in traffic. Now he's one of the great traffic workers. He really chops and churns as he goes through traffic. This was obviously videoed earlier today during a half-hour warm-up that allows the teams to check over the mechanical elements of their cars, make sure there's no oil leaks, petrol leaks or water leaks. And this is Ayrton Senna at work in traffic, trying to get around Elysier right now. Let's see how he does this. He may be running in full tanks. However, this man's had a bad weekend so far, Gerhard Berger.
Yeah, he's spent more time in the pits than he has out on the circuit, and it was quite funny that Ron Dennis said, well, he can drive the spare McLaren if you like.
Well, of course, they brought two spare cars, one for each driver. Ferrari only brought one spare car. It had a development engine, which they said was being reserved for Nigel Mansell, because, of course, Berger's moving out of the team, and why should they give him any real preference, in their view, if you like? And I'm sure Nigel had a little bit to do with that, when, in fact, he's moving out and going to a competitor.
Well, I'm sure Nigel had a lot to do with that.
But as you say, he is leaving Ferrari, so I guess they're concentrating on Mansell, and why not?
Well, that was the end of the morning warm-up. Let's now look at the warm-up times. Ayrton Senna again was fastest. This is what he likes to do, Alan. Gerhard Berger, however, was second fastest. Now, that's a big thing to happen, because with them being so out of the picture in qualifying, he came up to be second fastest. Patrese, third fastest. He's been fairly consistent all weekend. De Cesaris up there, Martini again, and Larini up there. That was the morning warm-up. So that was a good performance, no great drama.
Yeah, and right now Barry Sheen is talking to an old friend of his, Gerhard Berger, last having a reasonable day.
Gerhard, after a pretty disastrous practice session this morning in the warm-up, you were second quickest, only 3 tenths behind Senna. How's it going?
I was lucky to get the right setup for the car out. It's still not very good, but I was really surprised because I was on full tanks, really full tanks, and second quickest behind McLaren Honda. That's not too bad. But my big handicap is to start on 14th place. The other problem is I have to run quite a big wing to do these times, so I'm slow on the straight, so I don't know how I overtake all the people in front of me. I have to find a new way, a new system, so that's the big thing. But it looks like anyway it gets to rain, so everything is different, and we will see.
What about if it does rain? You like the rain, don't you? Or nobody likes it, but you go good in the rain.
Yeah, but I tell you what, here, do 81 laps in the rain without touching one time the wall, it's nearly impossible, because it's very slippery, the walls are very close, and the walls are beton, so can be quite fun.
All right, thanks a lot, Gerhard, and best of luck.
Okay.
Sort of a reluctant prediction there from Gerhard Berger. Fun and games this afternoon, maybe. Okay, let's now check out the grid positions, how they will start in the Formula One Australian Grand Prix. Ayrton Senna has pole, Alain Prost is behind him, Pierluigi Martini, Alessandro Nannini, Thierry Boutsen, Riccardo Patrese are the 6 top spots, and after that Nigel Mansell, Stefano Modena, Andrea De Cesaris, Alex Caffey, Nicola Larini and Martin Brundle. They are the 12 top qualifiers in the Australian Grand Prix starting this afternoon. Right after this, more from Adelaide.
Hi, I'm Julie. Hi, I'm Michelle. Keep watching the Grand Prix on Nine's Wide World of Sports.
The Australian Grand Prix, Australia's greatest test of sheer power. Even before the engines start, Telecom is the undisputed winner. Year after year, Australia's Telecom links the Grand Prix with the world. On-course links, phone systems, facsimile, data transfer, cellular phones, pages and more. The whole project managed by Telecom experts like Helen Bauer, who coordinates all Telecom's Grand Prix services. Telecom Australia, the winning team for total communication solutions.
Go on, Bob. Tell it again. Okay. It's like this. I walk into the kitchen. There's a cool breeze just teasing the curtains. I pull on the fridge door. The cold hits me like an iceberg. And then I see it. Right up the back behind all the jars and stuff. I reach in. It's like the South Pole in there. I grab it. An ice-cold can of Coke. I pop the top. It fizzes up all nice and tingly on my nose. Can't stop it. When that ice-cold Coke hits the back of my throat. Now that's the real thing.
It will be remembered as the hottest movie ever to be screened on Australian television, To Moon Junction. She was pure, innocent, and about to marry. Then a man stepped into her life and threatened to tear it apart.
Darling, don't ever take a southern woman for granted.
A story of forbidden love. The film that stunned moviegoers across Australia. For the first time on television, 8:30 Monday on 9, To Moon Junction.
Firepower out on the track here at the Adelaide Grand Prix. We've got the Army, the police in front, and that is a Leopard tank. And Jackie Stewart, you've had the privilege of driving one of them at one time or another.
I have indeed. We're having, that's also a Pilatus, one of the great short takeoff planes.
That's a Nomad?
And that's a Nomad made here in Australia, you
Yeah.
told me yesterday. Yes, the Leopard tank, I've driven the Leopard. In fact, it was designed, the interior of the Leopard and the ergonomics, that's to say, round the cockpit of the tank was designed by Porsche. And when I went to Porsche one day, they said, why don't you try and drive something a little different? I got into that thing, it drives like a car. I've driven the American tank and I've driven the Chieftain, the British tank. Both of them were highly complicated to drive, very difficult to drive, whereas the Porsche Leopard was a beauty, just like a car.
Not bad for 42 tonnes of equipment, you know. Australian sports fans are pretty spoiled when it comes to media coverage, and motorsports are no exception. The magazine and newspaper racks at any newsagent shop a testament to the fact that many of our riders spend a lot of weeks away from home racing every motor racing season. Darrell Eastlake travelled to Japan to watch them at work while Charles Stewart chased up the story right here in Adelaide.
You know, we really are spoiled in this country. So many good newspapers, so much sport covered by some pretty damn good riders. Have you ever thought who puts all this together? Well, recently we covered the Japanese Grand Prix at Suzuka, and we had a look at the Australian press in action in sometimes testy and downright hard conditions. When covering a Grand Prix overseas, the Aussies tend to stick together. This group at Suzuka represent the cream of Australia's major newspapers and the glossy magazines. If you're a confirmed petrol head, this is the sort of job you'd willingly kill for. For starters, it gets you out on the grid just minutes before a big race. The Sydney Morning Herald's Alan Kennedy soaks it all in, every detail mentally filed for your reading enjoyment the next day. Michael Stahl represents one of the country's best glossies, Wheels magazine, and you can bet Benetton will get a run next issue. Brisbane's Courier Mail has sent Chris Dixon. He's a journo in a hurry, savouring every bit of the colour that is part and parcel of Grand Prix racing. Once the race is underway, huge TV screens fill the blind sections of the track. However, the Aussies aren't content to sit in some media centre to take in the action. They're out walking the circuit, experiencing it firsthand. Each car is individually timed. Notes are compared, editorials given on the spot. Not even the presence of the world's fastest man on foot, Carl Lewis, can distract these guys away from their sporting heroes. Adelaide's morning broadsheet, the Advertiser, is represented by Bob Jennings, a racer cum writer. Along with Modern Motor magazine's Barry Lake, they have covered the world's great motor racing events. And just when it looked like this one had been run and won by Alain Prost, came the incident that would rewrite the headlines.
This is the opportunity that Senna's looking for, and he's going through. Ouch! Oh my goodness, this is fantastic. They meet. This is what we were fearing might happen during the race. And that means to say that Prost has won the World Championship.
Despite that unexpected turn of events, the journos are on top of things.
Today just happens to fall nicely, so it depends where you are and at what time. It sometimes can be difficult. Today it's okay.
It's quite fortunate because there's only an hour's time difference between Japan and Australia. We've got an hour up our sleeve, which makes it a terrific opportunity for filing and getting to the paper in time for a good story.
Then more complications. John Thompson from the Canberra Times brings the news of Senna's protest. So it's back to the International Press Centre to catch up with the latest. What looked like being a cut-and-dried race report has now become a giant headache. And Chris Nixon works it all out quietly by himself. That was a fortnight ago, yesterday's news, as they say. This weekend, of course, there'll be new headlines to write. So spare a thought for our paper tigers the next time you wrap up your garbage with all that not-so-eternal prose.
When the Grand Prix circus moves here to Adelaide, so too does the travelling media, and the Australian contingent of motoring writers and photographers swells to something like 400 people. In addition, they're joined by another 150 correspondents from all over the globe. Most of them were keen to follow the big story from Japan, the much-reported Senna-Prost battle. The midweek press conferences for both drivers were jam-packed with reporters and photographers, standing room only. With all sorts of different deadlines all over the world, an efficient press centre is essential. Telecom has been working for the past 3 months to provide these facilities. There are nearly 400 telephone extensions from the on-course PABX, along with 10 telex machines and 5 fax machines, along with special pictogram facilities for the photographers. It's all linked by 150 kilometres of underground cables and another 150 kilometres of above-ground temporary cables. They're facilities which impress visiting journalists like Britain's Nigel Roebuck.
In fact, Adelaide is probably the best we go to anywhere. We were in Japan 2 weeks ago and the press facilities there were terrible. No space and nothing worked properly, and we just generally got fed up to the teeth with it, but here it's perfect.
For the Grand Prix press, the year is a continual procession through 15 different countries, from time zone to time zone, airport to airport, deadline to deadline. But for most of them, it's the life they choose. They wouldn't have it any other way.
I just love watching racing cars. I mean, by and large, I would say I'm more interested in the people than I am in the mechanics of it. But when I was a kid, I just fell in love with it, and I always have been. I just love the sight of racing cars. Sunday afternoons, I adore.
Here's some of the best scribes on motorsport there, and the reports by Charles Stewart and Darryl Eastlake. All right, talking about the scribes, let's talk about the paparazzi, the fellas with the cameras, and they're down there taking shots right now of the drivers, the F1 drivers. They're undercover because of the rain, and right after the break will be more from Adelaide Alive.
Is this it?
Yeah, this is it.
Dad, what does that say?
Pintara, Chris. Pintara.
With superb features plus a 2-year warranty, the all-new 1990 Nissan Pintara has the power to please.
Is that our car?
Yeah, that's our car.
G'day. They gave me a bottle of this polyglazed car polish, and they said it'll transform your car. Well, I must admit, I was a bit sceptical at first, but I thought, I'll give it a whirl on the old FB Holden. Anyway, I can't stay here yapping all day. It's only half finished.
Polyglazed from Sally's. It's the one with the old falcon on the front.
Right now, Pizza Hut are making a really great offer on jugs. Not just any jugs, but very special jugs. Not that special, this special. 2-litre cooler jugs for only $5.95 while stocks last with the purchase of any Pizza Hut pizza. Then right through summer, every time you call in for a takeaway or dial a home delivery, we'll fill the jug with Pepsi absolutely free. So while stocks last, get your cooler jug now for only $5.95, then get free Pepsi fill-ups with every takeaway or home-delivered pizza.
Only one range of garden trimmers gives you the power to cut grass, weeds and scrub, to cut edges, to sweep lawns and paths, to vacuum and mulch. Only one garden tool does it all. The incredible new Ryobi add-on garden care system. Only around $269 as a trimmer. Ryobi, the power is in your hands.
7:30 Monday, the world's favourite comedy is on Channel 9.
That was tasty pudding, man.
Cosby's #1. Hilarious entertainment for the whole family.
Go ahead and guess. Arachnid.
An hour of laughs. He'll bring a smile to your face. The world's funniest man.
Smell good too.
Cosby, everybody's favourite funny man. Monday, 7:30 on the 9 Network.
Welcome back to Wide World of Sports. Well, if you've never been to a Grand Prix before, the last thing you might expect to see is a set of traffic lights. But believe me, in the 15 or 20 seconds before the start of the race, there's no more crucial piece of equipment than this. In fact, it's the only time you'll get all 26 drivers with their eyes glued at exactly the same spot at exactly the same time. And that's when they're revving up those engines, waiting for this to turn from red to green. And then it's every man for himself.
As soon as the light becomes green, you have to give the engine quite high revs in order not to stall the engine, but not too high, because if you have too high revs, then the you will get too much wheel spin, and then you will lose time. So it's a coordination of the two movements with the throttle, with the clutch together that are sometimes very difficult to achieve.
Well, that's how Tahiri Boutsen saw the start of this year's French Grand Prix from the cockpit of his Williams. And as is often the case, someone did find the start difficult to achieve. Here's how millions of television viewers saw the same incident.
Down to the first right-hander. And it's Benner leading, cross second, Nannini up to third, Mansell down to fourth position, and look at Nannini up into third position and charging through. That is one, that's Gugelmin. That's Maurizio Gugelmin in the march, and now the race is going to be stopped.
Few drivers start a race as consistently well as Ferrari's Gerhard Berger. Here he is in this year's German Grand Prix, starting from fourth spot on the grid behind Senna, Prost and Mansell.
Straight up, and is he going to take the lead on the first corner? And Gerhard Berger, with an absolutely superb start, gets away. Philly Ballio, who tried to sprint out from 15th place on the grid, is rejoining. Senna takes the lead again from Berger. It's Prost third, Mansell fourth. Thierry Boutsen in the Williams Renault is in 5th place.
You know, you have to be very careful in the start. If you got with too much revs, if you get release the clutch too hard, if you get too much wheel spin, you get a lot of temperature in the rear tires, then the pressure goes up, and then you have big oversteer in the next corners because you have too much tire pressure in. So you have to be very careful to let come the clutch very slowly and help the tires with the clutch, not to spin too much and to keep the temperature down.
A lot depends from where you start really in the grid. If you start in the front, if you start in the middle, or if you start in the back.
35-year-old Riccardo Patrese, having driven in more Formula One races than any other driver here, has had plenty of practice leaving the start. He might only have won 2 races in his 12 seasons, but he knows what it takes to get away to a flyer.
When the green comes, you must be really very ready to go off. And of course, not to make any mistake or miss a gear during not just the start, after the start, when you go for the acceleration after the start, because missing a gear, it means to lose some position.
Here's an example of what Patrese is talking about. We're aboard Ivan Capelli's march in this year's Mexican Grand Prix. Starting from 4th or 5th spot on the grid, he miscues that vital combination of clutch and throttle, spins his rear tyres and finds himself back in 9th place by the time he reaches the first corner. This weekend in Adelaide, Capelli will be trying desperately not to make the same mistake.
Concentration. Concentration on the traffic lights, to be really 100% there and not thinking something else or thinking already at the race. You must start the race, and you must start the race very carefully and try to find your position and to keep your position, to fight with the others, but at the same time to defend to the others and trying to find the right compromise in the middle of the cars.
Most drivers will tell you that when you boil it all down, reflexes are the key. You can plan and plot those critical few seconds before the start until your head hurts. Ultimately, though, it's sheer instinct and feel that will make the difference between a good start and a lousy one.
Jackie, that would be the ultimate time to take a stress test, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the pulse rate goes up even when they're not driving. The pulse rate goes up to 170, 180 per minute just sitting on the start line. It's a very stressful time. It's the most crucial time at any race because particularly with open wheelers, if you integrate into the other car, the wheels work as gears and the cars just climb over each other, and it's a very dangerous set of circumstances such as occurred in some of the footage we saw from the French Grand Prix. Very dangerous, very stressful, and the drivers have got to be incredibly good.
Well, I think we've got something stressful coming up. We've got the Celebrity Challenge coming up. That will be very stressful, particularly
And the rain it will.
All right, they're coming up right after the break. In the meantime, let's take a look at how they're going to start on the grid.
G'day, Dad. What you doing?
Oh, bits and pieces. What's on your mind?
Oh, nothing much. Well, sort of. I saw something yesterday I reckon we should have a look at.
Uh-huh.
Oh, she's hardly done any Ks, not a scratch on her. She got seat covers.
What's a car again?
Oh, yeah. I reckon it'd be a good investment. Mum could drive it sometimes. I could pick Jen up from school. It'd come in handy when your car breaks down. It's only £200, and Simcoe's a really good make. It's got good tyres. It's even got a radio. Sorry.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah? Well, how do we get the money?
Well, son, you'd better start saving.
I'll do for you what my dad did for me.
Yeah?
Yeah. He taught me how to save.
Save? That'll take forever.
No, it won't. Hey, I promise you, they won't run out of cars.
Saving. Remember it? It's still the smartest way your bank can help you with your dreams.
What's the best lunch idea around town? Sizzler. Try Malibu chicken, a boneless chicken patty cooked golden and topped with ham and melting Swiss cheese, as well as all the hot soup, all the traditional pasta, all the fresh fruit, and all the salad you can eat for just $8.49. There's soup, fruit, pasta, salad, and golden Malibu chicken for just $8.49. What are you doing for lunch? Sizzler.
From the director of Lawrence of Arabia, The Bridge on the River Kwai, comes a masterpiece of filmmaking. Wednesday, Channel 9 proudly presents the Academy Award-winning A Passage to India, a land of spellbinding mystery, magnificent splendors, British rule, and a trial that would rock the empire. In her Oscar nominee role, Australia's Judy Davis, James Fox, Peggy Ashcroft, and Alec Guinness in a motion picture epic, A Passage to India, Wednesday, 8:30 on 9.
The Celebrity Challenge has just got underway. This is the warm-up lap. We've got all the Nissan X's out on the track, which is going to be very testing time for all these drivers, and I'm joined there as our man, Maxie Walker. Max, how are you?
Oh, I feel terrific, Kenny. There's no doubt about it. There's a very pleasant Sunday afternoon's drive out here. Bit of rain around, but I mean, normally as cricketers, though, we come off when there's a bit of rain around, go back, play a game of cards with Dougie Walters and the boys, which seems to me to be about the best place to be.
Max, I think there's going to be a book out of this, isn't there?
Well, if not a book, at least a couple of chapters.
Are you promising?
Well, I'm threatening. I've got to get through this race yet. It was like going 5 rounds with Mike Tyson.
Well, I've got some astute judges here in the studio watching your form as you drive around now. I've got Jim Richards, Peter Brock and Barry Sheen. I don't know how impressed they are with you on the slow lap at this stage. Maybe it's a good time to take a examination number 1, Peter Brock.
Maxie, I notice you're sitting there pretty relaxed at the moment, or looks deceptive. How do you like the wet?
I like it, mate. Can I ask you one question? How many test matches did you play, Peter?
He wants to know how many test matches you played.
Always relaxed, mate. In the wet, we used to give them peeps. But I feel relaxed, but the muscles at the rear end are tensed up like you've never believed it.
I reckon they would be, Maxie. And is there anyone in the outer there trying to give you a drink over the boundary or something like that?
I saw Louis a couple of bends back with a spanner. I don't know whether that's of any significance or not.
Hey, 2 hands for beginners, mate.
I tell you, oh, sorry. There's a corner coming up too. Just gently squeeze, kiss the curb, I think's the way they put it.
Yeah, don't embrace it too much, Hangles. Just kiss it.
White knuckle fever, I think they call it.
That's it, mate.
Look at this. I'm built up now, 4,000 revs.
Oh.
I'll slip her up a cog. Look at that, nice. Whoa, back into the rock.
Hey,
Whoa,
Maxie, Jimmy Richards is sitting here, and of course he's a professional Nissan driver,
yeah.
and he's shaking in his boots a bit. He reckons you're looking pretty good.
I should hit the pedal probably about 100, 120. That's what they're about now.
Yeah, 120 for this sort of condition, I'll tell you. This is nice and wet, Maxie.
This is heel toe, like a piano player. You just touch those pedals a bit, change the tempo a bit. Around we go.
Yeah, you could have gone out a bit wider there, Tangles.
Sorry, this is only just a warm-up.
Okay, mate, but there to get in the groove. Just
look at this. Look at this. Pedal. Just give it a nudge, bit of rev. Around we go.
Here's the exit.
Oh, there's water there. Water. Stay clear of that, they said, because...
So he drove through it. You're a lair, Maxie. You just love driving through puddles, don't you?
Actually, the best part of this so far was the lap of honour yesterday. It was unbelievable. We got a chance to have a look around, wave to the crowd, and they really were unbelievable. But today, I saw the start. That race, we were down there before at touring cars, and my goodness gracious me, that was nothing short of awesome.
All right, we're going to have a Kiwi give an appraisal of just how we saw that lap of yours, Max. Jimmy Richards is beside me.
Thanks, Jim.
Hi, Max, how are you?
I feel terrific now, Jim. This is heartbeat material down here. The adrenaline rush, as Johnny Farnham would say, is very serious.
Is he promising, Jim?
Well, he was very promising out at Adelaide Raceway. Excuse me. But, of course, you'll have to put all the talent that we taught you out there, Maxie, into it here, because it's wet and you haven't driven in the wet before.
No, this is right. I suppose the last time I was in weather like this was in London in the back of a cab, I think, and I paid for that ride. I think I'm going to pay for this for the rest of my life, too.
Maxie, it's Barry Sheen here.
Bazza, I was wondering when you'd come in.
Yeah, listen, this is the best bit, Maxie. Now, don't get nervous. Whatever you do, it's no problem going to that first corner with all those cars surrounding you.
No, red lights on. We're all...
Go, Maxie! You're my son.
In a second.
Go over the curb, Maxie, straight through as you came.
Oh, my goodness gracious me, look at this. You put the windscreen wipers up a cock or two.
Where are you,
Gee,
Max?
John Farnham's got through.
Well, that's it. Was that Maxie over the curb?
I'm round wide. I'm round wide. Anyone behind me? I can't see out of that mirror.
Don't worry, Maxie. You'll feel them.
I can feel them.
Just pretend you're in a tank, Max.
I feel like it at times. Someone said you should go down to second, but I'm not too sure here. They up into third, they said it was a better take of the corner. You get a better reaction.
Well, Darren Cahill's out front. He's the man who probably showed all the promise in John Farnham in practice this week.
Yeah, they certainly did. Those blokes are very competitive. They like to be the best.
Well, don't you?
Yeah, but I want to be there next weekend.
He wants to write the book.
I want to write the book. I want to be able to talk about this.
Maxie, listen, when you get to the long straight, don't forget, on the right-hand side of the road, when you see everybody's brake lights, count to 10 and then get on the brakes.
Count to 10 and get on the brakes?
Yes.
Gee, these corners come up pretty swole. When you go sideways, it's a worry, isn't it? I'll rip it down a cog here in a second. How's that?
Oh, wonderful.
Round there we go.
Max, you've got to get a bit more aggressive. It's a bit laid back at this stage.
It's all right for you blokes. I'm driving and talking too. Your chair hasn't moved for the last 40 seconds.
But you're a natural, Maxie.
I might be a natural, but I'm not Robert Redford either. How's the face looking? Distorted?
It's all right. Deborah Hutton's up your tail.
Yeah, well, she's been perving on me for most of this trip. That's a fair climb, isn't it?
Yes, it does occupy a fair bit of airspace, Maxie.
I won't fit in a Formula One, though.
But I tell you what, our tennis player, Darren Cahill, has got a nice little lead at this stage.
And John Farnham's doing well in there in second spot, too.
Well, he had a good teacher, didn't he, Peter?
Yes, I spent a bit of time with John.
Yeah, I was talking to John yesterday on the line, and he was saying how worried he was. He was so nervous.
I've been talking to him, but just settling him down a bit.
We'll see if he listens to Brocky now on the right-hand side, up the inside. Do we go?
Of course, the great danger here, Peter, is that some people have ambitions beyond ability.
Well, of course, you get a rush of blood, and you think, well, okay, here we are at a racetrack, I can do it, and it doesn't feel fast. But all of a sudden, when you run wide and you get that soft stuff on the edge, well, you can ask Barry Sheen that, really. He can tell you more about that than Rocky.
Oh, yeah, what the car control, you did a wonderful job of it. Yes, 360, very nice.
There's the very attractive Deborah Hutton out by herself. I don't know whether they're scared of her. John Farnham, Whispering Jack, has just taken a bit of a shortcut over the chicane. But we've got This is a 5-lap race, and at this stage, Cahill is showing the others how to do it. I mean, to get past him in these conditions is going to be fairly difficult, I would imagine.
I would say a little push on one of the corners wouldn't hurt.
Yes, it would. They're actually doing a neat job, these guys. They really have been instructed very well. I mean, I'll tell you about Jim Burke
don't be
there,
modest.
actually.
Don't be modest.
I think Jim Burke
Well, they've got $28,000 machines. I mean, they'd like to hand them back in reasonable condition, wouldn't they?
What about Malcolm Jones? He paid $30,000 for his drive, and a guy offered him $40,000 to, you know, to take over his drive.
Come on. Who offered him that? Stefan Johansson? Oh, can't. Well, these poor guy's cooling his heels all weekend. I thought maybe you could.
Actually, Malcolm Spike Jones is a money broker, and he bid for that at a charity auction at $30,000. Enjoy it, Malcolm. Enjoy it while you can.
Oh, boy.
That is a man who really does. John Platten
What
back
is he
there.
doing?
in
John coming
Spike.
up.
Johnny Platten?
Johnny,
Do you
Nate-
think how fast he'd be driving if he played for Collingwood? I mean...
And if he cut his hair.
And he cut his hair.
But I tell you what, Peter, haven't they done a good job, paint job on the X's?
They look great. They look absolutely fair. There's
Anne
John
Marie.
Alexander. Now, I expected John to be faster.
Anne-Marie, Ken here, can you hear me? Anne-Marie Sparkman? No, she's full of concentration. I guess it's a good time for us while she can't answer us back to check out her style.
Yes.
We're not going to get into trouble that way.
Actually, she was really looking forward to this race this morning too. I was talking to her for a while, and she was really hyped up.
Yeah. Well, Anne-Marie did also that GP rally from Melbourne to Adelaide. She really did love that, and she said she wasn't taking herself that seriously in this one, but if you know Anne-Marie, you know that's not true.
So you've got to give yourself an out, so the first thing you do is say, I'm just fun.
Oh,
yes.
John Platt.
Johnny Platt?
Yes.
Wow.
Jimmy Richards, any one of these you'd like to join your team?
Well, out at here, Darren Cahill was going extremely well. But I must admit, some of the other fancied contenders have moved up a few places, like John Farnham, Glenn Wheatley.
You still haven't answered the question. Would you have any of them in your team?
Well, yeah. I think they just probably need a little more practice, but they were going real well.
Look, the bottom line is there's only so much just a slice of cake available, and Richo reckons that he deserves a fairly healthy slice, so he doesn't like all these other drivers.
Well, he's the boss. He makes the rules.
Yeah.
It's my game, my car. Yeah. Well, that's 3 of 5. They don't go quite as quick as F1s in the Group A. I mean, it seems to be
But
taking
see,
a while.
Glenn Wheatley's keeping an eye on his charge there.
Here's
He's
a
keeping an
manoeuvre.
eye
Here's a
on
manoeuvre.
John. Hello. Hello. Not
John's
really wise,
right
John,
ahead.
but not bad.
Little straight on now.
Is it the
Ken
boss
Jarrett's going good. He's the one that's been jumping over the chicane every lap. Mind you, he works for a finance company. so-
Lisa Curry's out there somewhere too, and I don't know how well she's placed. All of them are driving reasonably conservatively, obviously because of the wet weather. But,
What was that bit of obscurity from...
Here's Lisa.
From you, Barry Sheen?
Our golden
What was
girl.
it? No, there's Ken Jarrett. He's the managing director of Velda's Finance, and he's going over the chicane every lap. And up
So
the
I
side
used
of
to
it.
jumping over financial hurdles or something
ducking
like that.
ducking out the way of customers.
Here's the style of our golden girl, Peter.
Now, Lisa should be right in her element.
Yeah,
This
that's
rain,
right.
she's looking good, I reckon.
Yeah, well, she could swim. There's a bit of a pool out there. Away you go, Lisa. Okay, Maxie, where are you? Where are you placed in this field, or don't you know?
I think I started at 14. I might have drifted a little bit.
Drifted a little bit. I like it.
This is not a horse race.
I know that. There's not a horse big enough to take me either. But I tell you what, it's a clear road ahead of me, and it's a clear road behind me. Who have I got coming up over here?
Probably Anne-Marie Sparkman, I think.
No, I think Anne-Marie's got me covered. She started earlier. I haven't...
Maxie, as it stands, you're lapping half a second slower than Liz Hayes did.
Oh, come on, that's a record I'll never get near. She was travelling Australia Post, I believe, on that trip round.
Is Louis Richards in the boot? That's what we want to know.
He's still looking for the grease nipple. I'm not too sure that he knows the difference between that up and the real one. That's a good feel down the straight, though.
What speed are you reaching, Max?
They've covered it up on me. I don't know.
That's so it won't frighten you.
Oh, gee.
What would you like to guess at, mate? I mean, you've driven this fast before.
Be probably 220 or thereabouts, I reckon, because it's really quick. It's a blur of colour out the windscreen.
Max, are you getting hot at all? Getting started? You're working up a sweat?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, well, you could, I suppose you could try turning the heater off that we put on before the race.
Is that what it is? They told me that was the demister on the...
That was Barry Sheen's idea. I didn't have anything to do with it, Max.
I suppose you got your sleeves rolled up too, Baz, or have you, just for a change?
Yeah, right above the elbows, Max, so you'd be very proud of me.
Oh, I would be, mate. Look at this.
Listen, if I was you, I wouldn't moan about the conditions out there. You want to see what it's done to my hair? It's mucked it right up, it has.
Last time I got the blokes like you that talk like you do on a wet one, we fixed you up. I think that was 1975. Couldn't handle the wet conditions out there. Tomo off the long run and Lily. Whoops, this one's a bit quick. I shouldn't talk through this.
Just go straight over the curbs, Maxie. Good.
Oh, how's that Nissan suspension, Maxie? Oh.
Max, next time, it's a four-wheel drive for you.
I never want to be able to see in that. At times, though, I must admit my abilities have definitely outweighed my mouth a bit on this trip. I have predicted I'd do big things, and I guess I've let a lot of people down.
Well, there's a bit of money riding on you. I hope you know that.
Is it?
What, for the Liz Hayes Award, or?
Whoa, wait.
Hello.
Henry.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, gorgeous.
Yeah, Marie just, look, she's having a word to herself there because John Alexander slipped by there, I think.
Is Anne-Marie's lipstick still in place in the rain?
Yes, she's looking at a picture of good.
Oh, she's done it again. Oh, my word.
Anne-Marie's having a little bit of trouble.
Some gyrations.
Oh, yes. Oh, Max, stay out of the traffic up the top end of Foster's. You're going to be in a lot of trouble otherwise.
What's that?
There's a few spin-outs going on in front of you.
You're joking.
Yeah.
They're doing okay, Maxie. They've cleaned the track up.
They've cleaned the track up.
I can pass anyone?
Yes,
Yep.
now. There's one just about to start.
Whoa.
Actually, Max, we would like to see you pass somebody. That would be rather special.
It'd be half a chance to see you with somebody, Maxie.
Is Anne-Marie going to take a couple of places?
Whoa, that's a good one.
John seems to be exciting.
Oh, nice one.
Those flags are out.
Oh,
watch out for those flags.
Get him on the way
Max.
back.
And Max, just be careful. There is somebody right in the middle of the track.
Oh,
another spin
nice
out.
one. Coming into the start.
Ned Jarrett?
Yeah, young Jarrett, I think.
I think he was helped on his way a little bit there.
This is the finish. This is why they got a bit desperate now. The blue flag is out. The blue flag is out.
They'll have to go.
How about this?
One more lap.
Three abreast into the chicane. This should be good.
The pressure is on.
Oh, no. Oh, that's the way to do it. Oh. Your man's leading.
Wow.
Max, the attrition rate means that you're going to win this race.
I'll just drive my lines perfectly if I can. Apex on the corners. Although, hang on, I'm a bit quick here.
It's a bit late when you're halfway through it, mate.
I've kissed that corner beautifully out wide. Now get back.
That's Glenn Wheatley. Yeah, Glenn Wheatley did a nice turn in the sand. And he's okay, though. Didn't bend it at all.
Well, fortunately, he didn't take his charge with him, John Farnham.
Well, the manager's supposed to know, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, Darren's never been challenged. This is on the last lap. Darren heads off to Wembley tomorrow to play in the Benson and Hedges Tennis Championship. This is a nice way to leave the country. You can say at least he's a winner here. And hopefully he'll carry that form into the tennis court.
John's catching.
Yeah, John has put a bit of pressure on him.
These guys are getting pretty serious. What happens, of course, is the teeth grow a little and...
You start off all calm and collected, then you get really brave halfway through.
Yeah.
It's amazing how everybody else, I mean, you talk to top sportsmen, if it's a cricketer or a tennis player, they want to be a racing car driver. Everybody wants to be something that they're not at the time.
Yes.
What's your secret ambition? A gardener, that's right. You saw yours, Brocky.
I was going to be centre-half forward for Collingwood. Somehow ended up playing with motor cars.
Yeah. Nice camera angle. That's the lipstick camera down on the curve. Nice little puddle there. You fellows were really hitting that with a nice splash this morning.
Oh, my car was out of control, I can tell you. If I'd have been that camera, I'd have jumped back a few feet when I came along, I'll tell you.
Malcolm Kennedy. One of the, I think he's one of the public entrants, yes.
Yep.
Away they come. There's not much more left in this race. Just about run out of...
One corner to go.
They've just about run out of competition. Here we go. Darren's got to get the checkered flag.
John's done great too.
He's good,
yeah, for a guy who was so nervous and concerned about his efforts.
Well done.
They've done very well, those guys.
John Farnham second. Who have we got in third spot? That's been able to get hold of that number. Well, that's the Celebrity Challenge for 89 out of the road. And Maxie, you're going to drive us to the finish line now, son?
Yeah, it's a very good drive, I think. I don't know about fast, but I'd be pretty happy to finish, actually.
Well, the carnage on the road that's been taking place, Max, it's been a really good job.
How many's out of it?
Oh, it'll be about half a dozen bit the dust.
Oh, dear. That's bad luck for them, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see you're really upset about it.
Whoops, hang on, here we go. This bloke's one of my mates. See if I can get the flag. This is what I've been after. What's this?
Don't hit Glenn.
No. Look at this, the checkered flag. Useful, pal. Way to go.
Well done, Maxie.
Well done, son. We don't know where you finished, but at least you finished. You're in one piece, and you'll be back with us at Wide World of Sports next Saturday afternoon.
Yes, nice to see Mr. Wheatley parked over there. Sorry, Glenn. That sawdust is handy on a wet day, isn't it?
And here's Anne-Marie. She's coming up the tail, actually. She hasn't finished yet, and giving the crowd a little bit of a wave. And Lipstick is still in absolutely perfect position. Hasn't dropped a beat, a sweat. So cool, this lady.
I think Deborah Hutton was third.
Deborah Hutton was third?
I think so, yeah.
Max came 12th. Max Walker came 12th. Deborah Hutton came third. That's the magnificent looking lady from Sydney, who's very much featured in the David Jones commercials there. The Grace Brothers commercials, rather. We're being careful here. Well, maybe I'll let the cat out of the bag, did I?
No, Malcolm Kennedy, I think, was
Malcolm Kennedy was third, was he?
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that, Deborah. I'm sorry about that, Malcolm. False hope.
Any other faux pas that may have been committed there, Ken?
Oh, it was a secret, actually. All right, there's the winner, Darren Cahill. We'll be back with more right after this break from Adelaide.
It's a break from the everyday, a feeling that's coming your way. Hey, can't stop it, can't stop it. Nothing is good with a Coca-Cola. Can't beat it, can't beat the feeling. Coca-Cola, can't beat the feeling.
The Australian Grand Prix, Australia's greatest test of sheer power. Even before the engines start, Telecom is the undisputed winner. Year after year, Australia's Telecom links the Grand Prix with the world. On-course links, phone systems, facsimile, data transfer, cellular phones, pages and more. The whole project managed by Telecom experts like Helen Bauer, who coordinates all Telecom's Grand Prix services. Telecom Australia, the winning team for total communication solutions.
If you don't reckon there's a difference between petrol companies, then take a look at this. Right now at Mobil, if you buy at the same time $9 worth of any combination of Coca-Cola, Streets Cornetto, Smith's Chips, CC's, Turtle or Selly's products or Energizer batteries, at any station where you see this, we'll give you a beautiful Bohemia crystal glass, just like this. Free. That's right, free with every $9 purchase, but only while stocks last. It's just another reason why Mobil is the #1 team.
You didn't suspect a thing, but he'd planned it for weeks. To end this evening at the top of the world. You'll always remember the time and the place he asked you to spend the rest of your life with him. For this and all your significant moments, Omega.
Have fun in the sun with Burke's Backyard.
Hi, I'm Jenny Ashley.
Visit the home of this zesty nature lover and discover the revival of the good old Aussie veranda. Do you know what to do if an animal is hit? Let Harry Cooper show you how to care for injured pets.
What do you do if you own a sloping block of land?
Don't give up your gardening dreams.
You can achieve spectacular results on a pretty rugged block of land.
See a fantail pigeon parade and more in Burke's Backyard at the special time of 6:30 tonight online.
Welcome back to Adelaide, and these are the scenes after the Celebrity Challenge, which has just concluded. Darren Cahill, our Davis Cup tennis player, has won the event. That's Another one of the celebrities, Shane Bourne, from our program on 9, our place, 5:30 weekdays, Monday to Friday on the 9 network. But John Farnham finished second and Malcolm Kennedy finished third. There's Glenn Wheatley. He ended up in the sand pit, but still got a smile on his face, the manager of John Farnham. Didn't quite go well as his charge did, but it was a lot of fun, and in the wet they did pretty well not to have as many bingles as they did have. And here's the big B-52, I believe all the way in from Guam, and what a magnificent sight that is. Terrifying, actually. You can understand why they shuddered when they saw the thing going over in the Vietnam War, can't you, Jackie?
God, it's big, isn't it? Look at these double engines there, and everybody's interested. You know, there's always been a good air show here every year, and the public really appreciate it. With this low cloud, however, it's perhaps a little different.
Yep. They're 30-odd years of age now. I mean, they are a really old aircraft, but they're still very much a frontline thing for the US Air Force. Right, down on the grid now, Adrian Swift is talking to Anne-Marie Sparkman.
Thanks, Ken. Anne-Marie, I believe you had a bit of bad luck out there.
There was one corner that I never quite worked out how to take, and if I'd probably been able to get round that one instead of sliding off twice, I think I probably could have done a bit better. But I had one crash with someone, a very small crash, and I was proud of myself that I kept going, so it was just fantastic.
Maxie got home ahead of you, though.
Did he? Is that right? Where is he?
1 or 2 places ahead at least. Was that an objective to beat Max?
It was, but where's Max? Well, I just want to know what place he is. I didn't realise he got in front of me.
That looked like a lot of fun.
It was fantastic. I really thought that the rain would phase us, but in fact, once you got out there and started doing it, you just forgot about the fact that it was pouring down and went on with the job. No, it was just the best fun.
No plans to change profession?
I think as a driver, I make a really good journalist.
Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Thanks, Adrian.
Jackie, it is good to know your limitations, isn't it? And Anne-Marie obviously knows hers.
Not many people recognise them, I can assure you.
All right, only 3 hours to go now until the giants of Formula One take to the grid for the 5th Australian Grand Prix. And as we all know, the pole sitter on the grid will be an intense and talented young Brazilian named Ayrton Senna. Now, here's a bloke who made himself a few enemies on the track in recent seasons, including, of course, his own teammate of the moment, Alain Prost. The growing census of opinion seems to be that Senna, as brilliant as he is, too often drives on his emotions and leaves his brain in the garage. Well, is that a little harsh? Earlier this week, we asked 3-time world champion Jackie Stewart for his opinion.
I'm a tremendous admirer of this man, Ayrton Senna. His skills and his natural talent are incredible. But there does seem to be a flaw or two in this man. The controversy that's going on here in Adelaide because of the actions of the governing body have focused on why Ayrton Senna has had so many contacts and minor accidents with so many people in motorsport over these last few years. Let's try now and document what's been going on in this fast and furious world of Ayrton Senna. Of course, there was Suzuka, where he came in contact with Alain Prost. Then there was the Grand Prix of Portugal, where he also came in contact with Nigel Mansell. If we think further back, there are many more, and let's look through this catalogue of accidents that Ayrton has been involved in, and there are many.
Oh, and a big mistake from Senna.
Senna is a highly intelligent man, but I fear that he himself does not see what he gets into from time to time. Perhaps it's because he's been so used now to the superior equipment supplied by this McLaren team to allow him to have what some might think to be a rather unfair advantage that most people have moved over and out of his way. But it's fair to say that he has treaded many times where angels would fear to walk. And you cannot expect other people to move out of your way all of the time. If we turn back that clock, and we see what happened to the great drivers such as Fangio, perhaps Stirling Moss, Jim Clark, maybe even Jackie Stewart, Niki Lauda, and Alain Prost, who's now a three-time world champion, and of course Nelson Piquet also, you would find that few of those drivers had ever come in contact or crashed with their compatriots. They've stayed away from trouble. And yet, Ayrton Senna has been in the middle of all of those accidents that you've just viewed. It's clear to me that Ayrton is going to have to change his ways, because if he doesn't, the governing body is going to come down in on him even harder than he's finding it right now, and that could end his career. So no matter how much I admire him, I have to observe that he's been into too many situations. Ayrton Senna has to see that as well, and he has to rectify it.
Nicely done, Jackie. Yes, he does look like very much a troubled man. And, gee, this was the front page here in Adelaide today. God shows me the way. In fact, he was very close to tears at a press conference after yesterday's practice session as he spoke about his commitment to religion. Yeah, you're right, Jackie. He is 29 years old. I mean, and old.
Yes, he's had a lot of stress and a lot of strain, and it does show on his face, and that's, I'm afraid, what Grand Prix racing does to young men. It's a tough business.
Yeah, I mean, it is a shame when you're only 29, but you are old. You look at other drivers, they can smile and laugh a little bit, but even they get it. I mean, the wrinkles come on as the big bucks come into the game, don't they?
Yes, but of course, even in tennis, if you saw a 25-year-old Bjorn Borg retiring because of the stress and the strain, and he even looked old at 25. He's younger looking now than he was at 25.
Ayrton Senna, I mean, if you read that headline, you say the man has got his front toe on the edge and could tip either way.
Yes, but I think he is intelligent. As I said in the piece, I admire him enormously. I think he will correct his ways, and I think he'll adapt his driving accordingly.
Well, I hope he has a good one this afternoon, because he is a great driver. We'll be back with more from Adelaide right after this break.
I'm Alessandro Nannini, a Formula One driver. Can you watch the Channel 1, what bikes of sport? What bike?
Some words of encouragement for small business.
The Commander system's had the ability to grow as we've grown. The system's easy to operate. Telecom really look after small businesses like ours.
Telecom's sales and service is second to none.
I don't think we'd risk using another system other than the Commander.
The right choice is vital in business, so why take a risk with anything but a Telecom Commander system? Call Telecom for all you need to know, because there is only one Commander.
Where to today, sir?
For the best deal, the cordial carpets. Where to, lady? The cornu carpets.
Come on into Le Cornu's and see the biggest and most exciting new ranges in town. Carpets, rugs and vinyl flooring. All the colours, all the price ranges, all the famous makes. You name it, and Le Cornu's make sure you save on it. Le Cornu's Keswick, open 7 days.
I saved enough of the carpet to buy this lounge suite. Amazing service. Great bargain.
Hey, true blue. We all want to make Australia great. Here's an easy way. Every time you shop, look for the Australian-made symbol. If the Australian-made is as good, go for it. If we all switch just $300 a year from unnecessary imported items to Australian-made goods, we'll slash $5 billion off our national debt. When you're shopping, ask yourself, is the Australian-made product as good? When the answer's yes, go for it.
It's a family tradition. Every year at apple picking time, the old crowd would descend on Aunt Alice's little orchard in the hills to pick the apples, to pick on one another. This year, one of the clan will die. This year, the pickings will be grim indeed. In the great tradition of Agatha Christie comes the most gripping whodunit of the year, An Australian production, soon on 9. Grim Pickings.
Welcome back to Adelaide. The celebrities have had their victory lap, and right beside them are the historical cars. They won't be racing today, Jackie, which is a little unfortunate because of the wet conditions, but the value of these cars, you can understand the reasoning behind it. The winner of the Celebrity Challenge, Darren Cahill, with Father Christmas. Good luck to you, Darren, and I hope Father Christmas follows you all the way to Wembley and you take out that big championship in London. He heads off there tomorrow.
Well, he's waving to the crowd, and I'm sure he's enjoying this. He's waved to the crowd before, but in the left-hand side of the racetrack going through there are these historic racing cars, some of them with great... There's a Lotus 49 there that just went through the picture. That was a great car in 1968 and 69. The cars, many of those cars, in fact, of the period that I started my racing career. And it's nice to look back. There's a Brabham, very identifiable. And there's another one there just going through. And, of course, Jack Brabham, Sir Jack Brabham, has now 3 sons back in racing, so I'm sure they would like to have the opportunity of driving. I had my son drive one of my old race cars the other day, and it was a great thrill for him. But the values, as you say, I mean, we've got Colin, you know, there's a car in here costing $3 million being driven by Colin Bond, owned by John Dawson Damer. And that's a lot of money to be slipping around in the wet with, and of course that's why we're not having a race. There are 2 Brabhams going down, they're going down, I think it's Brabham Straight. That's a little bit of a chuckle for them.
Jackie, the cars, and a lot of them aren't that old. You know, I mean, some of them in the 70s, obviously. They look so uncomplicated to what we got today. I mean, the technology has advanced so dramatically, hasn't it?
Well, this is what motorsport is about. Every month almost you see the technology changing. The car in the lead there, by the way, is the Lotus 49. That's a car that Jochen Rindt drove, Graham Hill and Jim Clark drove. The Brabham's tucked in behind it there. That was a car I raced against, that Lotus, and tough it was. In 1969, I managed to clinch the World Championship away from that. But they're...
They still look gorgeous, though, don't they?
Yes, well, those are clean cars without wings. That's before the real aerodynamic era came in. And like I said, technology changes every month. That's the great thing about motorsport. It's been the sport of the 20s and the 40s, the 60s, now the 80s. It will be of the year 2000 and more. So we'll be looking at cars that maybe Alan Jones has driven, or even that Ayrton Senna drives this year. We'll be looking at them in 10 or 15 or 20 years' time and saying, my goodness, look how old they look.
Is it fair, Jackie, and it's one of the great things that we in sport indulge in, is comparing great drivers or great tennis players to past tennis players. Is that fair when you look at the machinery they drove and what the machinery is being driven today? Is it a fair comparison?
Well, I don't think you can bring a comparison out of it. What you can see is that the leaders of their era, whether you talk about Nuvolari or Caracciolo or Fangio or Moss, whether you talk of the great Jim Clark, or whether you talk of the great Senna and the great Prost, they were all the best of their time. And if you were to have some magic wand... and there, by the way, is a Maserati 250, very expensive car, that red car that just went out of picture. That's a very expensive motor car. Now, if you were to take those drivers in that magic carpet ride, they would sit into whatever car they drove and drove it very, very well indeed. They would drive as well as the present-day drivers and in their time.
And in your case, you're still driving well?
Well, I don't know if I'm driving that well. There is that Maserati 250, John Giddings, Peter Giddings, wonderful car.
More from Adelaide right after the break.
I'm not feeling too good myself. Yes, sir.
At Carlton and United, we normally like to show you how to enjoy our products in our commercials. But we realize there are times when you'd rather enjoy someone else's, like the pleasure of driving today's modern cars. All we ask is that you realize that drinking and driving can be a dangerous combination. Please think before you drink.
When everything seems to be falling apart at the seams, when troubles get you down and take a toll on your dreams, dry your eyes, don't shed a tear, there's someone who cares. Years
You just call and I'll be there to see you through.
When you own a Honda Prelude, the temptation to drive it continually is irresistible. With Honda's famous four-wheel steering, 16 valves and programmed fuel injection, a computer-designed exterior, an ergonomically designed interior, and double wishbone suspension, who can blame you?
Nearly 700 million people in 72 countries will see the 1989 Adelaide Grand Prix. That's television technology for you. The same technology that's put to work every day, right here in the National 9 newsroom. Rob Kelvin, Kevin Crease, and a top-flight team bringing up-to-the-minute stories from here and around the globe. Think of it, 700 million people. And without National 9 news technology, they might never get to see the Grand Prix. Or Adelaide.
That's what I want.
In the cockpit there with Thierry Boutsen at the French Grand Prix. Jackie, there was a bit of mess and mayhem there, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was Gugelmin hit him up the backside. That's when you saw his hand suddenly getting wrenched away from the steering wheel. Dramatic footage.
All right, well, that was one sort of race on one sort of track. Okay, a lot of people have told me this week that Adelaide is without question the finest street racing circuit in the world.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this Adelaide Coachlines tour of the Grand Prix circuit. I'm your guide. My name is Murray Walker, and let me tell you that what you are about to see is the world's finest street circuit, and one of the finest Grand Prix circuits in the world, too. We've just come down Bartels Road. We're turning on to the Brabham Straight now, and this is the fastest part of this course. When the cars are coming down here during the Grand Prix, they'll be doing some 290 kilometres an hour. And we're just about at the point now where Nigel Mansell, who was in line for the World Championship in 1986, had that fantastically spectacular rear tyre go. And that must be surely the most famous footage in television motor racing history. It's been shown all over the world, time after time.
Look at that! Out that, and colossally, that's Mansell! That is Nigel Mansell, and the car absolutely shattered. He's fighting for control, and you can see what's happened. Mansell is out of the race. Now, this could change and will change the World Championship.
Now, this is Foster's hairpin, and you can see there's all the Gold Pass stands on the left, and we're coming up to the main straight now. The white lines that are painted on the road with the numbers, you can see 26, 24, 22 on the right, and 23, 21, 19 on the left. That is the actual starting grid. Imagine yourself in one of 26 cars coming up to the first chicane for the start. There's cars in front of you, cars behind you, cars alongside you. It's enormously noisy. So now around what I describe as Flinders Bend, and we're coming up towards the Markets area, another very distinctive part of the circuit. And I'm going to draw your attention to the fact that Channel 9 have got another unique feature here this year. They've got what they call lipstick cameras, which are literally about the size of my finger, and they've drilled holes in the curbing, and the cars are actually going over those cameras this year. You're going to see some absolutely fantastic shots. We're actually going down Rundle Road now. We'd be in fifth gear, doing about 160 kilometres an hour, past the stands here. And if you're travelling at racing speed, the whole course is just a blur. And it's like driving down a concrete tube. You've got concrete wall on your left, concrete wall on your right. You've got someone who's trying to pass you. You're trying to catch somebody. You're right up his gearbox. The noise is absolutely overpowering. And You will be conscious of the crowd. If it's a really exciting race, the drivers say in Germany, where they have hundreds of thousands of spectators, you can actually hear the crowd above the engines. Well, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. That is a lap of Adelaide. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope it adds to your interest.
Well, Murray Walker's got himself a job if he ever wants to quit calling racing cars.
Oh, he's going to make a great tour guide, isn't he?
It's a nice, easy way to go around the track, isn't it?
Absolutely, and there's nobody better than Murray. He's so colourful in his conversation when it comes to communicating with people.
Because, Murray, we get used to having Murray sort of giving all that excitement on his race course, to see him there in a more sedate sort of atmosphere. But it's a terrific concept, isn't it? Because we take it for granted. We know what the track is. We're privileged that we can run around it just about any time we want to. But that's a nice way for people to acquaint themselves with it.
Oh, yes. And most racetracks of the world, of course, are autodromes, are purpose-built racetracks, so you don't get that chance. And, of course, here in Adelaide, you've got a street course that most people can drive around for most of it any time of the year.
Yeah, nicely done. OK, now let's join Darren Cahill. He's going to tell us how he won that Celebrity Challenge.
Darren, it looked wet and cold. Was it fun?
That was great fun. We haven't driven in the wet at all for the last week. We were out there and were slipping and sliding around the place a bit, but everyone enjoyed themselves for the whole week.
There was a bit of carnage around you. Did you see what was happening on the track in the rearview mirror?
No, I was trying not to look behind too much, only when someone was coming up and trying to pass me. I think one of the guys got through me and I clipped him up in the top corner here, but I think everyone was belting into each other, and it was just a matter of who got free, and I was lucky enough to get free.
Looked a bit hairy down here too at the end of the chicane.
This is a tough corner in the dry. In the wet it makes it even tougher, but I've gone over the chicane a couple of times in practice, and I was braking very early through there, and I think the shortcut's just going straight over top, so maybe I should have done it a few more times.
How does this sort of thing compare to tennis?
Oh, this is great. This is the most fun I've ever had in my life. This is the biggest win of my career. This is great. But I have to get back into the tennis now, and the fun's over now, so I'll start practicing again.
No plans for a career change then?
No way, no way. This is too tough.
Thanks, Darren.
Thanks.
Well, like Eddie Cheever, he's thrown away the steering wheel. He's going to pick up the tennis racket. Good on you. That was Darren Cahill, winner of the Celebrity Challenge. More from Adelaide, the Grand Prix for 1989 after the break.
Stay here for the best seats in the house on 9 Wild Red Sports. Is this it?
Yeah, this is it.
Dad, what does that say?
Pintara, Chris. Pintara.
With superb features plus a 2-year warranty, the all-new 1990 Nissan Pintara has the power to please.
Is that our car?
Yeah, that's our car.
Only one range of garden trimmers gives you the power to cut grass, weeds and scrub, to cut edges, to sweep lawns and paths, to vacuum and mulch. Only one garden tool does it all. The incredible new Ryobi add-on garden care system. Only around $269 as a trimmer. Ryobi, the power is in your hands.
Hey, true blue. We all want to make Australia great. Here's an easy way. Every time you shop, look for the Australian-made symbol. If the Australian-made is as good, go for it. If we all switch just $300 a year from unnecessary imported items to Australian-made goods, we'll slash $5 billion off our national debt. When you're shopping, ask yourself, is the Australian-made product as good? When the answer's yes, go for it.
Hey, babe, how about a little armor all?
I hardly know you.
Oh, come on. Good? On them dials.
Oh, yes, please.
How about those cute little bumpers?
You're not getting up to funny business.
Protect your car's sensitive areas from sunburn with Armor All Protectant. And keep them looking like new.
It was a big week for winners on Sale of the Century.
I don't believe it.
The world's richest quiz.
It was so close.
Now a new chap is all set to try his luck.
Big ones in the cash you're going to play for them?
Sale of the Century, including the TV Week Fame Game competition.
Hey, Pong doing it.
Monday on 9.
Well, that's one way to travel around in a B-52. It's all the way from Guam. It, as we said before, still a menacing sight. Look at that wingspan on that big bird. Jackie.
You know, when a Formula One team travels around the world, as you can imagine, it's easier said than done, particularly when they have to fly to places like Japan, Brazil, Australia and Mexico. The rest of the time, of course, mostly they're racing in Europe. And the teams don't have to fly. Instead, they arrive with a mobile army of transporters that you can just really don't get the opportunity of seeing here in Australia. Quite remarkable. But they're worth a look at. During this year's British Grand Prix at Silverstone, I had the opportunity to record for you perhaps a cook's tour of that. If I said we were going to have a Concorde d'Elegance, you would say it's going to be with Ferraris or Lamborghinis, Porsches, Maseratis, and the Exotica in these beautiful and elegant cars. But what if I said to you we're going to have a Concorde d'Elegance of trucks? Well, you in Australia don't see the transporters that take our glamorous Grand Prix cars around the European scene. We're going to show you them, and we're going to have a Concorde d'Elegance for transporters. As you can see, to call these huge transporters mere trucks would be a massive understatement. Most of the teams bring 2 of these 12-metre articulated trailers to each Grand Prix in Europe, where the first problem, naturally enough, is parking. In my opinion, whatever they're paying their drivers is probably not enough. In keeping with one of the major principles of Formula One racing, that money is of no object, the Grand Prix teams spare no expense in these custom-built, highly specialised road monsters, right down to the artistically painted, lovingly maintained exteriors, designed to bring a smile of satisfaction to the most demanding of sponsors.
You know, you can't really buy the tractor unit I was driving, the MAN tractor unit, was £65,000. And a trailer suitable for a racing team these days, you won't get much change out of £150,000, £200,000.
The exteriors, of course, are just the icing on the cake. It's on the inside that you find the real goodies. You're not looking at a clothing store right here with a refreshment bar in the background. I'm standing in one of those Grand Prix trucks. Let's about walk down here and see what they have. Where these floor panels are now positioned would be the workbenches that at the present time are in the pits. That's where the mechanics work from during a Grand Prix. Again, but they get placed back in here for transportation. On this side, you've got more work area. You've got drawers for Ayrton Senna and drawers for Alan Prost. Those drawers are gear ratios, are roll bars, are shock absorbers. You can see them lying out. Down here at the moment, we've got wings. There are 16 real wings. Every Grand Prix, front wing. Then you've got 3 gearboxes lying out there. In addition to all of that, they probably carry 7 or 8 engines to each Grand Prix. And up in these cabinets here, in both of those trucks, they carry 130 spare wheels. That's a lot of wheels. Then, of course, in the opposite truck there, the truck next door, they've got a machine shop that they can do fairly major work at any time. In addition to that, there's the electric tire warmers that are like quilts. They've got to be carried to every race with the generators that power them. So you're not just looking at a glamorous truck that might win the Concorde d'Elegance, you're looking at a work area and a great big storeroom. Many people looking inside one of these giant mobile garages for the first time can be forgiven for expecting to see wall-to-wall grease and grime, the sort of oil-spotted chaos that they might find in their own tool shed. But, as you can see, that's not how they are at all. The crews go to great pains to keep everything spotless all of the time. You can eat your lunch off of the floor of one of these beasts. Not only that, everything has its place. If you want to hand a man a grander spanner in this business, then you'll know exactly where to find it. And if a chief mechanic does find something out of place, then you're sure to hear about it.
I never leave your toolbox like that, ever.
Also impressive is the incredible utilisation of every available space. There's not a wasted nook or cranny. Even a curved corner can be filled by a curved drawer. These are masterpieces of practical design. Mind you, sometimes you need the skills of a gymnast or a high-wire walker just to get at what you're looking for. But these guys get used to it. Some of these transporters fulfill yet another role. That of the debriefing area for the team bosses like Frank Williams and their drivers as they analyse and plan during the practice and qualifying sessions. In the McLaren transporter, there you can see Alan Prost and Ron Dennis mulling over some of their problems. Back on the outside, the principles of maximum use of available space still applies. There are wheel-level storage bays for the team's petrol containers and other bits and pieces. And always somebody is cleaning up. A speck of dirt or a chip off the paintwork is not tolerated for long. So, for all of you who thought motor racing must be a dirty, messy, untidy business, well, I trust you've learned something new.
They would be the best housekeepers in the business, those mechanics.
Yeah, they're impressive, and the truckies who take them around are pretty good as well. They know where everything is. It's a science on its own, and of course, sadly, you don't get the opportunity of seeing this in Australia.
We've just had some rather dramatic news. The F1s are going to go out again.
Yes, well, this is because, in fact, the wet weather, and they've got to do that. So they're going to go out and get the opportunity, and the drivers are now sitting in the cars. That's Gugelman there, sitting in there in his Leighton House car. He's got the wet weather tyre on. He's running on Goodyears. So they're going to go out to acclimatise themselves. Without that, it would be dangerous.
And we'll have that run right after this break.
G'day. They gave me a bottle of this polyglazed car polish, and they said it'll transform your car. Well, I must admit, I was a bit sceptical at first, but I thought I'll give it a whirl on the old FB Holden. Anyway, I can't stay here yapping all day. It's only half finished.
Polyglazed from Sally's. It's the one with the old falcon on the front.
If you don't reckon there's a difference between petrol companies, then take a look at this. Right now at Mobil, if you buy at the same time $9 worth of any combination of Coca-Cola, Streets Cornetto, Smith's Chips, CC's, Turtle or Sally's products or Energizer batteries, at any station where you see this, we'll give you a beautiful Bohemia crystal glass, just like this, free. That's right, free with every $9 purchase, but only while stocks last. It's just another reason why Mobil is the #1 team.
Some words of encouragement for small business.
When you've got people and boats all over the world, I wouldn't risk anything other than the Commander. I would recommend the Telecom Commander system to other small businesses.
The experts? Telecom. They've got the range, the service, the backup.
For small businesses, anybody be crazy not to use a Commander system.
The right choice is vital in business, so why take a risk with anything but a Telecom Commander system? Call Telecom for all you need to know, because there is only one Commander.
Weeknights 5:30.
Are we ready?
Turn on to our place.
How do you feel, Willie? It's a very bad angle, isn't it?
I'm talking like verging on the surreal here.
Oh, check it out.
Yeah, doesn't it sound so good?
Very bad angle.
Weeknights 5:30, it's your house of fun.
Well, yes, that's kind of what you might call it.
Our place on 9.
Right now, let's join Murray Walker for this unscheduled wet weather practice session.
But a very necessary one, because how different the conditions are now from earlier on this morning, 9:30 to 10 o'clock, when we had what was intended to be originally the last half hour of practice before the Australian Grand Prix, and that was to enable the drivers and the team engineers to set up their cars for what was then imagined to be a dry race, as it always has been at Adelaide in previous years. In 1986, it was wet up to the race, but not including the race, and it looks as though it's going to be very different today. Now, we've had 2 wet Grand Prix in 1989, Canada, and any of you who think that wet weather conditions may slow down Ayrton Senna had better think again, because in Canada he was leading commandingly in conditions just like this, and you can see how bad they were, until he had an engine blow and Thierry Boutsen went through to take the victory by default. Then there was the Belgian Grand Prix, where the conditions were absolutely indescribable. They were even worse than this. And that race was won by, have a guess, Ayrton Senna, with Alain Prost in second position. But of course you have to drive very differently in the wet.
Murray, the biggest problem in the wet is visibility. If you were driving at track level as those drivers are at the present time, you cannot see anything in front of you at all. Behind the car there is that rooster tail of spray. There are high-intensity red lights on the back of the cars, but look at that fog-like vision that you're seeing right there. And if you were to follow that car in close proximity, as we are looking with our long lens now, you simply don't see a thing. The biggest problem from a driver's point of view, they are following the tyre tracks of the car in front of them. No more than that. That's Ivan Capelli accelerating away. Now, of course, driving has to be smooth and gentle and progressive. You can't lay down 650 or 700 horsepower abruptly without giving it a nice gentle progression. Otherwise, the wheels just spin. Now, the cars are on wet weather tyres, and for you who were not with us earlier, we explained, Alan Jones and I, the difference between wet and dry tyres. They're now on grooved tyres to try and eliminate the risk of aquaplaning or hydroplaning. Normally these cars run on slick tyres. This would simply not be possible in the wet, because the cars would aquaplane and go right over the water instead of cutting through it. Murray, this is, and there already is one car off the road. That is Alio, and he's already had a moment. He's getting out of his car. He's already tested the conditions quite enough for today.
Yeah, I rather think, actually, Jackie, to be fair to Alio, who's inclined to go off, that it's a car problem rather than a grip problem. But I was just casting my mind back and remembering that in 1982, it was in conditions like this when Didier Pironi went into the back of Alain Prost's Renault at the Hockenheim ring, and well, there we are. That is Alio. You can see the nose is all deranged. I was quite wrong. I apologise. And he's got to have a new nose cone at absolute minimum. And I was saying, Didier Pironi went into the back of Alain Prost's Renault, because that was when the Frenchman was driving for the French concern, and finished Pironi's racing career.
Just a point, the racing line that was taken by Berger going around the outside of that corner was totally contrary to the line that he would use on the dry. He's trying to find a part of the road surface that gives more bite, and that's why this practice has been laid on specially by the organisers, so that the drivers can identify where the rivers of waters are lying, and then where the pools of waters lying. Very important for a driver to know the depth of water in certain places. The general rule for a racing driver, incidentally, is never to drive on the painted lines, because the coefficient of friction is different on paint than it is on the black top of the tar macadam. And of course, never get onto the curbs if you can avoid it. The other rule, Murray, is never drive in the full width of the road, because water lies nearest the curbs because of the camber.
And that was demonstrated by the fact that Nigel Mansell actually lost victory in the Monaco Grand Prix when he was driving for Lotus, and there incidentally is Nigel Mansell getting into a little bit of trouble, because Nigel did exactly what you've said, Jackie. He hit a white line, lost grip, and went straight off into the Armco, and there's no room for error. A Monaco, and off goes Senna! My goodness, but that gives you an indication of just how lightning fast a driver's reflexes are. Spin, zoom, zoom, right round twice, and he carried on as though nothing had happened to him.
Now, that indeed was also a demonstration of how quickly those cars lose adhesion. Here it goes again. Look, gentle slide in, suddenly, whang, on that white surface, on the painted surface, and isn't he a lucky boy, because he didn't come in contact with that tyre wall that he could so easily have done, and that, for him, is very fortunate, because the last thing he needs now is an accident just before the end of this 30-minute session.
Yes, he went off at exactly the same place as Philippe Alliot. Now, we're timing these sessions, or this session, at least we're not. They are, the Olivetti-Longines people. And 6 minutes into this extra 30 minutes of practice to enable drivers to acclimatise themselves to the wet, it is unsurprisingly Ayrton Senna fastest. Now, his time today is 1 minute 45 seconds, and that's about 20 seconds slower than the fastest time this morning, which is also Ayrton Senna. The old veteran René Arnoux that we're looking at this very moment is second fastest in the Ligier, ahead of Derek Warwick, and I am utterly confident, Jackie, that we are going to get a surprise, maybe an upset race, if the conditions are like this.
Let me say this, the man that you're looking at right now, or was just looking at, in fact, René Arnoux announced at the drivers' meeting that he would be retiring after this race. He announced it publicly, so you may be seeing on your television screens today, for the last time, René Arnoux driving car number 25 for the last time in Grand Prix racing. He has been a veteran and a campaigner for a very long time.
Yes, and in his time, a very great one too, because he drove for Renault and he drove for Ferrari, and he has had a large number of victories and pole positions.
Is this it?
Yeah, this is it.
Dad, what does that say?
Pintara, Chris. Pintara.
With superb features plus a 2-year warranty, the all-new 1990 Nissan Pintara has the power to please.
Is that our car?
Yeah, that's our car.
At Carlton and United, we normally like to show you how to enjoy our products in our commercials. But we realize there are times when you'd rather enjoy someone else's, like the pleasure of driving today's modern cars. All we ask is that you realize that drinking and driving can be a dangerous combination. Please think before you drink.
I've got plenty out of Australia, and whenever I get a chance to put a bit back in, I do. For a simple example, whenever Pip and I go shopping, we look for the Australian-made symbol. If the Australian-made is as good as the imported, we go for it every time. We drive an Australian car. We buy Australian products. Even our books are printed in Australia. Let's be positive and cut our overseas debt to the bone. Look for this symbol, and if you think the Australian-made is as good, go for it.
I suffered a bit of a setback after our baby was born. I was in hospital for about a month. I think I caused everyone a few anxious moments for a while there. Fortunately, we had 100% hospital cover, so at least we didn't have to worry about hospital bills. Anyway, we're back on our feet now. It's great.
On Nine's hilarious Friday night at the movies...
Who's that? Who's that? What you want?
Trading Places, a movie favorite with 2 of Hollywood's most popular comics.
Here we are, William.
Hey, this is nice. I like this.
This man is physically threatening me.
Golden Child Eddie Murphy with Dan Aykroyd and Jamie Lee Curtis.
I ain't seen nothing since I stepped on that landmine in Vietnam back in '72.
The smash hit comedy Trading Places, 8:30 Friday on 9.
We're back live in Adelaide, and while we've been in a commercial break, certainly one major happening has occurred. The car that you're looking at is the car of Alessandro Nannini, a severe front-end accident that can be repaired in time for the race, I have no doubt, as long as there's no damage that we just can't see. And there's a red flag being shown to clear the Nannini car, and the reason for that is safety, because if a car was throwing a lot of spray up and another car came to overtake, he may run into the back of that stationary racing car of Nannini's. That is a severe accident and a blow to Nannini. They have a spare car, they may well get it repaired, but who knows? Now the cars are slowing themselves down, coming into the pits. It will give them a little extra time to have some changes made, and of course these drivers are talking to their pits and explaining them what they might need to be done.
You see the black flag out there. What happens is that a red flag is shown at the start line, a black flag is shown by the marshal's posts around the course, and the drivers know that that means that the race or the practice is being stopped. Now there is the man who is quickest at the present moment, and he's 2.3 seconds faster as he passes a potential race winner's car. Nannini has got a problem, he'll have to get back and get out in the spare, and Ayrton Senna, as ever, is in a commanding position, 2.3 seconds faster than René Arnoux. Nannini, that you see there as third fastest, is the man whose car has just been broken, Alessandro Nannini. Jean Lacey, the Frenchman, who is a real name for 1989, fourth fastest in the wet so far, but still 20 minutes to go. And another new man, 23-year-old JJ Leto, ex-British Formula 3 champion, fifth fastest in the British Onyx, ahead of veteran Nelson Piquet. Eddie Cheever, who had such an awful practice qualifying because he's right down the pecking order in 22nd place. And there are the rest of them, and you'll see that Nigel Mansell is only in 12th place.
Some of the drivers that you see up towards the front end of the practice session so far, this wet session, are drivers who we haven't been seeing up the front end of the grid, mainly because they are in the less powerful cars, and there is the car of Philip Alliot also that may well be brought back to the pits so that their mechanics can rush through the preparation for the race. As you see, the heavily damaged car of Nannini's, but it could be here that the work done in this session is vital for this team, because after all, they've come out of winning the Grand Prix of Japan. They're preparing already the spare car. You can see the frenzy of work that's going on there. They, of course, were told of this not only by our television coverage, which they have, but they've also been told on the radio by Nannini what's going on. But the other drivers, the ones who are at the front end, such as Alessi and Leto, Cheever, Larini and Warwick, they're in the less powerful cars. Senna's always fast, but we wouldn't have expected Arnaud up there. We wouldn't have expected Alessi or Leto up there. They're driving hard, but in fact, what's happening is that the power is not showing itself so prominently in the wet. We'll be back to Adelaide after this commercial message.
At Carlton and United, we normally like to show you how to enjoy our products in our commercials. But we realize there are times when you'd rather enjoy someone else's, like the pleasure of driving today's modern cars. All we ask is that you realize that drinking and driving can be a dangerous combination. Please think before you drink.
Because all Hondas are so well built in the first place, you can get a genuine Honda Australia 15-month assured warranty on selected used ones. It means that if something should go wrong, one of the 107 Honda dealers throughout Australia will put it right. Selected used Hondas. We stand just as firmly behind them as we do behind our new cars. Look for this sign at your nearest authorized Honda dealer.
Tuesday on Murder, She Wrote, a small town where justice is deadly.
Somebody tampered with his car.
Angela Lansbury.
Folks around here know better than to make threats against the sheriff.
Where I come from, the sheriff upholds the law.
She's sharp.
Could be a cipher of some sort.
This here is just what I was looking for.
She's not afraid of danger, and she's there as your best friend.
If he died, because he was trying to do his job.
Tuesday, 8:30.
I can't live with that.
Murder, She Wrote on 9.
The 1989 Fosters Australian Formula One Grand Prix.
Adelaide Grand Prix.
Proudly sponsored by Polyglaze. Polyglaze transforms your car. The new 1990 Nissan Pintara, the power to please. Carlton and United Breweries. Coca-Cola bottlers Adelaide. Can't beat the feeling. Your bank, State Bank. And Australian made. When shopping, look for this symbol.
Well, that is the car of Alessandro Nannini. It is rather bent, the Benetton, but the spare car is now being prepared. This is all the result of this wet weather session to give the drivers some sort of a chance of knowing what to expect when the Grand Prix gets underway in just under an hour and a half's time. But in the meantime, let's go for a trip around the track in the dry with Derek Warwick.
Okay, we've just gone past the start-finish line through the chicane, fast in fourth gear, about 140 mile an hour. Accelerate down into third, right-hand corner. Not too important because there's a short straight just after. Stay in third, back in, brake. Hard on the brakes here in Adelaide. Back up, third again, turn right. You accelerate third, fourth gear. You hold the car in fourth. Fast left, turn right. Quite difficult corner because it's off camber. Back into third for this corner here. Fourth, fifth, up to about 130, 140 mile an hour. Fourth gear flat. Very important that corner because you're leading on to this Brabham Straight. Brabham Straight's about 180 mile an hour. So the corner before it is obviously very important in order to keep your speed up for this straight. Back right down to second for the hairpin, slowest point of the circuit. Second, third, up to fourth for the little kink. Back down to third, hard on the brakes, turn in, a little bit on the curb. Fourth, fifth, through the right hand just before the pits, back down into second, again important because you've got quite a fast straight, over the start-finish line, second, third, fourth, fifth, on the limiter going underneath the bridge, back down to fourth. Quite a difficult corner, that one, because you have to clip both curbs. Back out on the outside, up to fifth, back down to third, turn right, on the power, got a little bit crossed up going out, brakes have locked up, and oh, bang. That's not quite the way how to do that corner. As you can see, looks a little bit annoyed with himself. I don't know, who is that driver there?
That was you, Derek, as a matter of fact. Yes, it's not the way to go around the track. And Alessandro Nannini certainly didn't go around the track in the way that he would have liked. His Benetton is bent, but as I said before, the car is, he's got the second car now being prepared. Okay, the cars are now lining up again for the restart of this wet weather session. We join Murray Walker.
Well, that off was an absolute catastrophe for Alessandro Nannini. The left front wheel turned back into what we call the tub, the monocoque, the chassis, and has pushed a dent right in the side of it. So there's no question of them just putting a new suspension and a new wheel on the left front. That car is out of action for the rest of this Australian Grand Prix meeting. And they're actually preparing the spare now. The drivers are waiting to come out for the rest of this 30-minute session. Now, the fact that they've had to stop this practice period does not mean to say that it is shortened. All the clocks, the timing clocks are stopped at 10 minutes and 14 seconds. That's what it was when the racing was officially stopped. There is Philippe Alliot's Lola Lamborghini with a similarly crushed nose, similarly to the tub of Nannini's car. So Berger leads out in the Ferrari, followed by teammate Nigel Mansell with another nearly 20 minutes to go. There's the man you just heard, Derek Warwick, followed by JJ Leto. And incidentally, thus far, 10 minutes into the 30-minute session, as Andrea De Cesaris drives out, JJ Leto is fifth fastest. And the conditions are appalling. They're not as bad as they would be at, say, Hockenheim in similar circumstances, because unlike Hockenheim, there are no trees around the circuit here to any great extent in Adelaide, as a result of which any breeze there may be can blow the rain spray away to some extent. But that's not to say for one moment that conditions aren't going to be really awful.
Well, I think this is a test of the driver to the ultimate ability. In Grand Prix racing, we do race in the rain. If you were in America right now at an Indianapolis race, they would stop the race and it would not run, for example, on the big oval. They would hold up the race until the weather dried up. But in fact, what's happening here is just real conditions. And of course, the conditions again are getting worse because the rain is torrential. The pools of water on the track are quite dangerous, and the drivers have got to know where they are. These drivers looking over to see where that is most likely to be the spots to look out for. The professor, Alain Prost, has never enjoyed driving in the rain. Now, none of us do. Some of us have been more competitive than others in rain conditions. It's not that we like them, but Alain Prost has many times said he just detests driving in the rain. At the British Grand Prix 2 years ago, he almost packed it in, totally racing.
Yeah, well, yes, he was in 14th position at the time when the rain came belting down, and Senna won again, incidentally. And I remember in that race, Alain Prost came in and said, I really don't see why I should risk my life in a situation where I'm not even going to finish in the points. And he had a lot of criticism. There was a French commentator who accused him of cowardice and not looking after France and himself and all the rest of it. And Alain Prost subsequently refused to be interviewed by that man. Nigel Mansell, on the other hand, drove an absolute blinder of a race to finish in second position in the Williams Judd, as it was last year, because it's 1988 that we're talking about.
Murray, I think we have a situation here where we have Alain Prost on his radio in his car.
Here at the front, they're going to give the full half-hour practice, over.
Now that's the voice of Joe Ramirez, the man who works in his car, speaking to him from the pit. Ron Dennis saying they're going to go for the full half hour.
How many minutes to go, says Prost?
10 minutes and 14 seconds so far.
Oh, Nigel Mansell!
Mansell's done it now. There's another car that's got to go back to base for a refit. Mansell will be out in the spare. And this is the absolute demonstration of how appalling the conditions are now at Adelaide. Earlier on, when Gerhard Berger was talking to Barry Sheen, he said the conditions here in the dry are very slippery. They're going to be bad, really bad in the wet. Everybody's going off at the same place. Alio went off there. Nannini went off there. Now Mansell's gone. Now let's look at this. You see the back of the car breakaway. It fishtails. He spins around 360 degrees. He's riding on water. There is absolutely nothing he can do to get steering way. You're totally out of control, and the car is into the wall. And there's Joan Vildelprat, who is the chief mechanic of Ferrari, sadly shaking his head because he knows that they've got to get that spare car ready.
Now, ironically, all of the accidents, that's Nannini's accident, Alio's accident, have all been at Brewery. And there they are again throwing the red flag because Nigel Mansell, and that is Berger sitting in that car. That seems to be Gerhard Berger, surely.
It is Gerhard Berger. No, it's not. It's Mansell. I apologise. See the red helmet?
Ah, yes, there it is.
And the Union Jack. You see the Union Jack there?
My God, it's still flying. Well, the red flag has been given. It's just a declaration of the severe conditions. This is going to be a very exciting television race. It's going to be a wet race for our spectators who are live sitting out in the bleachers and grandstands here. But that accident of Nigel Mansell's was a very fast corner. The car got out of shape. Then it whipped around. Almost what I call a motorcycle accident, where it goes into what I call a tank slapper. It went suddenly in the direction in which the driver had turned the steering wheel, and it whipped around and suddenly got right out of control on that water. And once those big tires goes, and
that's Prost. He's gone off somewhere.
And now, he's after the red flag, and it's right on at the back of the racetrack here. Right on, way over here.
It's on Victoria Park Racecourse, just in front of the grandstand over there. And, well, I mean, Adelaide is turning into a river, and sadly, Jackie, I have now to start questioning in my mind whether or not the race will be able to go on if it continues like this.
No, I think the race will go on. It may have a slightly delayed start, who knows? There's no damage, it would appear, to Alan Prost's car. The white flag being shown there is the pace cars. Then there you see from our helicopter position, apparently no damage being done. Here again is the Nigel Mansell accident. Look, it was almost on the straight there. Suddenly the car hit water, spun round, went in the direction. He's got the wheels locked up. You can see there's no spray coming from the wheels. That means they're not turning. So he had the brakes fully on, like all of us would under those conditions, and a heavy impact. And there you see Ayrton Senna being reversed back into his garage.
Now there's the man who's metaphorically laughing. His teammate Alain Prost has gone off. They'll have to do work on his car. It won't have done anything for Alain Prost's peace of mind because he's lost the car and will be very, very unhappy. Senna, on the other hand, has got a whole car. He knows he's got away with a 360-degree spin. And I think he's going to be much more relaxed.
Much has been talked about in this morning's papers of his belief in God. This is the city of churches. And in fact, I think he must have visited every church this morning of every denomination because he got away with it.
Hello, there's an ambulance down there.
That's Nigel's.
Yes.
I think he's hurt his legs.
Yes, well, I'm just wondering, actually, Jackie, whether he may have hurt his neck. He always wears a neck brace. And he's got a neck weakness, and from the way Nigel Mansell is moving and the way he waved to the crowd there, I do not think he is in the best of shape.
Professor Watkins, I think, is the man leaning down there. Is it the prof?
Yes, it is.
That's his white hair there?
Yes.
Well, he's a man who's pretty tough on the drivers. He makes his own mind up about whether there should be in ambulances or not.
Jackie, look at Nigel Mansell in the car now. He has the same posture that he had in the Japanese when he went off in practice.
Well, I don't think it can be that serious, because I'll tell you, if it was, Professor Watkins would have put him in an ambulance with a brace on, Murray. This man is probably one of the leading neurosurgeons in the world, and Nigel chose to go into that car. The prof would have overruled him and would have put him in an ambulance if there had been anything wrong. So Professor Watkins really is the expert. For Nigel just to be sitting in the car with his head back, I'm not suggesting he's not uncomfortable and he's not hurting, but it can't be really serious.
Well, Nigel coming back, we'll see whether he gets out of the car and whether he does anything about getting into his spare Ferrari. Now, for what it's worth, with now nearly 15 minutes of this 30-minute extra session having been completed, and you can see in the background there Alain Prost's car being towed in, or about to be towed in. Ayrton Senna has been fastest, 1 minute 45.5, and that is faster, much faster than René Arnoux, the tow line being connected to Prost's McLaren. I don't imagine that the car will have been damaged. We didn't see it happen. We just suddenly saw Prost's car stationary there, the marshal trying to fit himself in, and he'll have a heck of a job. He looks a big chap, and that car is tailor-made for Alain Prost. You can see he can't even get his backside in the top of the car, never mind the whole of his body. What he'll have to settle for is sitting on the side pod and using the steering wheel from outside. Senna fastest, Arnoux second, Nannini third. The session stopped for the second time. It was stopped at 10 minutes 14 seconds. It has been stopped at 14 minutes 35 seconds. And I was saying earlier on that Gerhard Berger had remarked on how slippery this course was in the dry, and he said in the wet it will be, there is Berger, in the wet it will be even more hazardous. He said we'll have the spray in front of us and the walls alongside us, and he said here the walls are bad. Now, once again, that is a demonstration of Ayrton Senna in his what I called withdrawn mode. Somehow or other, he just seems to sit in the car with his eyes focused on infinity and lets nothing disturb his concentration. Well, Senna is there. You'll be back with us soon.
Is this it?
Yeah, this is it.
Dad, What does that say?
Pintara, Chris. Pintara.
With superb features plus a 2-year warranty, the all-new 1990 Nissan Pintara has the power to please.
Is that our car?
Yeah, that's our car.
What's the best lunch idea around town? Sizzler. Try Malibu chicken, a boneless chicken patty cooked golden and topped with ham and melting Swiss cheese, as well as all the hot soup, all the traditional pasta, all the fresh fruit, and all the salad you can eat for just $8.49. There's soup, fruit, pasta, salad, and golden Malibu chicken for just $8.49. What are you doing for lunch? Sizzler.
Before we sit down on this.
Yes, well, neither's will be if you've kept the light on.
Holler for a marshal.
How much is that going to cost?
What do you mean, how much is that going to cost?
It only costs $10 to holler for a Marshall, plus the normal price of the replacement battery. So holler for a Marshall 7 days a week.
I wonder how much that charge to replace a husband.
If you don't reckon there's a difference between petrol companies, then take a look at this. Right now at Mobil, if you buy at the same time $9 worth of any combination of Coca-Cola, Streets Cornetto, Smith's Chips, CC's, Turtle or Sally's products or Energizer batteries, at any station where you see this, we'll give you a beautiful Bohemia crystal glass, just like this, free. That's right, free with every $9 purchase, but only while stocks last. It's just another reason why Mobil is the #1 team.
You want to stay in the game, you've got to go for the full workup.
It began as routine.
Potentially dangerous.
Now, it's a nightmare of revenge.
Let's go easy now.
Tuesday, 9:30.
Like I don't belong here. It's better than prison. I came in here for a physical. Why don't you listen to me? I am a very angry man with a lot of power. Now, where is he?
Vinny is fighting to hold on to reality.
Get into it, Vinny.
A stunning wise guy, guest starring Ray Sharkey.
Get into it.
Tuesday, 9:30 on 9.
That is Nigel Mansell's car being towed back to the pits area. What a session we've had for the wet weather practice. Only 15 minutes in. It's been abandoned, considered too dangerous. They're going to try and get back on time for the start at 2 o'clock. In the meantime, let's find out how Ferrari feel. Barry Sheen is talking with Gerhard Berger.
Yeah, Gerhard, you went out in the practice and we were watching it, obviously, on the monitor. It looks so ridiculously dangerous out there.
I tell you what, if they start this race in conditions like this, then I would say all the philosophy what they have is not right, because to say Senna is a dangerous driver, okay, that's the business of them. But to start a race on this is much more dangerous. And I tell you, I'm not a driver what don't like take risk. But this risk today is far way too much. On the straight, maybe the first car can handle the situation, the second car can handle the situation, but it's still difficult for them because you have so much aquaplaning, but the cars behind don't see anything, and you have no chance to go away from the track if somebody stops in front of you. You have just pedal walls, and you cannot leave the track. So it means if a car spins in front of you, stays like this, you go in straight, and it's the most dangerous what for drivers can happen, and I think safety side, no way to start under these conditions.
Yeah, the whole thing is, it goes beyond the realms of skill. It's not skill to drive in conditions like that. It's just stupidity, really, isn't it?
You know, it's always, you always have to make a compromise, and I'm a driver would like to do, okay, go, but this is just so far away. It's, you know, you see in every corner crash somebody, and every 10 seconds you have a moment where the car is not possible to control, so I think it's just wrong.
Okay, thanks a lot, Gerhard. Over to you, Alan.
Okay, Barry, thank you very much. Well, with me is Alain Prost. Alain, obviously very, very slippery conditions.
Very slippery, a lot of paddles in the straight, and even if you don't want to push on, don't want to take risk, you always take a lot of risk, especially in the straight. I mean, you can't control your speed around the corners, but in the straight, if you want to push on, you have an aquaplaning problem.
Okay, and what about visibility? A lot of water staying on the circuit?
Yes, a lot. It's very, very bad. I mean, I suppose, and I guess they are going to postpone the race maybe 1 hour. That would be good for everybody and very safe for the drivers, but I don't know if it's going to be the case.
Okay, Alan, thank you very much. Good luck.
Alan Jones there talking with Alain Prost, and Barry Sheen before that with Gerhard Berger, who didn't Mixie's words, he said, no go, this race shouldn't go ahead.
Yes, very difficult decision for the organisers and for the stewards of the meeting. Keep in mind there are 34 countries right now taking live telecast of this Grand Prix. Now that shouldn't be taken into consideration in the interests of safety, but there will be pressure exerted by a great many people to make sure that this event takes place in some way. The conditions out there, visibility as was being discussed, and here you see the damaged car of Nigel Mansell being brought into his garage area. There's no severe damage to Nigel's car, but nevertheless it's going to have to be repaired. If the race is delayed as the Belgium Grand Prix was delayed, it may be that this front will move out and allow a little bit of dry track to come through, and that these conditions will change during the race. But at the moment, it's difficult for us sitting up in a commentary position to say whether the event should take place or not. I've driven in many very dangerous races where visibility has been caused by fog, not only by spray. We've started the race, we've finished it, and it is our responsibility to drive in a manner in which we consider to be fast enough to be safe while still being competitive. Very difficult. It's a decision that will be, of course, because it's the last race in the year, be a serious one. And that is something that I'm afraid we're going to have to wait and hear what the stewards say. The trouble, I think, that Berger's seeing here is that some of the people making the decision may not be as expert as the drivers. But it's fair also to say that Alain Prost was a little more moderate in his observations than Gerhard.
But if you've got drivers who are, say, thinking along the lines of Berger, who don't want to be there, don't want to know about it, what can you expect from a driver like that if he's forced to take part?
No, he does believe that that it is too wet in these conditions, clearly, but Gerhard would probably still race because he has a contract and he's obliged to do so, and he's a professional. Ferrari wouldn't insist on him doing so, and it is his last race for Ferrari if he chose to drop out of it. But it would be very difficult for him media-wise in every other way. The only driver I can remember ever having the courage, if you put it that way, of his convictions was Niki Lauda in 1976, I think it was, at the Grand Prix in Japan, when he could have won the World Championship by staying in the race. It was very, very wet. He chose to withdraw from the race. James Hunt went on to win the World Championship because of Lauda's withdrawal. Lauda did the right thing for Niki Lauda. After all, he had come back from death almost during that year. But my goodness, was he criticised. He was criticised throughout the world for his act, particularly by Ferrari.
And paid a price, I gather.
Yes, but he was right. For Niki Lauda, he was right. And I admired his courage and his decision in that particular case.
Well, you've got to admire Gerhard Berger then.
For being outspoken on this area, I do. I have no argument with what Gerhard says because we've just seen witness that so many cars have been going off the road.
All right, there's plenty of drama unfolding here at Adelaide for 1989, and there'll be more right after the break.
Shake down, break down, hurry, just about the time you think that it's all right. Break down, take down, shake down.
Hey, babe, how about a little armor all?
I hardly know you. Oh.
Come on. Good? On them dials.
Oh, yes, please.
How about those cute little bumpers?
You're not getting up to funny business.
Protect your car's sensitive areas from sunburn with Armor All Protectant. And keep them looking like new.
I've got plenty out of Australia, and whenever I get a chance to put a bit back in, I do. For a simple example, whenever Pip and I go shopping, we look for the Australian-made symbol. If the Australian-made is as good as the imported, we go for it every time. We drive an Australian car. We buy Australian products. Even our books are printed in Australia. Let's be positive and cut our overseas debt to the bone. Look for this symbol, and if you think the Australian-made is as good, go for it.
One of my boys was down in the shed doing a bit of welding, you see. Next thing, there's a fire. A lot went up. Shed, the tractor, the ute, everything. When I told my insurance bloke what had happened, he couldn't believe it. Anyway, he took care of everything straight away. I don't think the lad will be doing any more welding for a while.
Thursday on The Flying Doctors.
Baby.
Our baby. Who's on mine? With no one to turn to.
Do you know a lady called Emma Patterson?
She got a place at the old Baringa Road.
If she's that pregnant, why is she coming here?
A young woman flees to Cooper's Crossing.
It's like she gave birth in the car.
And a desperate search begins.
If it's alive and it's out there in all of that rain.
No! Well, why doesn't someone do something about it?
Guest starring Nadine Garner and Ben Mendelsohn.
A warrant has been issued for his arrest.
The Flying Doctors.
If we don't get your daughter on that plane, she's gonna die!
On the 9 Network.
Well, it's not dangerous enough out on the track for the marching bands, and that's reasonable enough, I guess, but it is still wet here in Adelaide. There is slight drizzle coming down. Very, very uncomfortable conditions for the spectators, more so for the drivers. But right now, down in the pits area, Alan Jones is talking to the great Sterling Moss.
Thank you very much, Ken. Well, as you said, I've got Sterling Moss down here in the pits with me. Sterling, what do you think about this weather?
Well, I think if they don't get too much water on the track, it'll make a better race of it, quite frankly. This sorts out the boys from the men, you know.
It certainly does, but I was talking to Alain Prost, and he said there's a lot of water sticking on the circuit and quite a bit of aquaplaning.
Yeah, I noticed that on the box myself, and I think that is the one problem, because obviously, as the viewers may have seen, if you're behind a car, you can't tell whether it's facing forwards, sideways, backwards, as you know, and that is the big problem. But let's hope the water doesn't get too much on the track, although I can't see this stopping.
No, well, I mean, there was talk about postponing it for a little while, but I think that it'll just make it darker and not necessarily any better.
Yeah, they need another day, I'm afraid, if they postpone it. I don't think it's feasible to run, you know, an hour later, because it'll just get worse, not better, won't it?
Well, I think so, and I think that, as you said before, it sorts the boys from the men, and maybe we'll see some people up the front that wouldn't normally be there if it was a dry race.
Well, I'll tell you what interested me, looking at the times in the wet, was some of the relatively new boys did extremely well. I mean, JJ Leto has no experience, really. I'm not surprised that Ayrton was out there, because he always will be. I think Mansell will be up there, but he's shunted, as you may know. Normally, one would expect the guys with experience and with the feeling of the car to be up the lead, and I don't expect that to change. But some new boys may be able to shine here.
Well, I mean, also the situation with Pirelli wets. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how they go in the wet.
Yeah, I think that's asking an awful lot, because they haven't had that much experience in the wet. And I was speaking to Martin Brundle, and he wasn't feeling that confident, because he thinks that they're probably not as quick as the Goodyear. Let's hope they are, because it'll make a better race of it.
I'm sure it will. I think we're in for a really good close race if it continues like this.
So do I. I'm really looking forward to it, actually.
Okay, thank you very much, Sterling. Back to you, Ken.
Thank you, Alan. Sterling Moss, a bit of a fighter pilot attitude there. Let's get on with the show.
Well, yes, and he was one of the truly great wet weather drivers. Sterling Moss probably won more races in the wet than any other driver of his time, and clearly Alan is of the opinion that it sorts the men out from the boys. But of course, it's really awkward for us to make those judgments without seeing the conditions. And keep in mind that those cars with the ground effect and the no suspension factor that they have today is much changed from yesteryear. I have a lot of sympathy with the present generation of drivers with what they have to drive. And there you see the car of Nannini being brought in. That car's heavily damaged. I suspect that car is probably a write-off of a tub. Now, we talk about the tub as being the chassis, and it's the front end on the left-hand side that all the damage lies, and I can see that they've covered the car over quite a lot, so we're not going to see that hole, probably, that's been punched in the monocoque. And this is a car of composite carbon fibre. These are the materials presently used by many of the F-15s and F-18s, but the impact that that car has been very severe indeed. So that car's retired, certainly for this season, and maybe forever.
Yeah, well, fortunately, Alessandro Nannini walked away from that one. We don't know about Nigel Mansell at this stage, but he would have aggravated a neck injury. There's no two ways about that.
My speculation, as I said when I was on the air...
He's broken it twice, hasn't he not?
Yes, he's had damage to it. More severe damage was done in Japan at the beginning, the end of 1987. And that lasted with him for quite a long time. But if that is the case, I don't understand Nigel wanting to go back in the Nissan, even with Frank Gardner's gentle driving. If he thought he had, and there's this accident occurring again, look at this spin out. Now watch, there's the contact with the wall. It really wasn't that bad, but Nigel's head gets knocked forward, as all our heads do when we come in contact with things. What happened after that, although, surprised me. Because when Professor Watkins arrived, and an expert he truly is, he was pointing towards the ambulance. Nigel said, no, I'm going in the Nissan. Frank Gardner drove him round in the Nissan to the medical centre here on the track. Professor Watkins rode in the ambulance. and came back to examine with the rest of the medical crew here Nigel Mansell's complaint of his neck. And you saw his head lolling back in that seat with his hand up as if he was in great pain. If he really was in great pain, Ken, he should have been in the ambulance, because these nerves can be severely damaged, particularly in vertebrae. And after all, he had beside him one of the great experts of the world in neurosurgery. So I would want to hear from the professor on that as to what he felt about Nigel's injuries when he got to him.
Well, as a matter of fact, we are going to hear from the professor. And while on things medical, you know, in the past decade of Formula One racing, the deaths of several drivers have been a sobering reminder of just how dangerous this sport can be. But giant strides have been made in recent times to ensure that drivers survive life-threatening incidents. And much of the improvement can be attributed to the work of a man simply known as the race doctor. In this report, Charles Stewart introduces us to Professor Sid Watkins.
Since 1978, one man has turned up at nearly every major Formula One crash. Drivers like Lauda, Mansell and Berger have all been attended to by him. And when Gerhard Berger hit the wall at maximum speed earlier this year, Professor Sid Watkins was there within 40 seconds.
The fire response was very rapid indeed, and my car arrived just as the fire was put out. And at that stage, Berger was then unconscious and was just ready to be taken out of the car.
How did you assess his situation at that time?
Immediately, we took his helmet off while protecting his neck in case he'd got a neck injury. He had an intravenous drip put up, had an airway put into his mouth, and it was clear that he'd got burns on his hands. And we then went about the usual business, which is to open the uniform as soon as possible to see if he'd got any other injuries.
Sid Watkins, the Professor of Neurology at London University, is also the head of FISA's Medical Commission. He has helped set the standards for medical facilities at Grand Prix tracks for the past 11 years.
We had enormous difficulties at the outset, political difficulties and logistical difficulties, getting the proper sort of medical centre, the proper equipment, the correct number of doctors, the right intervention vehicles, helicopters, you name it. We've had problems with everything that was needed.
These days, if a driver is badly hurt, he is first treated in the car and his condition stabilised. Then he's transferred to a trackside hospital like this one at Adelaide. It's a temporary medical facility, like most of them at Grand Prix races, but it's far from inadequate. It has everything needed for intensive care.
This theatre here has the same sort of equipment that many of our operating theatres have at the Royal Adelaide Hospital, and we have the capability of doing basically any operation that we could perform at the Royal Adelaide Hospital right here in the Emmett Medical Centre.
This is one of the couple of booths they have here for the treatment of minor ailments, sort of things that might occur in the pits to a mechanic, like an abrasion or a sprain or a minor cut or something like that. They have a GP on hand to look after those sort of things. But as well, they have a team of specialists here, including people like an orthopaedic surgeon, a plastic surgeon, a neurosurgeon, a couple of anaesthetists, and also a general surgeon. Around the track, they are supported by a team of 50 more doctors. After treatment at the track, it's estimated a driver could be transferred to the Royal Adelaide Hospital by ambulance in just 4 minutes. A helicopter is also on standby for transfers. All facilities have to be approved by Professor Watkins before a race will be allowed to start. And that's meant in the past, this quietly spoken English professor has had to wield his considerable power several times when safety standards weren't met.
Well, in the early days, I used to have a great deal of help from Nicky Lauder. He used to park his car at the pit exit and get out and leave. So nobody could move then until he was satisfied that I was satisfied, and that was a sort of unofficial action, I suppose.
But very effective, nevertheless.
Very effective, yes.
Yeah, great man, Professor Sid Watkins. And we'll have more from Adelaide right after this break.
At Carlton and United, we normally like to show you how to enjoy our products in our commercials. But we realize there are times when you'd rather enjoy someone else's, like the pleasure of driving today's modern cars. All we ask is that you realize that drinking and driving can be a dangerous combination. Please think before you drink.
G'day, Dad. What's you doing?
Bits and pieces. What's on your mind?
Oh, nothing much. Well, sort of. I saw something yesterday I reckon we should have a look at.
Uh-huh.
Oh, she's hardly done any Ks, not a scratch on her. She got seat covers.
What's a car I get?
Oh, yeah. I reckon it'd be a good investment. Mum could drive it sometimes. I could pick Jen up from school. It'd come in handy when your car breaks down. It's only £200, and Simco's a really good make. It's got good tyres. It's even got a radio.
Sorry. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah? Well, how do we get the money?
Well, son, you better start saving.
I'll do for you what my dad did for me.
Yeah?
Yeah. He taught me how to save.
Save? That'll take forever.
No, it won't. Hey, I promise you, they won't run out of cars.
Saving. Remember it? It's still the smartest way your bank can help you with your dreams.
If you think road safety has nothing to do with you, we'd like you to think again. Because if you don't play your part, how can you expect everyone else to? Road safety really does depend on you.
Nearly 700 million people in 72 countries will see the 1989 Adelaide Grand Prix. That's television technology for you. The same technology that's put to work every day, right here in the National 9 newsroom. Rob Kelvin, Kevin Prix, and a top-flight team bring you up-to-the-minute stories from here and around the globe. Think of it, 700 million people. And without National 9 news technology, they might never get to see the Grand Prix. For Adelaide.
That's what I want.
The grey skies over Adelaide, and in that mist, in that rain, there's some wet spectators, but also some F111s. And they're just about to hit us once again here at the Adelaide Grand Prix. The girls from Foster's are out on the starting grid. They're ready to go. There is supposed to be at this particular stage a 2 o'clock start to the Formula One. We don't know whether that has been altered as yet. Let's keep our fingers crossed. But look, the rain is still coming down. It is very, very uncomfortable, and it just doesn't look good at all. Here come the threatening F111s. They're flown all the way from Amberley. I think that's probably only about a 25, 30-minute trip for these fellows, Jackie. And when you're talking about horsepower, you've got some grunt with these things, haven't you?
Wonderful, and many of the Grand Prix drivers try to get in as many hours as possible or even minutes as possible in fighter aircraft, because most of those pilots and whatever country we go to, and the military pilots just love motor racing, and these are live pictures we're looking at. And look at the afterburners. The vibration from our commentary position is incredible, and because of the poor light today, we're seeing the afterburners in a much stronger fashion than we would normally see in the normal bright light of good daylight.
18,000 pounds of thrust there, Jackie. It is just awesome power, isn't it?
It's fantastic. I've been up with the British Red Arrows. I've been up in the Saab 3000, one of these fast machines such as this. There's a lady that's impressed, and she's brought her cocktail outfit and her ascot hat with her. I hope it's rainproof.
That seems to be more sensible weather gear there, but these things also get up to speeds of about 1,500 kilometres an hour. Of course, they were the first of the swing wings that came in. About 1973, Australia first brought them out here. We've got about 27 in service at the present time.
They're so exciting. I think, as I said, I wanted to go up in one of these fighters, and most of the other drivers, Nelson Piquet's gone up, Ayrton Senna has, Alan Prost has. I'm desperate to go up in a Harrier. I was asked to go in one, and I couldn't make it on the day, but I surely want to do it.
Well, I was very fortunate many years ago living in Townsville, and the number 10 squadron up there were equipped at this time with Phantoms.
Yeah.
And we went up, they age you tremendously though, with the G-force. All of a sudden, any wrinkles that you had are behind the back of your ears.
Well, I think that the power is so impressive. I had to wear a G-suit on one of the occasions. Another previous occasion, I didn't wear a G-suit, and was I sorry. for about 3 or 4 weeks afterwards. I was in great pain. I thought my internals were somewhere else. It's very, it's a great experience though, and I think just admire the way that these fellas have tremendous reactions, very similar to race drivers.
Yeah. All right, talking about things safe and talking about things that go G-force, another development that's helped improve the odds in drivers' favour, Jackie Stewart is about to tell us all about that.
If you were driving a Grand Prix car on this racetrack, you'd be wearing a helmet like Nannini. He's got a visor, and then on top of that visor for the race, you would have several rip-off shields. These are lenses that go over the visor itself. Now, this rip-off is a lot different than the old used car that you might buy. It's to help the driver have clearer vision, because if he's following other cars, often he'll get oil on the visor, or perhaps a whole lot of bugs will hit it. It's not a particularly clear view even without any dirt on it. Let's just illustrate this. You're looking at a clear racetrack now. Let's look at the visor in front of you. Not the best reception, you might say, but it's a lot better than this kind of visibility. Let's look at an onboard camera that's been ruined, if you like, in the lens for the vision by bugs. You wouldn't like to be driving a car at 300 kilometers an hour with this kind of visibility. Of course, the racing driver would then lean over, pull off a rip-off lens such as this, just as you see the McLaren driver doing it right now during the Japanese Grand Prix. Suddenly, that blurred vision comes totally clear for him, and he's obviously in a better position to drive his race car. Just like you need good visibility and good vision to drive your road car, Grand Prix drivers need that same clarity of vision.
Jack, isn't it always the way? The simplest idea are always the best. You wonder why it wasn't thought of earlier.
Well, we've been using them now for some years, but of course in the old days when they wore goggles, we even had tear-offs in those old goggles, because in those days there was perhaps a lot more oil being thrown around. On the rain, however, it's a little bit different. The biggest problem here is misting up. And of course, with the condensation and your breath and all inside the fully enclosed helmet, it's really quite difficult to get good clarity of vision. And most of the drivers put a special compound onto the lens on the inside and the outside to stop it misting over. And they will try to use a rip-off. Problem is with a rip-off, sometimes the water gets trapped inside it, between it and the real lens. Many times they've just got to remove them simply on the basis that it's worse than in fact just having the dirt, where you occasionally can wipe it off with the back of your hand or your glove.
What is the material? What is that material, the rip-off?
It's a plastic. It's a Lexan plastic, which again is very strong, because we can't have any penetration of stones or rocks that come up. So it's still got to be strong enough to endure that, but it's not as thick as the real lens of the visor that comes down.
But it's got an adhesive?
No, we stick them on with little sticky tape, just the same way as you would have double-sided sticky tape for any household job. We have one that's water repellent that works for sticking on to the lens.
Which is just a tab to rip it off.
That's right. You have a tab at the end, you know where it is, and we may have 3 or 4 of those on each time we start a Grand Prix. So we can rip one off, let more oil or bugs collect around our visor, rip another one off as necessary.
Well, we have shots there of Gerhard Berger, the man who's really not keen to race here today, but we've been told that the race will go ahead, but it will be delayed by half an hour to 2:30. That's Eastern Standard Time. And Berger, I don't think, is all that impressed. He's got the umbrella. He's walking out the back of the Ferrari garage. He is obviously going to have a team meeting with his bosses, and maybe he's going to say, look, I've got one more race with you boys. I don't necessarily need this.
Well, I don't know whether he'll come up with that one, because there will be contractual discussions about that. It depends what Nigel Mansell's situation is too. We haven't heard yet what report was given following his visit to the field hospital.
Well, that's an interesting thing. I mean, the other day they wouldn't give Gerhard Berger the second car because of that new engine. Will they give him the car now?
Well, of course, Nigel's going to have to use the spare car. So Gerhard Berger managed to get through this wet practice without any damage being done to his car. So technically, if Nigel Mansell wishes to start this race, depending on his condition or his potential neck injury, then it'll be a question of which car Nigel will drive and which car Gerhard will drive. Of course, if Nigel doesn't race because of an injury, then Gerhard technically should be given the choice of either car.
But that won't happen. Well, it'd be silly to, wouldn't it?
It would be okay. If Nigel's not racing, then Gerhard would choose whatever he wanted. Now, this was practice earlier, and you can see the extreme conditions involved here. The visibility behind that McLaren there for the other two cars really is zero. They're driving in the tracks of the car in front. And there you saw both of those cars passed the McLaren there, and we didn't see it because the visibility was so completely blurred. So if that can happen, you know, what does it look like from track level? And keep in mind that the driver's eyes are less than a metre high off the road. It's all very well in us looking down from our helicopter here. You don't see any spray because you're looking down and the spray is only about 5 or 6 feet high. So from above you can see through it, but from behind the density of that spray goes on for about 150 metres. So you're driving into total fog. It would be difficult for me to explain how bad it is. When this race starts, our on-car cameras, Ken, will demonstrate the impossible task that those drivers have. Let's look now. Follow that. Look at the pan.
Yeah, it's a real shower, isn't it? Tell me how much water actually gets into the cockpit.
Very little.
Very little.
Hardly any at all. And there is, of course, the remains, just as we cut there was...
And by having such a situation like this, if it happens that I'm involved in any accident, being my fault, my own mistake, that could be, or anybody else, the blame is going to be automatically on me. And this is not acceptable. But there's no choice. I have to go through that. I'll go through that.
Okay, I mean, Alain made statements during the course of the year that his car wasn't as equal as your car. He was down on power or there was some sort of thing going on. Obviously, you don't agree with that.
It's not a question that I agree with that or not. It's a question of looking at race results. And if you know a little bit about Formula One, you then understand that this is totally untrue. And you only look at the team's history over the years, where they had top drivers at the same time, and they always provide both with the same equipment. And last year and this year, more than anything, the combination with Honda gave the team the ability to push even harder to provide both drivers with the same equipment. I have blown up, or I have not finished many races that he has finished, and he has won. So if anybody had some technical problems, it was me, not him. The result speaks by itself.
Sure. Eden, what do you think of Alain Prost, the man? Not the driver, not the teammate, but Alain Prost, the man.
I wouldn't have good words, and therefore I rather not comment, because when you have a position like a racing driver has with success, you have a lot of credibility and people tend to believe what you say. And I'd rather use my words for building up something positive, constructive, than destructive.
Gerhard Berger joins you next year as your teammate in McLaren. Do you know him socially? Do you spend much time with him?
A little bit, not much, because as you know, Alan, we live in different countries, we travel to different places. We only meet normally over a race weekend, where the environment is not the best to make relationships. But I know him a little bit. We've been together outside racing a little bit, especially lately. And he's not easy. He has a good mind, and he's a man who likes to joke a lot. So you have always to be careful with him, because you get in trouble with him. But he's fun. That is good. And I'm looking forward next year to race with him, because I think it will be, apart from anything, some fun. And you need fun when you're racing so close and when you're competing with so much stress and so much pressure.
Well, it's fairly well documented that Mansell and, who's his teammate next there? Berger.
Yep, Gerhard.
I mean, they got on fairly well, and Mansell gets on well with Prost. That's fairly well documented, but it's going to be very interesting to see just how well Berger does get on with this lad. Well, I mean, if he's a threat, I wonder how well that relationship will develop.
Well, as we've seen evidence of in the statement that Gerhard Berger made regarding the weather conditions, he's a very frank and upfront individual. If he doesn't like what's going on, he won't keep quiet. Gerhardt's very Austrian in that respect. He will just tell the truth. Whether that goes on well with Ayrton, we'll have to wait and see.
Right, the blunt end of the axe. We'll see it again. All right, more after the break, live here from Adelaide.
G'day. They gave me a bottle of this polyglazed car polish, and they said it'll transform your car. Well, I must admit, I was a bit sceptical at first, but I thought I'll give it a burl on the old FB Holden. Anyway, I can't stay here yapping all day. It's only half finished.
Polyglazed from Sally's. It's the one with the old falcon on the front.
Voting? Yeah, it's a real hassle.
I don't think it really matters who you vote for. It's not going to make any difference anyway.
In many countries of the world, voting is not compulsory.
I wouldn't know who to vote for anyway.
In fact, in some countries, there are no elections.
And what happens if I have to go out?
In many of those countries, people are fighting and dying simply for the right to vote.
I think it's an infringement on my private time.
If you think elections are a waste of time, think what your life would be like without them. Enroll to vote now. It won't kill you.
The Australian Grand Prix, Australia's greatest test of sheer power. Even before the engines start, Telecom is the undisputed winner. Year after year, Australia's Telecom links the Grand Prix with the world. On-course links, phone systems, facsimile, data transfer, cellular phones, pages and more. The whole project managed by Telecom experts like Helen Bauer, who coordinates all Telecom's Grand Prix services. Telecom Australia, the winning team for total communication solutions.
This is the Nissan 1.8-litre fuel-injected twin-cam Excer. It's a coupe, a Targa and a Cabrio all in one. And it's backed by Nissan's 2-year warranty. Now this is the new limited edition Grand Prix Excer. Its additional features include air conditioning, special mag wheels and front spoiler, yet it costs no more than the regular Excer. Hey, that's my car!
Tuesday, Tony stands for election in Who's the Boss?
Look what I got for your campaign.
Vote one for Comedy, 7:30 Tuesday on 9.
It's like an ice rink out there. You could skate on the surface here at the Adelaide Grand Prix, and that's what the cars have been doing today. The girls are still out there enjoying themselves for whatever reason, I don't know. But I guess you've got a smile on the face of adversity, and that's what they're doing, and good luck to them. They are certainly brightening up a few people's lives here this afternoon. Down in the pits, we've got Diary Bootson.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Jerry, I believe you've just come back from a meeting with the FIA. What did you have to say, and what did they have to say?
Well, I think after having driven a few laps this afternoon, I could see that, I couldn't see anything. First of all, the visibility is absolutely nothing. The spray stays in the air because the clouds are very low, because there's no wind, because there's these concrete walls. There is nowhere where this spray can go. The visibility is absolutely zero. The other thing is that this is not a circuit made for racing. It's a street circuit. It means that there is a lot of aquaplaning at different places where we go high speed, like all the way down the straight. I mean, there's a lot of aquaplaning there. We've seen a few accidents in these 2-3 laps that we've done. I mean, just reconnaissance lap going very slow. Accident happened. And I don't want anybody to be hurt in the race, and I don't think anybody wants anybody to be hurt. That's the other thing. The third thing is that when an accident happens like that, because of the spray and because of the water staying in the air, there's no way that I, driving at something like 150 miles an hour, could see a car which has stopped in the middle of the straight. And because there's these concrete walls, there's nowhere to go to avoid this car. So it's a combination of things which makes it very dangerous, and I think we should delay it until the conditions are a little bit better.
Yeah, Terry, some people have said, oh, well, in conditions like this, it sorts out the men from the boys, which personally I think is ridiculous to say that.
Yes, I don't want anybody to be hurt in this race, and I don't want to hurt myself, you know. It's a bit ridiculous because the risk is so big to have an accident in this kind of situation. I mean, we should delay it a little bit and see what happens, and as soon as it gets better, it's not going to rain all the time anyway. As soon as it gets better, everybody agrees to race, even in the wet.
Okay, thanks a lot, Terry.
You're welcome.
There's Barry Sheen there with Thierry Bootson, and he certainly had his 2 bobs worth.
It seemed to me that his meeting with the FIA would suggest that the FIA have overruled any suggestion that he may have made.
All right, well, down in the pits now, we've got Alan Jones with René Arnoux.
Thanks very much, Ken. Well, I'm down here in the Ligier pits with René Arnoux, who is actually one of the fastest qualifiers this morning in these wet conditions. Obviously, you don't mind these conditions, René?
It was very difficult because there was a lot of water on the track, especially in a straight line. And it's not very easy to stay flat in a straight line. Anyway, it's for everybody like that.
Okay, and this is going to be your last race today in Formula One?
Yeah, and normally I stop at after this race in Formula One. Maybe I go to drive in Group C. And I like the wet track, but it's very difficult to stay on the road. And I hope to finish in a well condition to have a good finish for my career in Formula One.
Do you think if the conditions remain like this, they should think about not having the race, or do you think they should go ahead and have it anyway?
For me, I hope or it's rain when you start and it's rain for the race, or it doesn't rain and you go to the normal track. But if you start it rain and after we must stop for the tires, is not very good for everybody. But the weather is like that for the moment.
Okay, thank you very much, René. Back to you again, Jackie.
Well, there was Rennie. He's the man for all seasons. Let it go, he says.
That's right, but he also said earlier today when the group photograph was being taken that he was going to retire after this race, so it may be the very last race for René Arnoux.
Yeah, well, he's been around for a long, long time. I think there are a lot of drivers out there saying, oh, thank heavens, Rennie, you're leaving us.
That's right, and of course France has been playing a very big part in motor racing for some time. Now, although this year's World Championship has already been decided, the entire world is intensely interested in this afternoon's Australian Grand Prix, and we all know why, don't we? The much publicised animosity that exists between the new king, Alain Prost, and the man he has deposed, Ayrton Senna, has guaranteed worldwide audience here today of over 700 million or more. And all of them are expecting fireworks. Well, will they get what they're expecting? It really depends on the two men in question. And earlier this week, I played a round of golf with Alain Prost to find out just where his head is at coming into today's big race. Alain, you come to Adelaide, a three-time world champion. Has it been the most difficult championship for Alain Prost?
I think it was the most difficult on the human side, that means on the psychological side. Maybe not the most difficult on the sportive side, because in '86, when I won the second championship, I think the Williams with Honda engine was better than my car. And I only won the championship at the last race. Nigel had a puncture, if you remember, and I got the championship for 2 points. This year, like last year, I was sure to get more points than Ayrton. It was only the fact that he could win more races than me. And we had the best car during the year. So only because I had many problems, especially with him, and then it became problems with the team, especially after the Imola race at the beginning of the season. Then it was absolutely impossible to work in a good ambience for me, and I'm a sort of person I can push very hard, I can drive very hard when I'm happy, when I feel comfortable in the team, and when I feel the people helping me to do my job, and that was not the case, and for sure it was the most difficult championship on this side.
Why do you think this psychological difference and friction came about between you and Ayrton?
I think it's very long to explain, but mainly we don't have the same philosophy at all of racing and also living. And the biggest problem came from his side and maybe from McLaren's side, I mean Ronden's side. From his side is he wants to be alone. He wants to be alone in the team. He proved it a few years ago when he didn't want Derek Warwick joining the Lotus team at this stage because he wanted to be a #1 driver. He accepted to be equal driver with me last year and this year, but he did everything he could to be #1. And Dennis accepted that because I did not want to sign a new contract, and he had a 3-year contract with McLaren, so that means he was the future of McLaren. And his driving is about the same mentality, you know. He always thinks he's alone on the track. He doesn't want to be overtaken, doesn't accept that he can't overtake somebody. And I'm just not like this, you know. I mean, I'm much softer, maybe too soft. I mean, sometimes you can say a lack of aggression on the track. That's true, but I'm thinking more of my life, you know. Life is more important than winning a race or winning a championship.
You're going to leave McLaren as reigning world champion. And you've chosen to go to Ferrari. You've chosen a team, great name, but you're leaving a team of great success. Yeah. To go to the unknown?
Yes, I would say the McLaren is the best team at the moment, there's no question, especially with the best engine. And I'm very confident for all the people, you know, they are going to bring even a new engine next year, and they're going to be very difficult to beat. Ferrari, for me, is the most prestigious team in history in Formula One, and with the career I did, I think it would have been bad, I mean, not to go at least once at Ferrari.
Alan, we're coming now towards the end of 1989. You've won your 3 world championships. You've won more Grand Prix than any other driver in the history of the sport. You've won more points in the World Championship than any other driver in the history of the sport. How long can we expect Alain Prost to continue? First question. Secondly, is he going to win a World Championship before he does retire?
Answering the second question first, I don't think that there will be no relation but when I will retire. I mean, I think to be world champion is very important, at least once. I'm 3 times world champion, it's fantastic, you know? But it's not an objective. The main objective is to win races, to be competitive every year, to bring the new team, if it's possible, world champion, at least constructors world champion. And then, you know, I'm thinking at the end of the day, if everything goes well, maybe I will be world champion. It's not the objective, for example, to try to beat Juan Manuel Fangio. It's not realistic. So I will continue next year for sure, and maybe in the year after. At the moment, I would say not longer than that in Formula One. Maybe something different, not in Formula One, because I would need to change. But you never know. If everything goes well, if I find a new motivation, if I feel very, very well in the team, if I'm happy, why not? You know, you never know.
Seems like a really nice guy. That was Jackie Stewart talking to him, playing a round of golf earlier this week. And I guess what really must stick in the craw of the McLaren team, being the most successful team in the last 5 or 6 years, is the fact that he is taking that #1 plate across to Ferrari. Now, Ron Dennis would hate that.
Yes, I think he would have preferred, even though he says he doesn't have any influence. Well, he'll not take the #1 plate with him because that's the Constructors' World Championship. But he will take the World Championship with him, and that means that Honda can't use the reigning World Champion at the Tokyo Motor Show or the Detroit Motor Show or anywhere else. Alain Prost got that, and technically Fiat can use that after the 1st of January to take Alain Prost around to those motor shows and have him as the reigning world champion. That certainly must have come into it, and I don't care what anybody says. It's a commercial business, and really they want to take commercial advantage of world championships.
All right, let's get down to more serious things. How good a golfer is he?
He plays very well. He's got a golf course of his own near to Lyon in France. He's about a 9 or a 10 handicap, a very good solid swing. Too good for me. We parred the first hole together. He won the next hole, a par 5, with a 5, and I had a 6. Then we parred the next couple, but I'm afraid he would take my legs off.
Let's talk about some of the toys these fellows indulge themselves in. I mean, what I'm interested in, what sort of cars do some of these top drivers drive when they're out and about in the streets?
Well, Alan drove me the other night in a Honda. I've got a Ford. I keep a car and a driver, a chauffeur in London. Then you've got lots of other people who drive. Alan's got a Mercedes. He's got the new Mercedes, by the way, the new fancy one with the all-electric whiz-dig roof and everything. He's got an F40 Ferrari. He's got somewhere in a garage. But they've also got other toys. They've got aeroplanes. He's got a Citation. Piquet's got a Lear. Berger's got a Citation, Terry Bootson's got a Cheyenne. They're all pretty well equipped with the toys.
Yeah, except, you know, Barry Sheen, you know, our Barry Sheen,
Who?
Barry Sheen, our Barry Sheen, the one with the sleeves rolled up, doesn't have a car, has to borrow his wife's.
Yeah, well, that's Barry's story. I don't know about that. Barry Sheen, I drove an ex-Barry Sheen car. A fella called James Erskine in Sydney's got one of Barry's old Mercedeses, so he's putting them somewhere.
Well, just to keep you in touch with what's happening, the race to the 1989 Grand Prix has been delayed by half an hour so that the teams can reorganise themselves after that rather disastrous practice session in the wet. Ayrton Senna in the McLaren getting ready for the race. He's obviously just as intense as always. He's a study of concentration, isn't he, Jackie?
He is, but then again, I support that because I found personally as a racing driver, I had to remove all emotion from my mind when I sat in a race car. I didn't want people to be happy and jokey around me. I didn't want people to be serious, sad, or anything else around me. I wanted to be in my own. No, I wasn't cranky. I didn't want to get cranky because then my emotions would come into play. The whole business is to remove emotion, and that's what he's doing right now. He's got his helmet on earlier than most people. He's in the car earlier than most people. He's getting his preparation, his countdown done earlier than most people. And when that green light goes on, I described it like I was an overinflated rubber ball. When I woke up the morning of a race, when I bounced that ball up and down, it was so overinflated it bounced everywhere and was difficult for me to bring it back to the middle of my hand. The nearer I got to a race like Senna is now, the deflation of that rubber ball made the bounce control much easier. And by the time I slipped into the cockpit as he is now, that rubber ball would have deflated completely and there was no more life left in me emotionally. Therefore, when the light turned to red and then turned to green, I was ready to go without any interference.
All right, we've got the red light, we've got to stop, but we're going to get the green light right after the break here at Adelaide.
Don't touch that dial. There's more Grand Prix action on 9 Words Motorsports.
Ready?
Protect your car's sensitive areas from sunburn with Armour All Protectant and keep them looking like new.
A lot of kids in the sandpit game ask me what's the best equipment. I tell them Tonka. Tonka equipment's tough, reliable, and you get less downtime. Believe me, if you want a job done on schedule and on budget, Tonka's the only equipment. You can't afford mistakes in the sandpit game. What are you looking at? Get back to work.
Tonka, as tough as the kids who drive them. You could say I'm Australia's expert at taking things easy. That's why when it comes to mowing, I recommend a Rover. I want just 3 things from my mower. Give me a great start every time. Give me a mower that makes it so easy I hardly know I'm pushing it. And give me a great finish. If mowing's not exactly your cup of tea, get yourself a Rover mower. Rover. Great start, great finish. Aye, sis.
Australia's arts, now in their 50,000th year. The arts join in.
3 little darlings. While their parents take holidays...
I'm not concerned about Michael and Carol. I'm a little concerned for them.
Guess who's left minding the triplets?
I just couldn't cope with a pooey napping.
A couple who've decided never to have children.
It's like a pack of dingoes, you know, drowning somebody up.
After coping for 2 long weeks, will they change their minds about children?
Let them go play in the traffic, as W.C. Fields said. Phew.
Toyota brings you 60 Minutes tonight, 7:30.
Welcome back to Adelaide. The cars are beginning to come out of the track. In fact, a lot of them are out there already. The rain is still coming down. There is the McLaren of Ayrton Senna. He's out there. Jackie, this is the lead up to the race, which is just under half an hour away.
Yes, the pit lane opens half an hour before the race starts. And now we're looking at the tracks, the cars going round, having a look at the track to be absolutely sure they know where any new pools of water may have collected, and that's very important. The driver has to know where the worst part of the track is. It may even be good to go over to parts of the racetrack that you don't normally use, because you may have to drive around situations and you want to know what part of the racetrack is possible to be driven in and what you should be avoiding. There you see Ayrton Senna going around there, accelerating hard away. He'll be being cautious. He doesn't want to ding a car right now, because if he had to go into his spare car right now, he would have to start from the pit lane.
But they're only going around to the start. There's just one lap, that's it.
Well,
Finish
no,
it.
he can then go into the pit lane. He's already had one lap. He goes into the pit lane, then he's gone down to the bottom of the pit lane and exited again. Now, there will come a time when that pit lane will be closed where they're no longer able to do that. He doesn't want to do too many, quite frankly, and the team won't want him to do too many, just in case something happens. And as we've heard from several drivers, if you're just joining this telecast, the rain here in Adelaide is very serious. Where we're watching this car right now, there are many pools of water. 2 cars have gone off on the main straight, hit the wall, and in fact this race has been delayed. Now, it's this heavy rain that have been causing the accidents, aquaplaning. So the drivers would be really paying great care and attention, as Senna clearly is now, at much reduced speeds, up to 20-25 seconds a lap slower than they would have been going to qualify, for example.
We've talked a lot about the tyres and the influence they're going to have on this race, but what about the brakes? What influence are we going to see here?
We're not going to see brakes getting pushed as hard as they would do on a dry track. This is one of the tracks around the world where you really do have to worry about brake temperatures, and that certainly has been helped greatly by the rain, so there's no brake problems.
Well, the cars are still going out there. The rain is still coming down here in Adelaide. This is
Nigel Mansell.
Nigel Mansell, obviously he's in good health. So is that young lady.
And so also is the young man standing beside, not so young man, René Arnoux. This will be his last Grand Prix.
Okay, let's join now the man who's at the top of the tree as far as Grand Prix racing is concerned, down in the pits, talking to the boss of Formula One, Bernie Ecclestone.
Bernie Ecclestone, the boss of FOCA, what do you think of the conditions, and what do you think they should run the race there?
I think it's wet.
Trust you.
But yeah, sure they should. We're a championship. It's been delayed a half an hour just to clear some of the water off a part of the circuit. Gives the people a chance to put their cars right that were damaged in the warm-up. But sure they should run the race. This race will start at 2:30.
There's so much surface water though, Bernie. All the guys I've spoken to said it's really dangerous and there's no visibility, nowhere to go.
But all you guys complain all the time.
Shut up, Ecclestone.
There's nothing that much to complain. It's wet and there's a lot of water. Go slow.
Right. Doesn't do your hair much good either, Bernie.
No, it's bad. Start it curling.
Thanks a lot, Bernie.
Thank you, Barry.
Well, Jackie, when Bernie Ecclestone says the race is on, it's on, isn't it? There's no mixing it up with him.
Yes, but a little flippant, if I may say so. Bernie is a vice president of the governing body of motorsport, FISA, and he's a very important man in the decision-making process that would have come about to run this race or not to run it. No doubt he will have heard the statements made by Berger and Boutsen, so it could easily be that we've got a set of circumstances where those drivers definitely disagree with the governing body and with Bernie.
Not long now until the big race, the climax to a week of hectic celebrations and partying here in Adelaide. No matter what the result of the race, everyone who's been here this week is already convinced that the Australian Grand Prix is a big winner.
November, and something funny happens to the tranquil city of churches. The atmosphere is charged, people are loosening up, Adelaideans going about their everyday lives, waiting for the Grand Prix circus to hit town.
You want excitement, just be in Adelaide. When we hit top gear.
People are offered an escape from the mundane, a loud, lusty, enlivening happening, and that must have some effect on the locals.
How does the Grand Prix affect your lives?
Well, really noisy, yeah.
Yeah, because we both go to school pretty close to the city. You can hear the cars all around the place.
And it's really busy in town when you go shopping and things like that.
Doesn't affect my life. I think it's terrific.
It just brings me out in town more often, actually. And I brought out the little one just to experience all the people.
How do you think the atmosphere of the Grand Prix affects people?
For some people, it's very exciting and it makes them lose their inhibitions. See all these cars tearing around the streets at 200 kilometres an hour. They can only drive at 60. But for some people, it's going to be quite a nuisance. They can't go where they want to do or do their shopping or see the people that they usually see.
Ken Dyer, an expert in social biology, has plenty to observe this week as the city celebrates the Grand Prix. The familiar faces are outnumbered by the throngs of thrill-seeking transients, and there are more cars trying to go places, causing the biggest traffic jams of the year. And there are those other cars. The formerly sedate streets are transformed into a battleground for these machines, symbolically smashing inhibitions with their very speed. In keeping with the changed mood of the city, streets quiet before Formula One fever become dimly lit parades for boys trying to meet girls, girls trying to meet boys. There was the promise of action on the track and off, the tantalising possibility of excitement involving the opposite sex.
What sort of time have you had since you've been here?
Oh, look, it's been fantastic.
We've met a lot of honeys.
Haven't slept since Thursday night. It's great. The atmosphere is fantastic.
Do you think the Grand Prix is all about, you know, boy meets girl and that sort of thing?
That does happen.
It happens.
Oh,
We've met a few.
Yeah, we've met heaps.
Even the F1 machines themselves can be sexual. Phallic symbols flying around the track, the men who drive them sending many girls' hearts aflutter.
I'm yours tonight.
Do you all the time?
Not all the time. Sometimes just for public relations.
Public relations?
Yeah, this is public relations.
At the Team Lotus cocktail party, the stars seemed quite relaxed.
Well, I've got ragazzi. I mean, you watch these ladies out here, they're all...
And some of the women there confirm that the drivers are a big part of the attraction to Formula One.
They're very talented.
You admire talent, their skill.
Do you think it's a very sexual thing or not?
Of course.
But would you be his tonight?
Well, wouldn't you, looking at those eyes?
There are the celebrities who annually turn out at the GP celebrations. They smile for the cameras as the other GP, the general public, look on. It's so popular here, they've even called a timely South Australian election later this month, before the euphoria fades.
But there are also those who follow the fumes rather than the political or social opportunities. Crews, fans and other competitors who take motor racing very, very seriously and don't get to join in with all that razzmatazz.
Formula Holdens, historic cars, supercars, they're all out here in the paddock away from the slick Formula One pits area. And the Group A cars are really being kept under wraps and out of the spotlight.
It's like a black hole, I think. Australian motor racing has been sucked down this black hole. We finished up out the back here under the trees. It reminds me of Australian motor racing of 20 years ago. We have trouble with passes. We have trouble getting in and out. We have problems with just simply going about our job of going motor racing. We realise it's the F1 guys' weekend, so we just have to accept it, I suppose.
It really is their weekend. Everything else in Adelaide takes a back seat for this spectacular ride.
It really does something for Adelaide, and it's just an exciting period of the year.
Adelaide it does come alive, as they say. The Grand Prix is really good in Adelaide, and I get a chance to see it too.
And if you can't be in pit lane, there's plenty of action elsewhere. Perhaps a game of cricket when the Festival of the Wheel gets boring. Despite all the action, the good times and the social fairy tales, there are still those whose look at the Grand Prix will be a lonely one.
That's why you need. Ooh, that's why. This is why you're here. I'll give you why you're here.
Yeah, you have to be there. You really have to be there.
I'd say they'd be in honeys too. I mean, all the guys here are just great. I haven't seen one ugly one yet.
Good lad. Hey, they're out doing a bit of hunting. You're very good at doing the hunting thing, but usually with a gun, isn't it?
Oh, in this case, it would have to be.
All right, more from Adelaide right after the break.
words of encouragement for small business.
When you've got people in boats all over the world, I wouldn't risk anything other than the commander. I would recommend the telecom commander system to other small businesses.
The experts, telecom. They've got the range, the service, the backup.
For small businesses, anybody be crazy not to use a commander system.
The right choice is vital in business, so why take a risk with anything but a telecom commander system? Call Telecom for all you need to know, because there is only one commander.
G'day, Dad. What's you doing?
Bits and pieces. What's on your mind?
Oh, nothing much. Well, sort of. I saw something yesterday I reckon we should have a look at.
Uh-huh.
Oh, she's hardly done any case, not a scratch on her. She got seat covers.
It's a car again.
Oh, yeah. I reckon it'd be a good investment. Mum could drive it sometimes. I could pick Jen up from school. It'd come in handy when your car breaks down. It's only £200. And Simca's a really good make. It's got good tyres. It's even got a radio.
Sorry. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah? Well, how do we get the money?
Well, son, you better start saving.
I'll do for you what my dad did for me.
Yeah?
Yeah. He taught me how to save.
Save? That'll take forever.
No, it won't. Hey, I promise you, they won't run out of cars.
Saving. Remember it? It's still the smartest way your bank can help you with your dreams.
If you don't reckon there's a difference between petrol companies, then take a look at this. Right now at Mobil, if you buy at the same time $9 worth of any combination of Coca-Cola, Streets, Cornetto, Smith's, Chips, CC's, Turtle or Sally's products or Energizer batteries at any station where you see this, we'll give you a beautiful Bohemia crystal glass just like this. Free! That's right, free with every $9 purchase, but only while stocks last. It's just another reason why Mobil is the #1 team.
Yep, the Griswolds are back.
Tonight, you better believe it, the outrageous, the blockbuster comedy hit is here on 9.
Bedpans.
National Lampoon's European Vacation.
Plenty of room.
Starring box office champ Chevy Chase.
Well, the bed's nice and soft.
And Beverly D'Angelo in the holiday getaway everyone is trying to get away from.
Wonderful.
Wonderful just isn't the word. Try crazy. National Lampoon's European Vacation tonight, 8:30 on 9.
Oh, boy.
15 minutes to the start of the big race, and I guess somewhere in Australia the sun is shining today, but certainly not here in Adelaide. Ayrton Senna has got the umbrella up. He's holding himself there, keeping the rain off him as dry as he possibly can, and I guess just getting a few last little minute requests getting out of the road there, Jackie.
Well, there's Alan Prost also plugged in. He's got his radio on. He's probably chatting on his radio to his people. It's a lot easier than having to shout to them. Alan holding the umbrella there to try and keep some of that rain off. It is incredibly wet here. Very, very wet indeed. There's Martini, who's in third position on the grid. Remarkable young man. Gone very quickly. Whether he can do it in the race is another matter. Slippery out there. Whether the Pirellis can hold up against the Goodyears is another matter also. Martini, however, is far up. Now, there's Alexandro Nannini in the Benetton with the Ford engine. He had an accident during the wet pre-race session, damaged the car severely, and in fact is on his backup car, probably hasn't driven that car round here, certainly hasn't driven it round in the rain. So this is a little bit of a tentative job for him.
Just saw a sign there, Jackie, said radio off. It was just a little board. What would that be pertaining to?
It was regarding his radio, probably. He's got a radio that can transmit to his pits and to his crew people. It may be that they've switched the radio off. And there is Riccardo Patrese.
I noticed they do a lot of, whilst a lot of the communications is done by radio, there's also a lot of yelling going on down there. How hard, how difficult is it to hear, even with the engines off, with those helmets on?
Oh, not too difficult. When you've got a radio in your crash helmet, a microphone in your crash helmet, and you have earpieces connected to your helmet also, that is no problem. If you've got to get above that, then of course it is very noisy and it's very difficult to hear because those helmets fit very tightly. They have to if they're going to stay in the right place during an accident. Patrese, very experienced driver, great number of Grand Prix, and there is Nigel Mansell, who had that accident earlier. We saw him being taken back in what appeared to be a painful position to get himself checked up at the medical centre. Look how heavy that rain is. Those are the wet weather tyres, and that is the car of Nigel Mansell covered over. Nigel's out of the car walking about. I wonder if he's got overshoes on, because normally you try to keep your racing shoes as dry as possible so that they don't slip off the pedals. Normally you get into a race car and then a mechanic will have a towel and wipe down your feet. There is the young Modena.
Man of the future. The future
Yes.
of Grand Prix racing?
They say so. He's been a man of the future now for a couple of years, however, and we've just got to be sure that he's going to make it. A lot of fellas get to the bubble and then don't just get the rest of the way.
What these fellows have got to do, though, Jackie, when they're coming in at this end of Formula One racing, they have got to get more out of the car than they're entitled to, haven't they?
Oh, yes, it's not an easy matter. Look, Pross, how relaxed he is. He's doing an interview.
Yes, he is. He's a charming man. And when we come back, we will be welcoming the world.
We all want to make Australia great. Here's an easy way. Every time you shop, look for the Australian made symbol. If the Australian made is as good, go for it. If we all switch just $300 a year from unnecessary imported items to Australian made goods, we'll slash $5 billion off our national debt. When you're shopping, ask yourself, is the Australian made product as good? When the answer's yes, go for it.
G'day. They gave me a bottle of this polyglazed car polish, and they said it'll transform your car. Well, I must admit, I was a bit sceptical at first, but I thought, I'll give it a burl on the old FB Holden. Anyway, I can't stay here yapping all day. It's only half finished.
Polyglazed from Sally's. It's the one with the old falcon on the front.
It's finals time on New Faces. Hey! The talent is exceptional.
What good is melody? What good is music?
The competition intense.
The times we spent together.
7 fabulous acts, all striving for a place in the grand final. Will your favorite win?
We're in this love together.
The Series 4 final of New Faces, Wednesday, 7:30 on 9.
The 1989 Foster's Australian Formula One Grand Prix.
Adelaide Grand Prix.
Proudly sponsored by Polyglaze. Polyglaze transforms your car. The new 1990 Nissan Pintara, the power to please. Carlton and United Breweries. Coca-Cola bottlers Adelaide. Can't beat the feeling. Your bank, State Bank, and Australian made. When shopping, look for this symbol.
Channel 9 Australia would like to welcome the following countries. This is Adelaide on a very, very wet day. Nelson Piquet, Carlo Patrese walking up and down the grid. They don't look as if they're very happy, Jackie Stewart.
I would have to speculate from my position up here. There's a severe argument going on. There's Nannini. I would suggest, and there's Gordon Messies, the team manager of Benetton, trying to listen to what the drivers are saying. I would respectfully suggest they're trying to call a halt to this race, but Barry's down in the pits. Barry, with you.
Alan, what's going on?
I think I'm very sorry, you know, it's not me, it's not myself, you know, everybody agree not to start. I think it's ridiculous, you know, and we wait for half an hour delay, and that's a regulation. We can wait half an hour delay. But I can't understand why we wait half an hour, then maybe we can wait we cannot wait another hour, you know. It's ridiculous. Situation in the straight is unbelievable, you know. If one car spins in the straight, it's a disaster. Okay, I mean, there's a lot of races we have done in the past on a wet track like this. On the visibility side, it's worse than Spa and worse than Silverstone. On the aquaplaning, it's worse than anything I've seen in my career in the straight line. Okay, maybe nothing happened, you know, I say, okay, that was a good race. But if something happens, it's going to be a big one today. And I think it's ridiculous. It's the last race of the championship, you know, and nobody wants to hurt himself, you know. Maybe we can wait 1 hour, maybe 1 hour and a half. Nobody wants to take a plane tonight, and I think it would be better for sport anyway.
Yeah, not only that, all the drivers are saying if you lose it down the straight, there's nowhere to go.
No, I mean, I've tried again, you know, push maybe a bit harder, and was in fourth gear in the straight. I almost spun, you know, and I was alone. And behind the car, you know, you can't see very well the paddles. It's very dangerous.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Back to you, Ken.
Thank you, Barry Sheen. Barry Sheen talking there with Alain Prost. He is a very, very disappointed man. He didn't want it to happen that way. He's going to carry the can for that because he is the world champion.
Yes, and there's Nelson Piquet and his fiancée. He's a man who never gets out of his car before a Grand Prix starts for at least 15 to 20 minutes. He's out now, so I could be almost sure he's not going to start under those circumstances. Nigel Mansell, he doesn't quite know what's going on because he's in the garage at this time, not out with the other drivers. Alain Prost, because he's got such a profile, because he's looked upon to be the professor, because he has an interest in safety, he'll carry the can, as you say. Ayrton Senna, ironically, is still sitting in his car. Now, Barry Sheen's back down in the pits, this time with Nelson Piquet.
I've just been talking to Alan, and he was explaining his position. What's your position and thoughts on the situation?
Well, the position, this is a very particular circuit. You have aquaplaning in a lot of places. It's raining very heavily. For sure, if you start the race now, after one lap, we'll be finished the race. If you want to start and say start and after you stop, but if you start now, you have a very big danger in the first lap, have a big accident, and maybe 5 or 6 cars will be a big shunt, and maybe somebody can get hurt. Because apart you don't see anything in the straight, second you have aquaplaning. And aquaplaning is the most difficult thing. It's not a mistake of the driver, but you come in the straight, and the car slide, and that's it. You cannot do anything. You know, I think the way it is, it's impossible to start. You know, it's no way.
Ayrton's still sitting in his car. Ayrton Senna's still sitting in the car. What's the thought on that?
Well, he's in a much better position. First, he doesn't think about another driver. Like, he never thinks. Second, he's in the pole position. If you start in the front, they don't have a problem to get a traffic in front of him. But he never been together to any driver. That's the reason. Huh?
Okay, thanks, Nelson. Back to you, Jackie.
Well, I just noticed they've hung out the 3 minutes to go card, and there's the very serious face of Nigel Mansell waving to try and attract somebody's attention. What do I do, he says, puts his head back in his hand. And the 3-minute sign is definitely up there. We're looking at it. There is Alain Prost going down to speak to the officials, now down at the starting podium. He is explaining the position of the drivers to some of the officials. There you see the Leighton House car. There you see the official starter up there with his board. The next board he'll be looking at is a 2-minute board.
Well, just down the front of him is Alain Prost, who is obviously putting a point of view across here. And the press, the international media are following him down. Glenn Dix is doing the countdown. As far as he's concerned, it's business as usual. Alain Prost is down there. You can see the Marlborough umbrella. That is Alain under there. He is talking to the FISA officials. He's saying, we don't want to go on. Give us a break. Tell us the race is delayed by an hour or so and we might get the show on the road.
There is the face of Ayrton Senna trying to remove his emotions, he will start this race. If that 2-minute board goes, 1-minute board goes, and then a green flag throws, he will go around, come back through the grid, and he will put himself under starters' orders, I guarantee you. What will happen now is that Nannini is down there, Terry Bootson's down there with Alain Prost, trying to talk the officials into making a different judgment. It's not a question of those drivers, incidentally, going slowly. It just doesn't work like that. Aquaplaning can occur at any speed, and when those cars do fly off the road and there's no space, of course, on the main straight to accommodate an accident, then, of course, this is their greatest fear. But they are serious about it, and after all, there's been a lot talked about in safety this week with regards to, for example, the governing body saying that Senna drives dangerously. Obviously, if other elements of danger persist, they have to make an equal judgment of that. There is Alan walking away. I wonder what's happening.
Right, okay, quick, come on, live.
1 minute to go.
There's Barry.
Barry Sheen is down there trying to unravel this great drama that we've got down on the grid.
Yeah.
Barry Sheen, can you tell us what's going on?
Well, I'm trying. I've just spoken to Alain Prost, and he said, look, as far as I'm concerned, it's totally ridiculous, and I'm going to start the race, and I'm going to do 1 lap. Let's see if we can have a little listen here.
There's Nigel Mansell there on the radio.
No, it's done. No way. I mean, if we have a big crash, I tell you, it's going to be, you will see.
Have you ever seen anything like this before? Oh, well, here's Ron Dennis.
Ron Dennis, what do you think of the situation? Every driver has said, well, not every driver, but 99% of them have said it's too dangerous. What do you think?
I think the officials of the race, as they are continuously pointing out to me over the last few days, are the people that have to judge the situation. If they start the race, then they take the responsibility, and we will start.
So, in other words, they're just endorsing what you already think about them?
I have no comment.
Okay, thanks, Ron.
Well, we can read from that. We can read from that at Ron Dennis, and we know that he doesn't think too much of FISA at the present time. But that's an ongoing war. Nigel Mansell appears to be getting ready. I'm wondering, Jackie, have you seen anything like this? The drivers have got together. There's a certain amount of consensus amongst them.
Yeah, I've had it myself. When I was president of the Grand Prix Drivers Association, I certainly had to make a very similar decision, not, funnily enough, under wet weather conditions, but under another safety element. The drivers have a habit of flaking. They make a decision, they say they're not going to do something, and then they go out and drive like hell. And I think that's what you're about to see. In fact, these drivers have a choice of going very slowly, as Bernie Eccleston pointed out, but he also knows the drivers well. There's Ginzani, who's going to have his final Grand Prix just in a few minutes. There's Ayrton Senna, who unquestionably is going to drive. I don't see any doubt about that at all. Ginzani's still not in the car, so maybe he's made that decision for himself. But, of course, the drivers do have the option, as Alain Prost has just illustrated, that he will do 1 lap and come in. This has happened with Niki Lauda at the Japanese Grand Prix in 1976, so it could happen again. Ginzani is going back towards his car, and I suspect he's going to start the race. It will be interesting to see what Nelson Piquet does, Terry Boutsen does, Nannini does, but my guess is, Ken, they will start the race. Whether they have the courage, if you like, to come in out of the rain is another matter. I think the governing body have to look at this very seriously, and I think the eyes of the media of the world, because this is over 700 million people watching our telecast, are going to say, did they do right? And if a serious accident occurs, it's going to be a big thing.
Jackie, it's been one thing after another in this past fortnight since the Japanese Grand Prix. The spotlight has been on the FISA ruling. The cars have taken off. There's still a few on the grid, but Jackie, you look as if you are correct. This is going to happen. They will go around the track. Reluctantly, it's going to remain to see whether or not they go more than 1 lap, but it's really put the spotlight on the sport, hasn't it? And you can't but feel there's going to be a lot of dramatic changes in the next months that lay ahead.
There's a lot of bad feeling down there. Some of the drivers have not yet got plugged in, Nigel Mansell being one of them. He's still getting into his car, getting his seat belts on. This is the warm-up lap. They will come round and they will stop after this lap and get in to starting order again. It'll be interesting to see what Alain Prost does, whether he does that only 1 lap, that symbolic lap for him, to follow the issue of his contract, not only to McLaren but to his other sponsors. and then he may well pull off. It'll be interesting to see if three-time world champion Nelson Piquet does the same, or Thierry Boutsen, who is also a very safety-conscious driver. They are travelling down this part of the road very slowly indeed, much slower than they would normally.
Right, maybe we are seeing some form of another sort of protest, but that wouldn't surprise anybody right now. The drama is really unfolding. These are the grid positions. Ayrton Senna has got pole. Alain Prost is off the front row with him, followed by Pierluigi Martini, Alessandro Nannini, then Thierry Boutsen, Riccardo Patrese with the Williams-Renault team, Nigel Mansell with the Ferrari, Stefano Modena in the Brabham, 9, Andre de Chazris, Alex Caffey, Nicola Larini, Martin Brundle, Emmanuel Pirot, Gerhard Berger, 14 in the Ferrari, John Alesi in the Tyrrell Ford, Evan Capelli in the March Judd, JJ Leto, 18 Nelson Piquet in the Lotus, Philip Alliot in the Lola Lamborghini, Derek Warwick starting from grid 20 in the Arrows, Piercarlo Ginzani in his last race, Eddie Cheever at 22, Satoru Nakajima at 23 off the grid, Olivier Groulard 24, Gugelman 25, Rene Arnoux in his last Grand Prix 26 off the grid, the last car to qualify. Now let's join Murray Walker and James Hunt.
Welcome to a streaming wet Adelaide, where you see Eddie Cheever getting away last to form up for the grid of what is going to be a very contentious Australian Grand Prix before it even starts. Because of the weather conditions and because of the problems that happened during the half-hour extra practice session in the wet, a lot of the ride drivers have said they do not want to start. Many of them got away late for the parade lap. Alain Prost has declared his intention not to do more than one lap, but in the front row of the grid, it's Senna, followed by Prost, Martini and Nannini. Heaven knows what's going to happen next.
Yes, confusion really reigns here in Adelaide. The conditions are absolutely diabolical. The track is really streaming wet, and these cars, the drivers have been spinning off on the straight. This morning during the warm-up, we had several accidents where the cars literally aquaplaned in a straight line. A lot of the drivers didn't want to race, and were having trouble getting a start because a lot of them weren't in the cars for the parade lap. Confusion reigns, but the lead cars are on the grid, waiting for the red light to come on.
Which it will do any second, with Philippe Alliot in the grid, and Prost gets away first. A brilliant start. Is he still going to come in at the end of the lap? Because Prost leads away. Senna touches wheels almost, gets through the chicane because of the inside line. It's Senna leading, Prost second, Martini losing it, fishtailing, but just managing to keep control as Alessandro Nannini comes up alongside him and takes third position. So, Senna leading, Prost second, Nannini is in third position, challenged by Martini, but the interest and excitement is going to be whether or not Prost and Berger come in.
Yes, they have both declared their intention that they don't like the conditions. They consider them too dangerous, and they're going to stop after one lap, and the Ligier team already doing a little dance.
Yes, both of them off, Rene Arnoux and Olivier Griard, who were at the back of the grid in respectively 24th and 26th place. Rene Arnoux, that is. But Senna, with a clear circuit in front of him, with 80 laps still to go at the end of this one, in what is certainly going to be a 2-hour race, and it probably won't even go the full distance, is leading on lap 1, and he's got an enormous advantage. Look at the great blanket of spray behind him, with Alain Prost second, Nannini closing on the 1989 world champion Alain Prost, and Senna is a wet weather master.
Yes, and although Prost got a fantastic start, there was a suspicion that he jumped the start. Senna still managed to muscle his way past into turn 1, as we really expected him to do. He now is the only man in the race who can see properly where he's going. He is not looking at a wall of spray.
And Prost is coming in. Prost is true to his word. The world champion is giving up at the end of the first lap. Nannini goes through into second place with a long gap. Prost gets out of the car. De Cesaris is third, Martini is fourth, Patrese is fifth, Brundle is sixth, Alesi is in seventh place and he's got bronchitis, and Larini is next, followed by JJ Leto. But now, with the Australian Grand Prix developing sensationally at the very start, even before the start, and then at the end of the first lap, Ayrton Senna is away. Renianu, who spun, is starting to come up through the field, and significantly, he was second fastest in the very wet pre-practice session. There goes Boutsen, and there's a spinner. It's one of the Brabhams. It is Modena. If this is going to happen, I think they will have to stop the Australian Grand Prix. If people are going to go off the circuit left, right and centre, there is going to be an acute danger situation. But meantime, Ayrton Senna taking advantage of the position, and the black flags are out. And the red flag, the Australian Grand Prix is being stopped on the second lap. An incredible development. Prost, there he is.
You were there. You said you were only going to do one lap. What were the conditions like?
Exactly like this morning, even worse, you know. I'm very sorry for all the people, all spectators and public and people on TV. But I think it's ridiculous, you know. It's ridiculous because, I mean, you can't put the people under pressure like this, you know. It's really a gamble. Everybody is capable to do a race when it's wet, you know. But I think it's ridiculous. We are all in the same boat. All the drivers, the managers, the team sponsors, and also the public, you know. And I think they understand, you know, in a football match, when it's raining too much, they stop, you know, and maybe they can delay for 1 hour or the day after. And it's ridiculous that we can't arrive, you know, to we reached the point where we have to wait for a bad accident in this condition, you know, to stop the race for sure. And maybe one day we will delay 1 hour, 2 hours, or maybe one day, one complete day. And what I don't like, you know, is some drivers say, okay, they get out of the car, and I said, okay, you come with me to the clerk of the course. There was only 2 or 3. You know, also the team managers, they don't help us. And I can't understand that, you know. I'm very upset.
Maybe they don't realise you only get one life. There's plenty of races and only
yeah,
one life.
For sure. I mean, you know, it's ridiculous because at the end of the day, it's not good for the spectators. You know, they can't see nothing, you know, and it's not good. We are practicing, you know, they spend a lot of money, you know, to fix the car, to, you know, 1/10, 2/10, you know, it's so difficult to reach, you know, and one condition like this, all the work we have done in the past years and this weekend, it's not good. You know.
Okay, thank you very much, Alan. Apparently Senna has now stopped on the main straight, so it's all action down here, and you've got to feel sorry for the drivers. They only get one life, and it's up to them the way they spend it. Back to you, Ken.
Well, thank you, Barry. Look at that, Jackie Stewart. It is just unbelievable drama here today. It just been from the time it started to rain, we knew that we were going to have some sort of drama that would unfold as the day went on.
Well, this weight of rain, Ken, there is no doubt there was going to be drama. There you see Alexandro Nannini walking away. He stopped his car on the starting line, in fact. He drove his car round past where the others were parked there. In fact, he did quite the right thing. It's a question now of whether they will allow the race to continue. They only did, I think, completed 2 laps in total, so this race will be null and void as a race in that circumstance, so it's going to be a technical matter. What I don't understand is why the officials had to run it in this fashion to see 2 laps of those conditions when they already knew the conditions were there. It's a very delicate decision to make, but somebody up there in the control tower suddenly felt, my God, if there's a major accident, we are going to be held responsible. Potentially that's what happened.
Prost was very, very annoyed with his fellow drivers, the ones who said, yes, we will do 1 lap with you and we will pull into the pits and we will say no more racing. You speculated that this sort of deal might happen, but it would never come off because the drivers never stick to their word in situations like that.
I'm afraid I have to say that about my colleagues. They are extremely unreliable in moments of real pressure. They say one thing out of the car, they do another thing in the car. I was president of the Grand Prix Drivers Association for many years. I'm sad to report that I was in very similar conditions many times as Alain Prost has now found himself in. It's extremely aggravating. People say they're going to support you and then they walk away when the decision really comes down to push and shove. And Prost is duly upset.
Well, Gerhard Berger was one who was going to come in after the first lap, but that didn't quite happen. OK, Barry Sheene is with Ron Dennis.
Ron, I was just talking to Alan and he's absolutely disgusted with his fellow drivers in that he wanted the other guys to think the same way as him and he had very little or no support. How do you feel about it?
I can't speak for Alan. The decision to start the race is taken by the stewards of the meeting in conjunction with the clerk of the course. And I feel that if they seemed to feel that it was safe, then they were entitled to start the race. I don't think there was any serious incidents on the first lap, and as I understand it, speaking to Ayrton, he felt that the straight would be pretty much clear of water within a couple of laps. But
don't you think it's a little bit of a case of officials playing with people's lives?
No, I think that's a little strong. I think it's a case of... I think it's a case of...
Yes, Ron?
I think people know my views and where I stand. I have to be careful what I say, obviously, but I think what's taking place is best describing the circumstances over the last few weeks.
OK, thanks a lot, Ron. Well, that endorses Ron's opinion of the organisation of Formula One, I think. OK, back to you, Jackie.
Well, Barry, there's another driver with an umbrella driving around the circuit. Now, there's an interesting shot. I wonder if he's going to stay with it for the entire race, Mr. Modena.
They are going to... Looks like they are looking to another start, Jackie.
Yes, it looks that way. I think they're looking towards the sky more than anywhere else, and I'm sure they're on to the Meteo office to make sure that either this front is staying... There's no wind out there, very little wind, so it'll be interesting to see whether the front moves on. If the front moves on, I think we're going to get racing this afternoon. If it doesn't, I think there's going to be a lot of speculation. I think the stewards of the meeting and the officials have to go around and talk to the drivers. Ayrton, remember, was on his own up front. He could see a lot. The rest of the drivers were not in that privileged position, and they were not seeing where they were going and where the water was lying. If I may just say that the Indianapolis 500, which of course is a high-speed race in a totally different set of circumstances, is always stopped when rain occurs. And it could be said that what happens in Indianapolis should not necessarily occur in road racing, but nevertheless I think safety comes first. Now the officials, we've just heard through our headsets, can suggest that Alain Prost is not going to be allowed to restart, and he has not been disqualified, but he will not restart the race. Now in any case, I don't think Alain Prost would have restarted the race if the conditions were going to remain as they are now.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt about that. He'd made his point of view, and anything else would have looked fairly weak on his part. He stood by his principle.
There is Bernie Eccleston, by the way, the man in the white shirt under the umbrella. He's the governing body's vice president, and he's a very serious man. He wants to deliver, but at the same time, as we have seen him relate to the conditions, I thought he was a little flippant about the conditions. Bernie can be a very serious man, but I think under those circumstances, it's got to be very carefully monitored who makes decisions and what the stewards say. That man also is one of the FIA representatives, and Bernie by far is the most powerful man here. Basically, what Bernie believes and thinks will be put over to everybody else. There's Barry Sheene with Bernie Eccleston. Are you with us, Barry?
I am now. Bernie, you've seen what the drivers have done. What's your feelings now and what's going to happen?
They haven't done anything. They raced very, very well. The race was safe. They did a bloody good job. I'm very proud of them all.
So what happened then, Bernie? How comes they only did one lap and they're all back on the grid?
They only did one lap because the race was stopped because the car spun and blocked the track. So now it's a completely new race.
Yeah, but doesn't it endorse the fact of what most of the guys are saying?
No, all the people were running at the time when the clerk of the course stopped the race. Nobody else stopped it. Prost decided to stop before that. It's up to him. Nobody else stopped. and now he's decided to start, so it can't be that bad.
So he's going to start the race now, Alan?
Well, his car's there, so I imagine so.
OK, thanks a lot, Bernie. Back to you, Jackie.
Well, I think there's a lot of speculation and a lot of politicking going on down there. I would have to observe that. Whether Alain Prost starts again is another matter. It is interesting to have a look down. There is no question that the rain is lighter now, Ken, than it was earlier. I have to say that looking from our commentary position, it is still raining, but whether, oh yes, my goodness, it's raining, we can see it very clearly, but that's not as heavy as it has been. I don't know what's going to happen here.
Well, we all thought that, I just couldn't read it that way, that the drivers were very happy to start the race. I mean, Alain Prost didn't see it that way. He had an undertaking by several top drivers. He is going to join Gerhard Berger. Gerhard Berger's, you know, I mean...
Well, Barry...
I'm sorry, Gerhard Berger's joining centre, and you've got the other way around, Prost with Mansell. I mean, he had an agreement, obviously, with some of those drivers, and it didn't happen.
That's right. They walked away from what was reported an agreement. We did hear through Barry that Gerhard Berger said he wasn't going to complete more than one lap. Of course, we didn't hear from Gerhard himself. That, incidentally, is JJ Leto, the young Finn going down there. He's getting round the track.
Right, we'll be back after the break from the drama-packed Adelaide Grand Prix after this break.
At Carlton and United, we normally like to show you how to enjoy our products in our commercials. But we realize there are times when you'd rather enjoy someone else's. Like the pleasure of driving today's modern cars. All we ask is that you realize that drinking and driving can be a dangerous combination. Please think before you drink.
Oh, thanks, mate. Hey, great new truck, mate.
Navara Nugget, mate.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, under 12 grand.
Nah.
Yeah, cheapest one tighter in the country.
I could do with one of these.
See your Nissan dealer now.
Thanks, mate. I got to pick up my new truck.
For special deals on the entire Navara range.
That's my truck.
G'day, Dad. What's you doing?
Bits and pieces. What's on your mind?
Oh, nothing much. Well, sort of. I saw something yesterday I reckon we should have a look at.
Uh-huh.
Oh, she's hardly done any Ks, not a scratch on her. She got seat covers.
What's a car I get?
Oh, yeah. I reckon it'd be a good investment. Mum could drive it sometimes. I could pick Jen up from school. It'd come in handy when your car breaks down. It's only £200, and Simca's a really good make. It's got good tyres. It's even got a radio.
Sorry. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah? Well, how do we get the money?
Well, son, you better start saving.
I'll do for you what my dad did for me.
Yeah?
Yeah. He taught me how to save.
Save? That'll take forever.
No, it won't. Hey, I promise you, they won't run out of cars.
Saving. Remember it? It's still the smartest way your bank can help you with your dreams.
Officially, we are about 1 minute away from the warm-up lap for the restart of this 1989 Australian Formula One Grand Prix. We don't know whether Alain Prost is in fact going to start or not. Bernie Ecclestone says he is. We are yet to have that confirmed by Alain, and until we get it from him, I don't think we really do know.
No, and I see Nigel Mansell running up the middle of the track. I don't quite know where he's going at the present time. He's running towards his car, I think. Is that Gerhard Berger? And there you see the car of Alain Prost sitting in the pit lane, incidentally, by the start-finishing line, because his team have taken his car from his garage down there. At the moment, there's no evidence of Alain Prost being beside his car. Bernie Ecclestone did state that Alain Prost was going to restart the race because he saw his car there. That's the car of Ayrton Senna. He's in the car. We know he's going to restart the race. That's quite clear. And, of course, he was leading that race when it was supported that the track was blocked by spinning cars. Of course, that may well have been the case. We didn't see that on our television monitors. There you see Gerhard Berger walking down with our own Barry Sheen following him. Is he going to his car or is he going somewhere else? Roger Benoit, the motoring correspondent of Blick, the Swiss newspaper, Barry, have you got anything you can give us right now?
Yeah, I spoke to Gerhard in the garage while he was getting his helmet on, and he said he's going to take the start and he will carry on and do the race. The scathing comments he made about FISA were unrepeatable, saying that the only thing they were interested in is money, and he was very, very annoyed with a lot of the other drivers because they wouldn't stick together. And they said, look, it's life and we can't afford to lose it. We must be strong and stick together. So he's not a very happy chappy at the moment, and that's an understatement.
Barry, if that's the case with Gerhard, where he's upset with the other drivers, why did not he stick with Alain Prost?
You're asking me, Ken. I haven't got the foggiest idea. I think that the situation is, when it gets like this, everybody gets very rattled. As far as I'm concerned, Prost did the right thing. He said he was going to do one lap and he stopped. He made his decision and he stood by it. So, you know, he's a man of his word. What can you say? Gerhard has said that he's going to take the start and he's going to keep on going, and he expressed his anger with governing bodies and other drivers. So that's the way it is at this stage of the game, and no one knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, the question is, why did not Gerhard, who apparently did agree with Prost, that they would do one lap and pull over? Prost has had, and you've got to admire him for better or for worse, he's had the courage of his convictions, and I'm wondering, Jackie, whether he is going to pay a penalty for that decision today.
I don't think they can possibly put a penalty on Alain Prost because of his decision based on his knowledge of the racetrack and of the safety that he has to expose himself to. That's a personal decision that Alain Prost makes. If any penalty were to be given, I dare say it would have to come out of his own team, McLaren, rather than the governing body. It is no good for the governing body to say and speculate what Alain Prost feels regarding safety or danger. If it's his choice to withdraw from the race, it's his expense also.
Right, well, there is Alain Prost's car. It's been wheeled back to the McLaren garage, and no sign of Alain. There's no chance, I believe, that he will start this race. The car's back where the garage is. I mean, he had to start from way down in front of the official line, and that's not going to happen by the look of it.
No, I'm pretty certain Alain Prost is not going to start this motor race. I see no reason why he can, after having said what he has said. Of course, the other drivers are now plugged into their cars. The show will still go on. There's great crowds round the Nannini car. It's well covered over. Alain Prost, he is in his own pits right now. You see him standing there. He's explaining to one of his designers. His mechanics around him. He's sitting very, well, I don't know if it's relaxed, but he's certainly with an angry look on his face, and I don't blame him.
He would, I would imagine, feel like the loneliest man in the world. They say Ayrton Senna is. Well, certainly Ayrton has been sitting down on the front row of the grid by himself, very happy and contented to do so, as he always has. Certainly Nelson Piquet expressed his thoughts on what he thought of Senna and didn't hold back at all. But I do really feel sorry for Prost. He is a man of tremendous courage to do what he has done today, and only, I guess, history will treat him with any sort of compassion. I don't know.
Sitting in there very, very patiently in his car, fully prepared to run this race.
And take the car from the garage. He's probably got 2 minutes to go through the pit lane. If he doesn't do that, then he has to start the race from the pit lane exit. What is he actually doing? Is he going to start the race or not?
We very much doubt it.
That's the radio system of the McLaren team. That, I thought, was Ron Dennis's voice speaking to someone. I think Ron Dennis was down by the car of Ayrton Senna. He was talking to someone back up at the garage of the McLaren team, and that was them discussing whether Alain Prost was going to start this race or not. Ayrton Senna would be hearing that, by the way, in his radio waves as well. He's still sitting, and here we'll get more chat.
Thank you. No, it's not. Did you copy that? It's not in the trolley.
These are mechanics speaking to each other right now. They're on the same radio waves, asking if more equipment was down by the car.
Back for the start right after this break.
It's a I've got plenty out of Australia, and whenever I get a chance to put a bit back in, I do. For a simple example, whenever Pip and I go shopping, we look for the Australian-made symbol. If the Australian-made is as good as the imported, we go for it every time. We drive an Australian car. We buy Australian products. Even our books are printed in Australia. Let's be positive and cut our overseas debt to the bone. Look for this symbol, and if you think the Australian-made is as good, go for it.
Hey, babe. How about a little armor all?
I hardly know you. Oh.
Come on. Good? On them dials.
Oh, yes, please.
How about those cute little bumpers?
You're not getting up to funny business.
Protect your car's sensitive areas from sunburn with Armor All Protectant. And keep them looking like new.
The exceptional Honda Legend Saloon is designed with a level of technology and engineering which will impress the most discerning of people. Especially other car manufacturers.
A very wet Australian crowd here at the Formula One Grand Prix for '89, looking fairly miserable. You can't blame them, although I do think that the rain has let up a little bit. I noticed that whilst everyone's still covered up, the rain isn't quite as dramatic as it was earlier on. Barry Sheene there with Alain Prost. He looks as if he's fairly, well, he's got a bit of a smile on his face, but that's what happens when you talk to Barry Sheene, isn't it?
Yeah,
you tend to laugh a little bit every now and again.
But Alan is a very confident man. He feels, I'm sure, within himself, very correct that he's made the right decision. It's an Alain Prost decision, and I think that's very courageous of him, and I think he's right. So,
how would Ferrari react to it? This is the man who's going to drive for them next year.
Well, I don't think that matters. I think they're buying a commodity. They're buying the integrity of Prost. They're buying the man they believe in. He's made this decision. Whether he's right or wrong about the conditions, he's right about the decision for Alain Prost. Yeah. I might say that.
Well, he's going to have to live with it. We've got 30 seconds to go before they head off on their warm-up lap. And the grid is being cleared, and the rain has ceased a lot, Jackie. There's no two ways about that.
Yes, but it's still coming down. You can see the Brazilian flag still flying, however, as it does all of the way around. Now, Murray Walker and James Hunt are going to commentate on this race.
But will it be 81 laps? I very much doubt it. There are two qualifications for the length of a Grand Prix. One is that it should be of the order of 200 miles, not more. It's 190.3 in this case. The other is that it should not take longer than 2 hours. So if, when the race has been running 2 hours here today, they have done less than 81 laps, the checkered flag will go out. And down on the grid, we've still got a couple. There's the Alice's Tyrrell is down there. And so, for that matter, is Nicola Larini's car. That's number 17, the Osella. And if they get them going, Larini was the one who was having his helmet taped up, and you can see the white tape on the top. Well, there's an engine, fires up as Ayrton Senna leads his way round.
So now, as we see, Senna's going quite quickly round the warm-up lap. The Larini now gets away from the grid, but he will have to start from the back. When he catches the field, if he does, he will not be allowed to overtake. There goes Larini. And he'll have to stay and not overtake. And behind him, Jean Alesi in the Tyrrell is being push-started off the grid, or they're attempting to get his car push-started. And here we see it. Lots of strong men giving him a push, and I would think it looks to me a bit as if he's got a waterlogged engine. And it's juddering a bit, but doesn't appear to be catching. Now, Senna has slowed the field down as usual, allowing the field to bunch up behind him. and it looks as if Alesi is being pushed back into the pit road and away to retirement. And of course now they've got the car stuck on the curb, they're very low, no suspension movement, and handling it a bit, but at least he's out of the way.
I don't think he'll be too sorry, actually. Jean Alesi has got an attack of bronchitis and probably won't be too unhappy at the thought of not driving for 2 hours around this circuit in these conditions. But now Senna, as he comes down to Foster's hairpin, which is the hairpin at the end of the lap just before the start and finish straight, sensibly slows everybody down to give them a chance to close up. He, of course, will want to spend the minimum time sitting on the grid with his engine revving hard and in first gear and in danger of burning out the clutch. You have to choose exactly the right moment to put it in gear before Roland Brunscheider, who I can see standing on the starter's podium, fires the button for the red light, which will be followed by the green in less than 7 seconds. You look at now, on the right, pole position, Ayrton Senna. On the left, nobody. Prost is missing. Behind Ayrton Senna, Martini. Behind where Prost should be in the green Benetton, Alessandro Nannini. They're still coming round, and Senna will still be sitting anxiously there. Indeed, he inched his McLaren forward a little bit. There is Arnoux coming through. Larini waving his arms in the background. He stalled his car. He is unhappy. Larini will have to, they may have to abort the start, but you can see Larini, yes, there he is. They're going to push it. I suspect they're going to push his car off the course. They want to get this race going, and rightly so. Yes, the Osella goes. Larini's race is over. The green, and Martini's made a flyer. Martini comes up alongside Ayrton Senna, but Senna's got the inside line for the left and right of the S's. This is where Martini nearly lost it on the original start. He does not do so this time. Nannini nearly does in 3rd position. It is it's Boutsen in 4th position as they go through the wall of spray, and Senna has already got a lead. Look at it as we look down from the helicopter as they go round East Terrace Bend and up towards Flinders. It is Senna leading, Martini 2nd. It is Nannini in 3rd position. Boutsen is in 4th place. Patrese in the other Williams is in 5th position, and Senna is sprinting away, meaning to control the race from the front. But the danger in this race for Ayrton Senna and everybody else is going to be lapping. When they come up to pass people in these conditions, it's going to be very dangerous.
And if you look back behind Senna's car, if we look at it from the front and you try and see through the wall of spray, you can't see anything, and that is the reverse of the view that the following drivers have. As they follow Senna, they can see absolutely nothing through that wall of spray. They can't see his car, and there's a battle now for 2nd place. Martini moving over to defend the corner as Boutsen has a look, but goes discretion being the better part of valour for the moment.
Now, Martini's on wet weather Pirelli tyres. Boutsen and Patrese behind him are on Goodyear. The Pirelli is alleged not to be so good as the Goodyear in the wet, in which case Martini will be holding up Boutsen and Patrese and letting Senna get away. And Senna has just gone through, and I think there's going to be an enormous gap at the end of the first lap. Martini 2nd, Boutsen 3rd, Patrese 4th. Nannini is in 5th position. Another long gap. In 6th place is De Cesaris. 7th is Nigel Mansell. 8th is Caffey. 9th is Modena. 10th is Brundle. 11th is Warwick. In 12th position is Piquet, and they are tiptoeing gingerly down the straight as Martini holds off Boutsen, who is attacking for 2nd place, and Nannini's closing up on Patrese.
Yes, and I think at this stage of the race, Martini is a bit naughty to be defending the insides of these corners as he is, and working on the blocking, because it's not a situation that he's going to be able to sustain for very long. It would appear that he's got a significant amount less grip than the Goodyear shod cars behind him, and they're all falling over each other trying to get by, and meanwhile Senna has just disappeared into the distance ahead.
Indeed he has, and Martini's going to have to give way to the pressure. but there is the order, with Senna literally out of sight. Martini is second, Boutsen is third, Patrese moving to the right down Brabham Straight as they come up to racetrack hairpin, which is where Boutsen tried to challenge before, and now they're bunching right up, and it's because Martini is holding them up. Nannini is in 5th position, Patrese challenging Boutsen for 3rd. Well, it's a great race for 2nd place, but at the end of the first lap, Ayrton Senna was nearly 9 seconds ahead of everybody else. He is going to cakewalk this race if he just keeps going. And knowing Senna in this weather, he's a master in the wet, he will keep going. Over the line, coming up to complete 2nd lap, Martini wipes his visor, Boutsen attacks on the inside and he's going through, is he? No, Martini shuts the door. The 2 Williams Renaults, which they have worked on the handling of very, very carefully in the period between the Japanese Grand Prix and here, and are vastly improved, are up into 3rd and 4th places. Alessandro Nannini, who crashed at the beginning of the race last year, is 5th, I'm sorry, and now Boutsen goes for it, and once again Martini moves across. That's my line, he says, and I'm keeping it, and Boutsen just hadn't got the grunt with the V10 Renault engine to get past the Ford DFR V8 powered car of now he has, Boutsen goes up to 2nd, but the gap between himself and Ayrton Senna in the lead as Martini attacks again in 3rd position now, and of course Martini is now getting the spray and Patrese is going through. Martini's getting the treatment that he had been giving Boutsen and succumbs to it. Boutsen 2nd, Williams Renault. Patrese 3rd, Williams Renault. Martini 4th in the Minardi. Nannini in the background in 5th position. In 6th place it's De Cesaris still, but there's a long gap. Mansell is attacking De Cesaris for 6th place, as you will see in the moment. And the Australian Grand Prix has only just begun. There are still nearly 2 hours of it to go. Now, Thierry Boutsen won the Canadian Grand Prix, which was one of the other 2 wet races we had this year. Boutsen won in Canada. And the other wet one, of course, even worse than today, was the Belgian Grand Prix, which Senna won. And there's 23 seconds now between Senna and Boutsen, who is 2nd.
Well, this, of course, is now a very comfortable situation for Senna. I think that as the 2 Williams cars have got past Martini, one would expect to see them speed up, but Senna really should be able to drive very cautiously now, knowing that he has an enormous lead. He will have heard that on the radio. And an enormous lead for Ayrton Senna.
Yes, Senna, even now, can afford to take it easy and go for his 7th Grand Prix win of 1989. And I remind everybody who's watching that whilst Alain Prost has been declared world champion of 89 following the rejection of McLaren's appeal in Paris this week, if Senna wins today and McLaren's appeal is successful, that could put things in doubt again. That's Arnoux taking Eddie Cheever and losing it. Well, René Arnoux, last Grand Prix ever, and he's beached it, he's got the car stuck on the curb, the rear wheels are off the ground, there is no drive, and I don't think we'll be seeing him again. Ayrton Senna. Here's a replay, and you see Arnoux going very wide.
Yes, and Cheever appeared to give him a bit of a nudge with his front wheel then. He just pushed Arnoux's rear wheel, spun him round, and he's got stuck on the curb. These cars, remember, are very, very low. There's very little suspension movement, so any lump under the middle of its tummy, and there it stays.
If it's possible for anybody to revel in these conditions, here is the man that will be doing so. because Senna, who has been under an enormous amount of pressure for the last 2 weeks as Eddie Cheever comes through in the Arrows, Senna's been under an enormous amount of pressure, is leading from the front and demonstrating his superiority and wet weather expertise. We're with Martin Brundle's Brabham now. We've got a rearward facing camera on it, and this gives you an absolutely magnificent impression of what a Grand Prix car is like at speed.
And you can hear as the engine revs suddenly jump up, you hear the wheel spin there, because these cars have got so much power that they can comfortably spin their wheels at 150 miles an hour.
Now, it is, incidentally, that there is Cheever. You're looking at Cheever, who's actually got a forward-facing camera on his car, but the conditions are so appalling that I imagine he's not getting any picture from it. Not that he'll care too much about that. And the backward-facing camera is on Martin Brundle's car. We're with Derek Warwick now. It's the 2 Arrows cars that have got the cameras. Cheever is in 12th position, and Derek Warwick is well down the field. You can hear his engine. Listen. So, race order on this, the 5th lap out of what are supposed to be 81, but I don't think will be. Ayrton Senna now leading by 24 seconds from Thierry Boutsen as Alesi comes out of the pits.
Looking out of our window here, Barry, I see, if anything, the rain is coming down a little bit harder. It's steady drizzle it's been all day, but this is an extremely heavy, steady drizzle that we're getting now. And in fact, looking across at the hills beyond the circuit, it looks even worse. It looks more closed in than at any time earlier today.
You've just seen René Arnoux close to the side of the circuit. He's going to be one of many, many retirements today. This course is difficult enough to finish on when the weather is good. In 1985, the first time, as you watch Ayrton Senna leading, that the Australian Grand Prix was held, 8 people finished. In 1986, 10 people. 87, it was 9 people, and last year only 11 out of the 26 who started. And that, as I say, was in very good conditions. Today, the water is bound to get into some of the cars. Drivers are bound to go off in these slippery conditions. I would be quite surprised, actually, if all 6 people finished to score World Championship points.
And looking back down the field, I see JJ Leto making very good progress through the field. He was started 17th on the grid, was ran 17th for the first couple of laps, and has now moved up into 14th place. The talented young Finn driving the Onyx car, having a chance today to show his talent in the most extremely difficult conditions.
And hats off, incidentally, to the 2 Williams drivers, because although the gap... And off goes Alesi, water skiing across the infield as he's gone past the Adelaide racecourse entrance, Victoria Park racecourse entrance. He slid onto the grass. That's where Prost went off this morning in the wet weather practice, and it's another indication of how appalling the conditions are. I was saying hats off to the 2 Williams drivers. They're in 2nd and 3rd places now, 29 seconds behind Senna. They finished 2nd and 3rd in Japan with Patrese in front, and it's Boutsen in front this time. 4th is Nannini. Mansell is up into 5th place, and 6th is Martini.
G'day. They gave me a bottle of this polyglazed car polish, and they said it'll transform your car. Well, I must admit, I was a bit sceptical at first, but I thought I'll give it a burl on the old FB Holden. Anyway, I can't stay here yapping all day. It's only half finished.
Polyglazed from Sally's. It's the one with the old falcon on the front.
Hey, David! Hey! I need a lift! Oh, thanks, mate. Hey, great new truck, mate.
Navara Nugget, mate.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, under 12 grand.
Nah.
Yeah, cheapest one-tonner in the country.
I can do with one of these.
See your Nissan dealer now
Thanks, mate. I gotta pick up my new truck.
for special deals on the entire Navara range.
That's my truck.
At Carlton and United, we normally like to show you how to enjoy our products in our commercials. But we realize there are times when you'd rather enjoy someone else's, like the pleasure of driving today's modern cars. All we ask is that you realize that drinking and driving can be a dangerous combination. Please think before you drink.
It's a break from the everyday, a feeling that's coming your way. Hey, 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 can't top it, can't stop it. Nothing beats food with a Coca-Cola. Can't beat it, can't beat the feeling. Coca-Cola, can't beat the feeling.
This is Channel 9's live coverage of the Australian Grand Prix in Adelaide. Adelaide is alive, but it's also very wet. There you see, after 7 laps, the order in this race. Ayrton Senna's way out in front. Terry Boutsen is second. Riccardo Patrese is third. The conditions are impossible. And there you see are coming together. Nigel Mansell takes the front wing of his Ferrari off, then removes the wing of Alio's car. That's a coming together that they're not going to be able to restart on. They're out of the race. Jean Alesi, he didn't get started in the race, then joined the race after 5 laps, went into a spin straight away, and Alain Prost, in fact, did not start this race out of choice. And there you see another incident. That's one of the US F&G cars. He's had contact. It's Derek Warwick. Pouring rain for him, getting out of the office and closing it. Here you see the replay in his car. He strikes, he goes off, he spins a 360, he hits the wall, and there he's knocked his wheel right off. The wheel has come back into the cockpit, and Derek Warwick came out of the car. That's one of our on-car cameras out of this race, as well as Derek Warwick coming out. Impossible conditions here, very poor visibility for the drivers. There has been much conflict about the delayed start of this race if you're late in joining our coverage of this Grand Prix. And now we, I think, are travelling in the car of Eddie Cheever. It's the remaining US F&G Arrow that's in the race. This is our on-car camera. Now keep in mind that he's not behind another car. I hope this camera is still alive later in this show so that we can show you how difficult this... look at the visibility now, very bad. So now let's join Murray Walker and James Hunt for commentary.
Ayrton Senna has gone through, and there is Emanuele Pirro all around the circuit. Cars are spinning out of contention, and Pirro has just done exactly that. Now here we are with the on-car Arrows camera of Eddie Cheever, and on lap 10 in this 80-lap race, Ayrton Senna leads Thierry Boutsen by 27 seconds. Here is a replay of Pirro spinning off in the Benetton Ford. Third is Patrese, challenging Boutsen, as you have seen. Fourth is Alessandro Nannini, who is 8 seconds behind Patrese, and 7 seconds ahead of Nigel Mansell, who is in 5th position. And Pierluigi Martini in the Minardi is in 6th position. 7th is De Cesaris, 8th is Caffey. Ayrton Senna is in a class of his own here today. As James has said, he has slowed down, actually, and he's still... there's the gap.
Yes, and he's getting all the information he needs from the pits, because he is now quite clearly matching his pace to the 2 Williams cars behind him. He may find that as and when Patrese manages to scrabble past Boutsen, he might have to up his pace a little bit, but I'm sure he's got an awful lot in hand. And Patrese having a go, and Patrese had to really scramble it, but he is past. So Riccardo Patrese moves up into 2nd place.
Yes, Riccardo Patrese, who already this season in an incredible season as a spinner, and that is Nigel Mansell. Now, there was some confusion earlier on about whether Mansell or Berger had gone out, and of course it was Berger. Mansell did there what Senna did in the wet weather practice this morning, spun through 360 degrees, here it is again, and watch him miraculously catch it in exactly the same place that it happened to Ayrton Senna, in exactly the same way. In fact, if you could have superimposed the pictures of the McLaren on the Ferrari there, you would have had a mirror image. It would have been a multicoloured one. And there's Patrese. So it's Senna, and then the two Williams, then Nannini in fourth position. Nigel Mansell trying very hard. He had actually reduced the gap between himself and Nannini in fourth place. He didn't lose a place because of that spin. We're looking back now. We were looking back. And there's Patrese. He's lost it. Boutsen is going to go through back into second place.
Yes, I think that was a replay because we saw Boutsen back in second place just a moment ago. So the two Williams cars having a tremendous battle, and there is JJ Leto, who's been making good progress through the field so far, following Cheevers. Following Untitled Brundle's Brabham, of course. There we see with the rearward facing camera, and Senna looks as if he's just driving away from some sort of drama.
Yes, there's drama all around the circuit. Martin Brundle's camera looking back at Leto. We'll probably see something from that soon. And Martin Brundle, that you see there, is in 10th position. Leto has worked his way up to 11th. And there's Senna. Senna spinning. Spin, spin, spin. Round, round, round he goes. Now, has he kept his cool? And he's got enough of a gap between himself and the second place man to stay in the lead. But if that happens to Ayrton Senna, it can happen to anybody, and almost certainly will. Boutsen in second place, Patrese third. There's the replay. Just watch the way Ayrton just coolly and calmly looks to the right, looks to the left. 27 seconds between himself and the second place man, Thierry Boutsen, so Senna is safe.
Yes, and he lost an amazingly small amount of time on that lap. Only 4 seconds of his lead went away. And further back down the field, Leto will be very, very keen to get past Martin Brundle. Brundle, remember, of course, is on the Pirelli tyres, which it's quite clear from the lap times are not providing the level of grip. Senna's right back in the groove now. See just what difficulty even the outstandingly talented Senna is having at keeping his car on the island. It really is fantastic. And the rain is still, as I told you a few minutes ago, the rain is coming down harder, and it is still persisting. The rain is now, and has been for the last 10 minutes or so, harder than any other time during the day, and the weather really looks set.
Ayrton Senna swimming his way through the spray. Well, he certainly found his limits on that corner, and he won't be trying that one quite as quick again. But he's leading by a country mile, metaphorically speaking. It was 27 seconds. Let's see what it is now, as Boutsen goes through in second place, followed by Riccardo Patrese. Ayrton Senna is leading by 24 seconds. Boutsen is actually lapping 2.5 seconds faster at the present moment than Senna on Senna's lap following his spin. Patrese is slower than Boutsen, and Nannini is now just 5 seconds ahead of Mansell, who is in 5th position. And there's De Cesaris. You see, they're all going off in the same place, and that's where they went off this morning. That's on the right-hander between Jones Street, Rundle Road, and you see the wheel spin as De Cesaris feeds in the power and boils the water between the tread of his tyre and the surface of the road. And it's a 4th gear, 110-mile-an-hour right-hander in dry conditions that they're going off on. And you see they hit that curb. The marshals taking a very interested view in the proceedings, and De Cesaris was only just missed by the yellow Minardi of Pierluigi Martini, who is now in 6th position because he has been passed by Nigel Mansell long since, and Patrese is back with Thierry Boutsen. This is the battle in the Australian Grand Prix. It's for second place. 24.6 seconds between race leader, ex-world champion Ayrton Senna, and this Grand Prix drivers are paid a great deal of money. Nigel Mansell is alleged to have some £4 million a year income. So is Senna, so is Prost. They earn it, in my opinion, when the conditions are good. But when the conditions are like this, virtually indescribable for their horrific nature, they certainly earn every penny of it. That's Capelli, who is about to be lapped by Boutsen.
And Patrese, once again, starting to press Boutsen. He would appear to be capable of lapping quicker than Boutsen, but he panicked when he got past before. He took him several laps to find a way by, and then within half a lap he'd thrown it away, and Boutsen was back through again. So now he's got to start all over again, and that looks like De Cesaris at it again at the same corner.
Martin Brundle in major trouble, no rear wing, he's gone off somewhere. Senna, he's only got 3 wheels. My goodness, Senna is out of the Australian Grand Prix. We are going to have a new race leader, and as in Canada, it is going to be Thierry Boutsen, followed by Patrese.
He may do a field nerve and try and drive the rest of the race on 3 wheels. And there's the tummy on the curb yet again.
Well, this is the sensational development that finally rivets the World Championship, because there was possibly going to be, well, there was going to be contention if Senna had won this race, but even Ayrton Senna, if he comes in as he did in Japan, where he had a new nose cone put on, there is no way they're going to put a new left front suspension on the McLaren. And that means to say that Alain Prost is probably feeling pretty happy and perhaps a touch smug in the pit.
And we are speculating here that he may have made contact. And there's Caffey, Alex Caffey, having a little reversing practice there into the wall. He won't want to practice that too often, and his teammate, De Cesaris, stuck on the curb, so they're out of it. But we speculate that maybe there was contact between Senna and Brundle, because Brundle was without a rear wing. We didn't see what happened. Maybe we'll get a replay in a moment, but Senna very much without a front corner, and the McLaren team could put one on, but not quickly enough.
And here is the new race leader, and we have a race in Australia.
Except that Patrese had a spin on that last lap. He's lost 10 seconds to Boutsen, but so long as he's got going again without damage, I suspect that Patrese will catch that fairly quickly. Caffey being walked away, looks as if he's got a bit of a bump, but he's on 2 legs.
So, as you look at race leader Thierry Boutsen on lap 15 of the Australian Grand Prix, he is leading Riccardo Patrese, his teammate, by 10 seconds. Alessandro Nannini is in 3rd place. Nigel Mansell is 4th. Pierluigi Martini is 5th, and Eddie Cheever is in 6th place. And you saw again that Andrea De Cesaris has once again beached the Dallara, and I have a feeling that he's not going to be in the race much longer. I also have a feeling that the stewards will be meeting and trying to decide whether or not they are sensible to continue the Australian Grand Prix. Thus far, nobody, with the possible exception of Caffey, has been hurt, but things could get worse.
What I'm sure the stewards will be doing is hoping that they can reach 1/3 distance in the race, because if they can get it past that, they can stop it and declare a half points result if the conditions don't improve. They'll stop it and wait to see if conditions improve. If they don't, then they can at least call the race a result, and I'm sure they'll be trying to do that, but certainly they must be watching the conditions, because basically it's like a lottery out there, whether you can keep it on the island or not. And if Senna, who after all had a very comfortable lead and had only to keep the car on the island and progress without any undue hurry, and if he couldn't do that when that was his only real challenge, a man of his ability, then really the conditions, one would have to say, are silly. And I'm mighty glad that I'm not having to drive in this.
Well, Thierry Boutsen leads, but Patrese is no longer in 2nd place, because Alessandro Nannini, the man who won in Japan, is there. And in third position, it is now Nigel Mansell. In fourth position, it is Riccardo Patrese. In fifth position, it is Eddie Cheever. And Boutsen is leading Nannini by 9.5 seconds.
One thing I think I should say in really the defence of the stewards and their decision, and still that car seems to be very truly stuck. Indeed, but they'll get it out of the way, hopefully. In defence of the stewards, although these conditions are silly and cars are almost impossible to control and there's a lot of damage to machinery, the risk to life and limb is not too great because these cars are going a lot more slowly, obviously, than they are designed to do, and also than the circuit is. Safety arrangements are designed to catch cars that are going a lot quicker. And the danger to life and limb, I'm happy to say, although of course it's there, is not as great as in a dry race.
Now, there is the man to watch, Alessandro Nannini. He is lapping in second place faster than Thierry Boutsen. He is lapping 1.3 seconds faster than Thierry Boutsen. He is 8 seconds behind the Belgian. He, Alessandro Nannini, won the Japanese Grand Prix in the Benetton Ford, only the make's second Grand Prix victory 2 weeks ago.
We all want to make Australia great. Here's an easy way. Every time you shop, look for the Australian-made symbol. If the Australian-made is as good, go for it. If we all switch just $300 a year from unnecessary imported items to Australian-made goods, we'll slash $5 billion off our national debt. When you're shopping, ask yourself, is the Australian-made product as good? When the answer's yes, go for it.
What would be the point of producing one of the world's most technically advanced cars if it wasn't also one of the most beautiful? The new 1.8-litre Honda Integra. Who else but Honda can make technology look this good?
The Australian Grand Prix, Australia's greatest test of sheer power. Even before the engines start, Telecom is the undisputed winner. Year after year, Australia's Telecom links the Grand Prix with the world. On-course links, phone systems, facsimile, data transfer, cellular phones, pages and more. The whole project managed by Telecom experts like Helen Bauer, who coordinates all Telecom's Grand Prix services. Telecom Australia, the winning team for total communication solutions.
Great new track you got here, mate.
Nissan Patrol. Of course it's good.
Cost you much?
Nah, got a special deal.
Who from?
Dealer in town. Come on, mate. Where do you want dropping, home?
Nah, drop me off in town.
See your local Nissan dealer for special prices on the Patrol range.
It's a Nissan. That's my truck.
That's my truck.
Channel 9's live coverage of the Australian Grand Prix goes off in appalling conditions. We, in fact, are looking now at our leader, Thierry Boutsen. Second is Nannini. Third is Patrese, because Nigel Mansell was in third place, but in fact he had an incident. And that incident has taken him out, as you see right now, heavily coming in to the tyre war. Just another driver to get it on this one corner. Look at the frustration of Nigel Mansell. He certainly wasn't being asked to push away. Look, same corner, spin, wheels turning, heavy on the brakes, no wheels turning, no spray. Now, just at the right moment, he lets the brakes off so that he can get directional stability. If you have the brakes locked on, you can't steer the car. Nigel Mansell's presence of thinking there was first class. The last spin that you saw was earlier. The crash that he had was only a few minutes ago, and he's out of the race. In addition to that, Leto is out of the race, so is René Arnoux, and what will be his last race. That's Gruyere, that's his teammate in the Ligier. He's spun a couple of times. Berger had an accident. Alio had a coming together with Berger, and he's out of it. Derek Warwick hit the wall, he's out. Senna hit the wall and lost a wheel. He's out of it. Caffey had an accident and looked like he bruised his right shoulder, but he's okay walking home. De Cesaris, he spun and he was beached the last time we saw him. So therefore Nigel Mansell is added to those cars out of the race. Thierry Boutsen leads it. but I mean, it has been an amazing Grand Prix. Look, another spin, Gruyère, locked up, no spin, no spray, and then he collects it. Nannini is driving well, Boutsen is lapping Pirot right now. Pirot didn't see him. Because of the mirrors and the spray, he just didn't see him, almost chopped the nose off of the race leader. 2.6 seconds, Nannini is closing up on Boutsen, and of course in the meantime, Pirot is the teammate of Nannini, and he is holding up, in fact, the race leader right now. He could be told on his radio, in his car and his helmet, that this isn't a bad thing to do, but I'm perhaps maliciously thinking that, but it has been done before. Now Boutsen's looking for a place for him to pass, and we'll go back to Murray Walker and James Hunt for commentary.
And in fact, they've swapped places a couple of times. Nakajima still ahead, but Leto still hounding him as Boutsen finally finds a way by. But Pirot's job for the team is very much done. A lot of a fist wave from Boutsen, and presumably Pirot will be informed by radio and will get straight out of the way to let his teammate by, as he does. And Boutsen, an understandably rather aggravated person at the moment. But it's a long race, a long way to go, and I don't think the loss of 5 seconds on the circuit that Pirot caused him is going to be very important at the end of the day.
So there's the gap, there's the battle, and we are on lap 20 in what we expect to be a 70-lap race from the originally intended 81. And Alessandro Nannini has got the problem now of pushing through the wall of spray. Modena is in his way in the Brabham Judd as Boutsen goes round that right-hander, and everybody is going off at that same corner between Jones Strait, which is Rundle Road in Adelaide, and Decaturville Terrace. It's a very fast right-hander, and they're just misjudging it. And that is a comment and not a criticism, I hasten to say. Thierry Boutsen, the Belgian, one Grand Prix victory to his credit so far, and that was in Canada this year. Now, the gap was 1.4 seconds, and it is now 2.5 seconds, but this time it's Nannini there. And Nannini is lapping slower than Boutsen, who has got the message. This is his 105th Grand Prix, so he knows what it's all about. Teammate Patrese, Williams are really coming good. 3rd position on this lap. Eddie Cheever driving in his last race for Arrows in 4th position. Nakajima in his last race for Lotus in 5th position. And the quite incredible youngest driver in the race, 23-year-old JJ Leto, the ex-British Formula 3 champion, is in 6th position in the points for Onyx. And Mike Earle, the Onyx boss, will be delighted with that because it will help them to avoid pre-qualification next year. So far, their only World Championship points have been scored by Stefan Johansson, and Leto is in the points. Boutsen leads, Nannini 2nd, Patrese 3rd. Emanuele Pirot has dropped right back now, having either done his job deliberately or inadvertently. And that is to delay things for Thierry Boutsen so that Nannini could close up. Pirot.
And yellow flags there, there's a lot of debris on the circuit. Oh dear, that's a replay, I think, of what has happened. And Cheever having a... Oh, sorry.
It's Piquet and the Osella of Pier Carlo Ghinzani. Nelson Piquet, the world champion of 3 times, has a colossal coming together with Ghinzani, and that is yet another 2 more of them. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that I know about throughout of the Australian Grand Prix. There's probably 1 or 2 more dotted round the circuit. Here's the replay. Ghinzani, and thump into the back of him, and up his car goes Piquet.
Yes, and that, you see, Piquet couldn't see him. He was braking a little bit earlier than Piquet expected. He could only see a wall of spray, and that really, and you see the wheels still on the track there. Debris, very dangerously placed. Massive waving of yellow flags. That's Nannini, the leaders, picking their way through the debris then. And before all that excitement, incidentally, the rain has eased very, very slightly, and Boutsen and Nannini are speeding up at the front. They've just on lap 21. They both put in their personal fastest laps of the race. And whether that has meant the circuit's just eased slightly in its treachery, we don't know. But Nakajima, who you may recall I've criticised many times in the past, is, I have to say, driving a tremendous race this time. Nakajima in 5th place is lapping as quickly as anybody on the circuit, and he's kept it on the island, which is no mean feat for anybody in these conditions. And JJ Leto right behind him, and the two of them driving terrific races and having a terrific battle.
Only about 5 seconds separates Eddie Cheever that we're riding with now. Nakajima and Leto, who are in 4th, 5th and position. 6 positions. In fact, if Cheever had a backward-facing camera on his car, you would see the yellow Lotus Judd of Satoru Nakajima driving it for the last time. You might even see JJ Leto's Onyx as well. But Eddie Cheever's got a battle on his hands. Nakajima's had a really grisly season. He hasn't scored a single point, and he needs to have one in this race.
And Boutsen is really responding to the pressure from Nannini. He's just put up another fastest lap for himself, and he's now pulled his lead out to nearly 5 seconds on Nannini. Patrese quite a way away, some 24 seconds behind Nannini in 3rd place. And that's about as much as the drivers see. And now Cheever breaking down for the pits hairpin. Very slow corner, and you see all the grip.
That was the Senna Brundle crash. You see there the replay. The backwards-facing camera from Martin Brundle's car saw the McLaren bearing down on it like jaws, and then suddenly the two made contact, and out went Ayrton Senna, the world champion of 1988. Here is the battle between Eddie Cheever in 4th place and Satoru Nakajima. Cheever in the Arrows. He's just had 1 3rd place this year, Eddie Cheever, and he's had an enormous number of retirements. It's his last race for Arrows before joining the Jaguar World Championship sports car team next year.
And before the race, his team boss, Jackie Oliver, was confident of a good result for both him and Derek Warwick, with their experience in the conditions to drive defensively. Well, defensively wasn't good enough to keep Derek Warwick out of trouble. He's out already, but Cheever holding it down well, but under pressure now from Nakajima and JJ Leto sitting behind them, covering the pair of them.
As you watch Cheever go into the corner, there is the race leader, Thierry Boutsen. The race order is Boutsen leading, 4.5 seconds ahead of Nannini. Patrese is 3rd. This is lap 24. There's Boutsen. He's got his rhythm, of course. He will know what the limits of the car are on this circuit. He's a sensible chap. He's a quiet, slightly introverted individual. He really goes for it when he's in a motor car. And this year, after driving for Benetton and getting a lot of 3rd places last year, he's going well. There is Nannini, 2nd in the background. 4th position is Cheever, as you know. 5th position is Nakajima, who is now 3 seconds behind the American. Leto is 3 seconds behind Nakajima, who is right with Cheever. So there's 3 seconds separating 4th, 5th and 6th. As down to the hairpin again comes the Benetton, tucks in tight, gets the apex, and Thierry Boutsen goes through to complete the lap. And now Nannini, it's 4.3 seconds. So Alessandro Nannini is dropping back. He may, of course, be trying to gather himself to attack. In these conditions, as the sparks strike up, it's very, very difficult for a driver to build the necessary mental attack to come back again. Chiba and Nakajima going through. So Satoru Nakajima driving a fighting race here in Australia. The last time for Lotus, up into 4th position, past the American Eddie Chiba.
Yes, without any doubt, this is Nakajima's best Grand Prix yet. And he must be really enjoying himself, and that's more action from Griard, I think.
Indeed it is, and another one out of the race to join his teammate René Arnoux and incur the wrath yet again of Guy Ligier, who had fired the Frenchman anyway before this race, and now surely they will have to stop the race, because if ever I saw a car in a position of danger, that's it. They'll be coming round that bend, not knowing that Griard's Ligier is lying stricken in the middle of the circuit. Boutsen avoids it. Will the others?
They won't know what, of course, it is, but they will know that there's problems, because the marshals, who are very good here, will be violently waving the yellow flags, and they do get plenty of warning. And you can see the rain coming down on the track there, ahead of Boutsen's car, and really the weather's still not abating.
Thierry Boutsen leading. There are now 10 very broken motor cars out of this race, and I feel confident in my mind. I haven't had any consultations, but it seems very likely to me that this race will be stopped when it gets to the mandatory point where it can be stopped.
And Nakajima has moved past Eddie Chiba, and Leto is now attacking Chiba. So 4th position for Nakajima, some distance behind Riccardo Patrese, who's having a very lonely race in 3rd place. I get the feeling that maybe Patrese in the spins that he had may have just damaged his car a little bit. We haven't seen him for a while to see if it's carrying any damage. But he's dropping back from the leaders. Boutsen really looking very together in the lead. He's driving very sensibly. He hasn't really looked like making any mistakes. This is a very, very good controlled drive by Thierry Boutsen. Again, one of his best.
Let me explain the point I was making about stopping the race. If the race is stopped because of weather or whatever other reason, at 1/3 distance, 33% of the race distance, half World Championship points are awarded. That's 27 laps. Boutsen is on his 26th lap now.
And Leto has also passed Eddie Chiba now, so the stars of the race, if you like, 4th and 5th place now, Nakajima and Leto. Leto lost a bit of time getting by Chiba. He's now 7 seconds behind Nakajima, but they've been locked in combat throughout. And really, I had to admire the effort of Boutsen. He's remained apparently unflustered in the conditions. He's kept it on the island when all around him has been falling off the island. And once more we see the view from Chiba's car, but he seems to be struggling to stay with the others. He's dropped back a bit behind Leto already.
Yes, right off the cam in that corner. Not that I'm blaming him in the least. Conditions, as you see, the water streaming up over the side of the arrows are truly appalling. With Thierry Boutsen leading on now the 27th lap. I've got one eye on the flag marshal at the start and finish point and another on the monitor. And he is now 5.4 seconds ahead. Glenn Dix is actually ready with the red flag, I can tell you that. And Glenn Dix is the man who would operate the checkered flag to finish the Australian Grand Prix. We're seeing blue flags out here now. That means there's someone behind you who wants to pass.
Yes, well, the rules state that if they're going to stop the race now, and once they've got past 1/3 distance, they then can stop the race, have a delay to see if the weather improves. If it doesn't, and it remains too dangerous to continue, they can then declare it a result, but it is only a half Grand Prix in that they have half points. If the race reaches 2/3 distance and then gets stopped on the grounds of safety, or if it passes 2/3 distance, then it is a full Grand Prix. But if they stop it and hold it for a while and then restart it, it becomes 2 heats that add together and it's a full race. So they can restart later if the weather improves. Glenn Dix holding the red flag on the rostrum, so he may well be considering wielding it.
No, I think not. We've just had a message from race control saying that they have absolutely no intention of stopping the race, which is good news. 28 laps now. They're on the 28th lap, having done 1/3 race distance. No sign of Glenn Dix moving, and it is Thierry Boutsen leading in the Williams Renault. It's the second time he's been in front of a Grand Prix and showing signs of winning it. In Canada, he did so. That's Pirot, who is well down. Nannini is dropping back all the time. He's now 7.7 seconds behind Thierry Boutsen in the lead, and Riccardo Patrese is third.
Great new track you got here, mate. Nissan Patrol. Of course it's good. Cost you much? Nah, got a special deal. Who from? Dealer in town. Come on. Where do you want dropping, home? Nah, drop me off in town.
See your local Nissan dealer for special prices on the patrol range.
It's a Nissan, that's my truck.
That's my truck.
Hey, True Blue. We all want to make Australia great. Here's an easy way. Every time you shop, look for the Australian-made symbol. If the Australian-made is as good, go for it. If we all switch just $300 a year from unnecessary imported items to Australian-made goods, we'll slash $5 billion off our national debt. When you're shopping, ask yourself, is the Australian-made product as good? When the answer's yes, go for it.
At Carlton and United, we normally like to show you how to enjoy our products in our commercials. But we realize there are times when you'd rather enjoy someone else's, like the pleasure of driving today's modern cars. All we ask is that you realize that drinking and driving can be a dangerous combination. Please think before you drink.
The Australian Grand Prix, Australia's greatest test of sheer power. Even before the engine start, Telecom is the undisputed winner. Year after year, Australia's Telecom links the Grand Prix with the world. On-course links, phone systems, facsimile, data transfer, cellular phones, pages and more. The whole project managed by Telecom experts like Helen Bauer, who coordinates all Telecom's Grand Prix services. Telecom Australia, the winning team for total communication solutions.
We're back live at the Australian Grand Prix. We're looking at Eddie Cheever, who has a camera on board for our benefit. This is being led at the present time by Boutsen, second Nannini, third Patrese, Nakajima's up into fourth, JJ Leto is fifth, and Pirot is now into sixth position after the 27th lap. There you see how wet it is here. You see the wing of Eddie Cheever's car slightly bent, and that's Nannini that's coming up to lap him. Nannini at the present time in second position. Eddie Cheever, originally born in Phoenix, Arizona. And look at the spray. Now this is looking backwards, and watch this bit of television. This is an accident. That is Ayrton Senna driving up the back of Martin Brundle's car. He came out from behind the spray of the yellow car that you saw on the left-hand side of your picture. He had no visibility. He could not possibly have seen the car of Martin Brundle, and that took him out of this race in a very spectacular fashion. There is the bent wing. You can see it has been bent and damaged in Eddie Cheever's car. The conditions here in Adelaide are pretty absurd for racing. There's been an incredible number of incidents so far, but to continue coverage of the race, back to Murray Walker and James Hunt.
With, in second position, Alessandro Nannini in the Benetton. In third position, Riccardo Patrese. In fourth position, but lapped already, Nakajima. Fifth position is Eddie Cheever. Sixth is Martini. Seventh is Pirot. So, as James surmised, JJ Leto, having forced his way up into the points, seems to be out of the race.
And how do you like this? New fastest lap of the race by Satoru Nakajima. And Nakajima is really being a star today. And there it is on the caption. And this must be the greatest moment of Nakajima's life so far. Certainly his finest race ever. And good for him. He's making me eat some of the criticisms I've levelled in the past, although I think at the time they were justifiable. But I'm very pleased for Nakajima to see him doing so well today.
Yeah, so am I. He's an extremely nice chap. The highest he's finished this season is a couple of 8th places in Brazil and Britain. And there's the graphic, which shows you where the yellow dot leader, Thierry Boutsen, is in comparison to his teammate, Alessandro Nannini. He's actually approaching the stag turn now as he turns into the right. Now he's on the next corner is the one that has claimed most of the people, including Nigel Mansell. Into the right-hander goes Boutsen. That is artificial curbing, which is not there during the other 365, well, the non-Australian Grand Prix days of the year. And Boutsen now is pulling away hand over fist from Alessandro Nannini, who is 16 seconds behind the Williams Renault. And it gives me a chance to congratulate Renault in public again. They came back into Grand Prix racing at the beginning of this year, having previously had their own car and engine, which won races but not the World Championship, and they opted out. They came back with a new engine designed by Bernard Dudo, a V10, and this was supposed to be their experimentation, if you like, their pilot year, getting ready for 1991. But already Thierry Boutsen has won the Canadian Grand Prix and had 3 third places, and Riccardo Patrese has had 4 second places and a third. So Renault is back with a vengeance.
Yes, and I can't stress too much what an excellent race Boutsen is driving. He is the one person who's stood up while all else have tripped and fallen by the wayside. Some of them to start again. He's resisted a powerful challenge from Nannini, resisted it sufficiently well that Nannini would now appear not to be chasing anymore, some nearly 18 seconds behind Boutsen. He resisted it without panicking, without trying to go too quickly. And there is Leto's car parked. I saw it there. It didn't appear to be damaged. So if Leto has, and we got a message, just got a message that Leto stopped for engine reasons, and that is cruel luck, because the one thing that in the wet doesn't normally happen is mechanical failure, because the cars are so under-stressed compared with what they're designed for, that mechanical failure is a very, very rare thing in these conditions. It's, as we've seen today, normally accident damage and that sort of thing.
And while you're watching Nannini concentrating on second place, it gives me an opportunity as well to say congratulations to Australia, who, as ever, are putting on a superb Grand Prix on an excellent circuit with truly impressive organisation and administration. In 1985, the Grand Prix came here for the first time, and it seems to have got better and better every year. Even this year, because, amongst other things, there was a complete contingency plan covering absolutely everything for what would happen if, as it has turned out to be, it was wet. And Thierry Boutsen has now completed 33 laps.
Yes, and that last lap he did was has superseded Nakajima's fastest lap. So Boutsen, very impressive indeed. He's going steadily quicker. He's always been up around the quickest, one of the quickest on the circuit, and now he's really grinding out a big lead. And in fact, fairly soon I would have thought he'll be starting to measure his lead back to Nannini. It's now over 20 seconds.
Alessandro, not bad if he finishes second. He would have won in Japan, second here, 2 third places, 2 fourth places, a 5th, a 6th, and so on. The Benetton was getting very close to it last year, which was a turbo year with the Ford V6 engine. And then this year, of course, like everybody else, no, last year, of course, I apologise, and this year they have gone to the 3.5-litre Ford engine, and it's the new development one as opposed to the DFR, and that is Riccardo Patrese. Now, if Patrese can stay where he is, with Nigel Mansell out of the race, he would move up to 3rd place in the World Championship. There is only 2 points difference between Riccardo, with his 4 second places this year, and Nigel Mansell, who, of course, is very much out of the Australian Grand Prix. Boutsen has completed another lap, and that is his 33rd. And Patrese is on target at the moment to move up one place in the World Championship. It may be, paradoxically, a bit easier for the drivers that are left on the circuit, not only because they've got their rhythm and know what the conditions are like, but because there are far less cars on the circuit. There are only 9 runners at the moment, and there's less than an hour gone. And because there are only 9 runners, it means that each of those 9 will have a clearer circuit, obviously, than he would have done if he'd had 25 other people against him. 24 other people, because Alain Prost did not start. And the World Championship, to hark back to that, is very much resolved, because there's, of course, from the moment Ayrton Senna went out so violently and spectacularly, there was absolutely no question of him maintaining his lead and winning in Australia to make it 7 wins to the 4 that Prost had already had. And Senna would at least probably have been able to say, I was the moral world champion, even if it was taken away from me. But now he is out. Prost didn't start. You're looking at the charging Satoru Nakajima from Japan in 4th position. For a long gap, 29 seconds now behind Riccardo Patrese. And the race seems to very much have settled down. Indeed, for another hour, the 9 have got to, I would hardly say grind around the Adelaide circuit. Float around the Adelaide circuit would be a better way of describing it. And they are all pretty spread out. Boutsen has just gone through to complete his 34th lap. He's just lapped at 1 minute 42.1. He's extended his lead yet further over Nannini. There is Pirro about to be lapped by Nakajima. Of course, Piquet is very much out of the race too, with another violent. And that's Frank Williams, one of the truly great men of Grand Prix racing, who, despite being confined to a wheelchair, turns up to every race and is now worriedly relishing the prospect of another win for the Williams team, with Thierry Boutsen there at the wheel. And I was saying that they're getting pretty spread out as you watch Boutsen go down Brabham Straight, the Ketterville Terrace, call it what you will, and into the acute second gear right-hander at the hairpin to accelerate away and then go through and complete another lap. He is getting on for half a minute ahead of Nannini, who is getting on for half a minute ahead of Patrese, who is half a minute ahead of Nakajima. And then there is Eddie Chiva, who is a minute behind, over a minute behind the Japanese driver. Martini, still going strong, is in 6th position now. Pirro, that we're seeing from time to time, is in 7th place. Maurizio Gugelmin, with his teammate Ivan Capelli, long since having disappeared, is in 8th place. And Stefano Modena, with his teammate Martin Brundle out of the running, is in 9th place. And those are the 9 that are left in the Australian Grand Prix, with only an hour gone. Well, we've beaten the 1988 record when 11 people finished. We've beaten the 1986 record when 10 people finished. We're equaling the 1987 record when 9 finished. But in 85, there were only 8. Make of that what you will.
And still no sign of any let-up from the rain. This heavy drizzle continuing to come down, the mist over the hills, and really no sign whatsoever of any change in the weather.
James, you've done it. I haven't driven in conditions like this. How do you moderate your driving to make sure that you go as fast as you possibly can while staying on the island and preferably maintaining your position?
Well, the answer to that, Murray, is with great difficulty. It is really tiptoe stuff. You've got to be tremendously light on the controls, because all these cars are being designed for dry weather conditions. They get a lot more grip. They've got much too much power. by the wet. The brakes are fairly vicious and violent, so everything, and the steering is very direct, and all these things are exaggerated in the wet, and the cars have to be treated with real fingertip control at tremendous concentration, because they get away from you with very little warning indeed. And it really is an exercise in great self-control and a certain amount of bravery, because the visibility in these conditions is probably the single worst factor that the driver has to cope with. Far worse than the car sliding about is following another car, even as far as 100 yards away, and just being presented with a complete wall of spray, through which you can't see anything ahead, and to see when you're following close behind another car, you literally have to look at the side of the track to see where you are on it.
Yes, and there's another problem, of course, and that is keeping the inside of the visor free of condensation. Motorcyclists who are listening to me will know that there are all sorts of dodges, ranging from rubbing the inside of the visor with a piece of potato to putting special preparations on it. But it's very, very difficult when you're breathing out and the temperature inside your helmet is higher than the temperature outside your helmet because of the wind and the spray. And incidentally, that's Nakajima bearing down on Martini. It's very difficult to avoid condensation. Nakajima doing everything he can to find a way through, and succeeding. Well, the Japanese driver really is driving the race of his life, as James has said. The highest he has ever finished before was 4th position. He's had a 5th position, he's had a single 6th place too, but today he looks as though he's going to at least equal his previous record.
At Carlton and United, we normally like to show you how to enjoy our products in our commercials. But we realize there are times when you'd rather enjoy someone else's, like the pleasure of driving today's modern cars. All we ask is that you realize that drinking and driving can be a dangerous combination. Please think before you drink.
Hey, babe, how about a little armor all?
I hardly know you. Oh.
Come on. On them dials.
Oh, yes, please.
How about those cute little bumpers?
You're not getting up to funny business.
Protect your car's sensitive areas from sunburn with Armor All Protectant, and keep them looking like new.
Some words of encouragement for small business.
The Commander system's had the ability to grow as we've grown. The system's easy to operate. Telecom really look after small businesses like ours.
Telecom's sales and service is second to none.
I don't think we'd risk using another system other than the Commander.
The right choice is vital in business, so why take a risk with anything but a Telecom Commander system? Call Telecom for all you need to know, because there is only one Commander.
What would be the point of producing one of the world's most technically advanced cars if it wasn't also one of the most beautiful? The new 1.8-litre Honda Integra. Who else but Honda can make technology look this good?
This is Channel 9's continuing live coverage of the 1989 Australian Grand Prix. Terry Boutsen leads, Nannini is second, Patrese is third, Nakajima from Japan is fourth, Cheever is fifth, and Martini is sixth, as we're on board with Eddie Cheever going round this rain-soaked Adelaide Grand Prix circuit. It's been a mess of incidents and accidents. In the very first Australian Grand Prix, way back in 1985, only 8 cars finished. With almost an hour still to run, or at least 40 minutes to run, there are only 9 cars running in this race because of the type of conditions you're looking at now. A lot of cars have been going off on the track, and one of those cars was Ayrton Senna. he knocked a wheel off in a violent accident, and then he drove at least 1/3 of the racetrack back on 3 wheels, going at a speed that might be considered to be potentially dangerous to other drivers. It'll be interesting to see if there's any ruling on the driver driving back with clearly a car so totally disabled that it would not be in any position to continue the race. It could have been a danger to others, who knows? And there you see the continuing progress of Eddie Cheever going round there. That red dot is where Eddie Cheever is now going into one of the most treacherous parts of the racetrack. It is here that Nigel Mansell had his accident. It is here that several other drivers went off, including De Cesaris and Caffey. Now they're on the back straight, Brabham Street, where a great deal of cars have been aquaplaning, and it is here that Alain Prost felt that the greatest danger lay from a major accident occurring at very high speed. The slow hairpin, which is a second gear corner for Eddie Cheever. Now, even with a car not in front of him, you can see that visibility is far from being perfect. But if Eddie Cheever were stuck in behind another car, the volume of water coming up would be what caused the Ayrton Senna accident and what caused the accident that Nelson Piquet has also been taken out of the race with. There is Eddie Cheever. However, it has to be said, we've had a race with no injuries, a lot of accidents and incidents, but no one appears to be hurt so far. So that we can be very blessed with, because the conditions certainly are vile. Let's go back now to our commentators, Murray Walker and James Hunt.
Eddie Cheever then, and his car was in the middle of the circuit, minus the left rear wheel. Eddie furiously detached the steering wheel, flung it across the circuit, and then flung himself after it. And I have never seen a driver cover the distance from his car to the pit wall as quickly. Boutsen, there he is, Thierry Boutsen. As in Canada, when the weather conditions were much the same as this, he is leading. He's coming up to 41 laps, which will be half distance if the race went the full distance, but there's absolutely no question of it doing that in these conditions. Our best guess is 70 laps. And I have said in the past that Boutsen won in Canada by default. He had a 360-degree spin at enormous speed and managed to keep it on the track. But Ayrton Senna was ahead of him, and it was not until Ayrton Senna went out of the race with a broken Honda engine, something that very seldom happens, that Boutsen in the closing stages of the race took over to win elatedly. But if truth be told, if it wasn't for that problem with Senna's car, he would have been second. However, there is no question of that in this race. He hasn't inherited the lead, he has taken the lead. And Thierry Boutsen took that lead on the 14th lap. It is now lap 41, and he has unremittingly not only retained it, but extended it. It's come down a little now because either Boutsen has slowed down or Nannini has speeded up. 1.2 seconds difference between the lap 40 time of Nannini, which was 1 minute 42.3, and Boutsen, which was 1:43.5. But the Belgian has nothing to worry about. He's obviously pacing himself. He's coming up now to lap Martini, who was the only Minardi driver to start. There, as he does so, is Alessandro Nannini completing the lap. So that gives you an idea of how much distance there is. That's how much time there is between the leader, Boutsen, in the Williams Renault, and this man, Alessandro Nannini, second in the Benetton Ford. And think back to 1988, McLaren won 15 of the 16 races last year. They certainly have not had it their own way this year, because Williams have already won one, so have Benetton, and so, of course, have Ferrari.
And having just passed half distance of the race, Nannini is now starting possibly to attack. He's just put up the last 2 laps. He's gone quicker and then quicker again. His 2 fastest laps of the race. And he's now got the gap down to 20 seconds. And he is certainly lapping quicker than Thierry Boutsen at the moment. And it may be that Nannini, as the fuel load comes down, will be starting possibly to attack.
And you can be sure that we will keep a very careful eye on it, if for no other reason than it's one of the few things to keep a careful eye on at the moment. There are just 9 runners left. Boutsen, as James has just pointed out, lapping slower than Nannini, the gap down to 20 seconds. Patrese, half a minute behind his Italian countryman in 3rd place.
Yes, the good news is for us is that the 9 who are still out there are at least at the moment behaving themselves, because they have we've had 9 cars only for quite some time now, and they've all managed to keep it on the island and drive quite sensibly. But the conditions haven't really got any easier. The rain is still coming down, this strong, heavy drizzle, and the clouds have in fact closed in even more. And looking out across the circuit to the hills behind, some of them are completely shrouded in cloud now, and that hasn't been the case earlier today.
Look at Boutsen's car, and here...
Sorry, and Nannini is definitely catching. Nannini's got the gap down now to 17.5 seconds. He pulled another 2.5 seconds from Boutsen's lead on that lap 42. So Nannini is certainly making some sort of a play to try and catch Boutsen. Boutsen will surely by now have been informed by his team, and we'll see if Boutsen has been taking it easy and can now respond to this attack.
Yes, look at Boutsen's car, and here's an interesting fact for you motor racing historical buffs. You will know that this is the FW13, which has replaced the FW12C at rather more than mid-season. The car has been a long time coming, because Patrick Head, its designer, who has produced so many World Championship race-winning cars, was not prepared to put it on the circuit until he was happy. It's really designed for active suspension, which was the system that Lotus pioneered and Williams also used in the past last year, but it is on conventional suspension now and has been a notably nervous car in the early races. That has not stopped it doing extremely well. Boutsen has just gone through to complete another lap. The gap was down to 17 seconds. Nannini goes through. Well, Boutsen has responded. His last lap was almost a second quicker than Nannini's. The gap has gone up to 18.5 seconds. We are on lap 44 now. And just as I was saying earlier on, Ayrton Senna would have been very much in touch with his pit to Ron Dennis with the radio to keep in touch with what was happening. The same will apply to Thierry Boutsen, and in his pit, his team engineer and team manager will be in touch with him by radio, monitoring his progress, informing of people who are behind him. And this is the battle that you are looking at now for 6th position, because Pirro in the background is closing up on Pierluigi Martini. Emanuele Pirro in his last race for Benetton and yet to score a World Championship point is closing up on Martini, and he's going to take him before very much longer. Of that there is very little doubt. Pirro desperately looking like everybody else for a good finish in his last Grand Prix of 1989, and his last Grand Prix for Benetton is now right up with Martini. Pirro in 7th place, Martini in 8th position. And Pirro, of course, has got the ever-present problem of trying to get past that wall of spray.
And Boutsen has got the message. He has responded. New fastest lap of the race for Thierry Boutsen. And now pushing the lead out again.
Eddie Cheever going off, but just holding it. And whilst Boutsen is going quicker and quicker, and Eddie Cheever is trying to get going, never mind go quicker, he's stalled it, he's lost the engine, he's got the right front wheel off the ground, you can see it spinning there. He's not only stalled the engine, but he's beached the car. Now it's rolling backwards, he's on the surface. And there is the battle for 6th position between Pierluigi Martini in the yellow, white and black Minardi and the challenging Emanuele Pirro. Replay of Eddie Cheever. Let's watch and see what happens. loses it. Left lock, up over the curb, yes. Coming any second now. Just missed the curb, you can see it in the foreground. He stops, rolls forward, over the curb, and walks away. A disgusted Eddie Cheever is out of his last Grand Prix for Arrows, and I think he's going to be very glad indeed to see the back of what has been a disastrous 1989 for himself, except for the Grand Prix in his own hometown, Phoenix, America, where he finished in 3rd place. And Pirot is there, up into fifth position, ahead of Martini. New fastest lap so far for Thierry Boutsen, 1 minute 40.771, 135 Ks. And you're looking now at not only Pirot and Martini, but Alessandro Nannini, who in 2nd place is about to lap, and does so Martini. I think the Italian was probably rattled and lost his rhythm when Pirot went past him. Well, we're down to the 1985 figure now. 8 competitors. It looks like the Australian Grand Prix is going to create a new record of having the least number of finishers. And if Nannini does much more of that, he's going to be one of them. But he caught it very well. And Boutsen on lap 46 is 23 seconds ahead.
I've got plenty out of Australia, and whenever I get a chance to put a bit back in, I do. For a simple example, whenever Pip and I go shopping, we look for the Australian-made symbol. If the Australian-made is as good as the imported, we go for it every time. We drive an Australian car. We buy Australian products. Even our books are printed in Australia. Let's be positive and cut our overseas debt to the bone. Look for this symbol, and if you think the Australian-made is as good, go for it.
Looks pretty good, Rob. Patrol, eh?
Are they hard to come by?
Oh, not at the moment. How's it perform? Brilliant. Family thinks it's great too.
We could do with one of these.
Let's go for a bit of a drive.
See your Nissan dealer for special prices on the Patrol ST wagon range.
It's a Nissan.
That's my car.
It's no fun watching your business burn to the ground. I mean, how do you tell people who've worked for you for 10 years they don't have a job anymore? Fortunately, I didn't have to. I had good insurance. They set us up in this rental space until the new building's ready. So, we're still in business. That's the main thing.
This week on A Current Affair, the clairvoyant who tells clients what they don't want to hear.
He said, you lived till 1990.
He was told he would die. Now he's frightened to death.
I'd like to talk to you about how it has wrecked his life.
Disgusting. I'm appalled. I believe that.
And a television system that will show anything.
They're sort of like 60 Minutes with nudity.
He is the grossest scumbag I've ever encountered.
That's what we hope to have in Australia, too.
Cable television, the future for Australian TV? Maybe. That's this week on A Current Affair.
We're back live here in Adelaide for the Grand Prix of Australia. Terry Boutsen still leads. Alessandro Nannini is 2nd place, and we're looking at him right now. Patrese is 3rd. Nakajima is there in 4th place. The other two you saw. In 7th place, by the way, is Gugelmin, and in 8th place is Modena. Only 8 cars running. It seems to have got a little bit lighter in the sky in the last 5 or 10 minutes as we look at Nannini, who won, of course, the Grand Prix in Japan. And that was an important Grand Prix for them, because Benetton, who he drives for, are really in the merchandising business. They certainly sell a lot of clothes around the world, and they invest a great deal of money in motor racing. Around about $20 to $25 million a year it will cost Benetton to put this race team on the road for 16 Grand Prix races. That's a great deal of money. Is it worth it? Many people will ask. Well, of course, they sell space on their car, as you can see. It's really a car or a coat of many colours. And as we're looking at it in the fashion we are at the moment, it's a moving billboard. 7-Up, you can see back there. Sanyo are on there somewhere. You can see Mobil on there as their fuel and oil suppliers. Ford Motor Company supplies the engines. And the number that I was just speaking of, with $20-odd million, does not include the cost of the engines or the tyres for a full season. It could easily double that amount of money. You can see again the commercial aspects of our leader, Terry Boutsen, here. In the case of Benetton, they've got 5,400 stores around the world, and Luciano Benetton, the head of that organisation, is here watching this race in Adelaide, so he seems to think that it's commercially worthwhile. So also do Canon, so also do Elf, the oil company of the leading cars sponsors, and the best lap so far, ironically, has been put up by Nakajima, a man who's grown to expect a lot of ridicule from many commentators around the world over the years because he's had spectacular accidents and incidents, and he's never been very fast, and yet in this race he's driving the race of his life. So the commercial story of all this money in Grand Prix motor racing clearly is an important element of the business. We'll go back now to Murray Walker and James Hunt.
Alex Caffey and Andrea De Cesaris have left the Australian Grand Prix. René Arnoux and Olivier Griard have done the same thing, as have Nigel Mansell and Gerhard Berger. Philippe Alliot is missing, and so is JJ Leto. And we now have an official statement, which I won't pretend for a moment has filled me with amazement, and that is that the race is running to the 2-hour limit and not the 81-lap limit. That, of course, was bound to happen when the conditions with rain and slipperiness of the circuit made it quite impossible to run the planned 81 laps within the maximum time limit of 2 hours.
And Nakajima's turning it on. Nakajima, another new fastest lap. His times are coming down, so at the moment, Satoru Nakajima is the quickest man on the circuit. And his gap to Patrese is now under 20 seconds. And it may be that Nakajima has got his sights set upon third place.
Well, good on you, Satoru. There he goes. Well, here is the man, number 12. Next year, of course, he's going to be driving for Ken Tyrrell's team. And Ken Tyrrell gave me the good news yesterday that in 1991, he is going to have Honda V10 engines, which will no doubt be there partly as a result of the fact that Nakajima is driving for him. He comes from Walton-on-Thames when he's living in England, although he's not there all that much these days. 20 years this Japanese driver has been in the fray, and he became well known in Japan, first of all for his saloon prowess, then 5 times champion of the Formula 2 category before going on to Formula 3000. He's driven at Le Mans. He got his Formula 1 experience initially by being Honda's tester for their engine developments in Japan for the Williams team at that time. Then he got his chance by driving for Lotus as part of the package which enabled them to have Honda engines in 1987, and he has stayed with the team. This is his 3rd year. As I say, next year he moves on, having finished the highest in Portugal, 7th place this year.
And his progress continues. He's driving steadily and consistently quickly, and is being rewarded by still continuing to catch Riccardo Patrese, now just over 17 seconds, the gap. Catching him at over a second and a half a lap.
Well, if Nakajima, and you see how the light has brightened up and how the atmosphere has cleared as you look down on the Lotus, and you can see it and its outline from the helicopter above. If Nakajima does get that 3rd position, it will not only be the highest he has ever finished, because he's never been on the podium and the podium are the first, second and third places when they stand up to receive the trophies. But he would have finished higher than any other Lotus finish in 1989. The best they have had this year is 3 fourth places for Nelson Piquet.
Well, two big men missing from this race, of course, are Ayrton Senna, who we saw having an accident earlier. The other one, Alain Prost. Now, Alain Prost has been in an amazing set of circumstances over the last 2 weeks, waiting to find out if he indeed was the world champion. Right now, he's down in the pits. And, of course, one man who has been speaking to him many times this weekend is Barry Sheene.
Yeah, Jackie, well, if you want to know where Alain Prost is, he's probably in the best place. He's in the McLaren box at the back of the pits watching the television. And Senna's also in the back of the box there. He got drowned, Prost did, by Ron Dennis a little while ago, absolutely smothered in champagne, I guess, for winning the World Championship. But as far as Alan was concerned, he said, I think I got drowned in champagne because I had 2 wins. I won the World Championship, and I'm sure I'm one with my decision not to race today. And standing out here, I reckon he's right. Back to you, Jackie.
Well, thank you, Barry. It was a very brave decision by Alain Prost. He said it before the first start today. He said that he was going to do 1 lap and come in and not drive because he felt that the track was too dangerous, and he thought the other drivers would support him. That they did not do. They continued, but Alain Prost bravely stood by his decision and chose not to restart after an incident on the 2nd lap. So Alain Prost is sitting there watching in comfort our Channel 9 coverage. Now back to Murray Walker and James Hunt.
You notice he's got a red light on at the back. That is mandatory too. The Formula 1 car construction regulations make it obligatory for all the cars to carry a red light and for it to be switched on when the conditions are like they are today. But I remember Johnny Herbert saying to me when he came in to talk to me after having retired from the Belgian Grand Prix in conditions just like this, and when I asked him how close you had to get to the car in front to see the red light, and he said somewhat wryly, you have to put your helmet on it before you can see it. There's nobody in danger of doing that to Alessandro Nannini at the present moment, because he's got a half-minute gap between himself and Riccardo Patrese. And as James has said, it is Nakajima that's making the running at the moment with fastest lap after fastest lap in order to enable him, as he will know from his radio contact with the pit, to cut down the gap between himself and Riccardo Patrese in 3rd place. This is Nannini. And you saw there, take a close look, next time you see him going round a corner and you see his head in shot, you can actually see condensation on the inside of his visor.
You can also see how the visor is propped open just a little bit to get air underneath it, and that's very important, to be able to prop the visor open to try and keep airflow and keep it demisting. There's Riccardo Patrese. Still in 3rd place, but with Nakajima getting steadily closer. The last time they came round, the gap was 13.5 seconds only. Patrese, though, is responding. He's just when he crossed the line then, that was his fastest lap of the race. So it looks like the battle is beginning to develop as Nakajima goes through, and the gap actually, Patrese's response, is now just over 14 seconds.
Well, we've been working overtime at the statistics. I can tell you that the Grand Prix with the fewest finishers was the Monte Carlo, the Monaco Grand Prix in 1966, going back into the distant past. That was out of 16 starters, actually. 4 finished, 25% of the entry. And interesting fact, Thierry Boutsen leads, Nannini 2nd. But a lot hangs on this, of course. If Boutsen can finish, he's not only going to do his self-respect a great deal of good, because he has been criticised in the past for being a good, steady runner rather than a charger and a winner, and he would be able to He's been criticised in the past for being a good steady runner rather than a winner. Well, he's proved his critics wrong on one occasion, albeit by default, in Canada this year when he won. If he finishes in first place this year, and 2 hours, we reckon he's going to meet around about 70 laps, and he's on lap 54 at the moment, he is going to have confounded them, because he's really dominated this race since the departure of Ayrton Senna. That was Prix. This is Stefano Modena. They are going through the S's at the end of another lap.
Yes, and Stefano Modena's had a pretty miserable race, really, with Pirelli tyres clearly not up to the mark of the Goodyears in these conditions. And he is, I think, elected to take a steady run and try and keep the car in one piece to get a finish out of it. And in the circumstances, with not having as much grip as most of the others, I think that's probably a sensible decision. Meantime, the battle between Nakajima and Prix continues, albeit separated by 13.5 seconds at the moment.
Race order, lap 54. Boutsen leads, 32 seconds. Nannini second, 27 seconds. Prix third. So the two Williams cars are in the first three again. Doesn't look as though they're going to be in the first two, because Nannini is holding his place seemingly without a great deal of effort from the... I mean, I know there's a great deal of effort. He will be trying extremely hard just to keep the car on the track. He's now 35 seconds ahead of Boutsen, who has just made his fastest lap, 1 minute 40.38, and as James has said, incredibly consistent in these conditions. Nannini through onto his 55th lap, and the leader Boutsen has lapped everybody up to the 4th position man, Satoru Nakajima. Prix is 24 seconds behind Nannini. The thing of interest is how far behind Prix now is Nakajima. He's just going through to complete a lap, and the answer is 13.7 seconds. He's closed up a little on the Williams in front.
Yes, and Prix is really pushing now. He's put his own fastest lap of the race up. And there's undoubtedly a battle developing between these two, which, of course, they will be well informed about with the gap. And at the moment, it looks as if Patrice's response is pretty much holding the gap at between 13 and 15 seconds.
Question: how difficult is it, as Boutsen must be doing, to maintain your concentration in a situation where you're out on your own, you know there's a big gap behind you, but you've got to finish to win?
How about a little armor all?
I hardly know you.
Oh, come on. On them dials.
Oh, yes, please.
How about those cute little bumpers?
You're not getting up to funny business.
Protect your car's sensitive areas from sunburn with Armor All Protectant, and keep them looking like new.
Miles apart when it began. At times, the distance between you seemed insurmountable. But with the dawn came agreement, and a partnership was born. For this and all your significant moments, Omega.
When everything seems to be falling apart at the seams, when troubles get you down and take a toll on your dreams, dry your eyes, don't shed a tear, there's someone who cares year through year. Anytime, anywhere, I'll be there to see you through.
We're back live in Adelaide. We've completed 55 laps. Terry Boutsen is leading, Nannini is second, Patrese is third, Nakajima is fourth, Pirro is fifth, Martini is sixth, and the rain is still coming down and the spray is still as dense as ever for Terry Boutsen, who of course is leading this race. To answer the question poised by Murray prior to this commercial, might I just say that for Terry Boutsen it isn't too difficult to lose concentration, because the treacherous conditions out there are absolutely paramount for him to keep control of this car. So he knows how many laps he still has to compete, and incidentally there the fastest lap has been set by Nakajima, and that's pretty impressive. But Terry Boutsen is thinking about every move. He's also got a lot of pressure on him as he comes to the start-finishing line here, because he feels, my God, I can't make a mistake. I'm leading the Australian Grand Prix. It will be my second win this year, and they've both been in wet conditions. If I can just finish the race. Now, one man who knows a great deal about driving in the rain and who knows about driving the Williams car is our own very own Alan Jones, and he's down in the team garage, whose car right now is leading the race, the Williams team. Alan?
Well, thanks, Jackie. I've just had a word with Frank Williams, and I've asked him if he'd like to have a word with us, and he said, no way. He said, I don't want to hex myself. He said, I'm very superstitious. And he said, after the race, I'll only be too pleased to talk as much as I can to you. But there is a quiet, calm feeling down here. They're quietly confident, and everything's going well and truly according to plan at this point. So back to you, Jackie.
Well, thank you very much. The face of Frank Williams there. Change of weather considerably. He was up at Hamilton Island enjoying the sun just before this race, come down to torrential rain. He could be in Scotland right now with this kind of weather. Of course, Terry Boutsen still leads, and now we go back to Murray Walker and James Hunt.
There is the Belgian. Coming up to lap, Pierluigi Martini. We've said a lot about the tyres that Martini has got on his car. They did extremely well in the qualifying. They have not got as good a race tyre as the Goodyear runners, and it is certainly showing now, because Pierluigi Martini started the highest ever, and Minardi's third on the grid, and he's now slipped well down the race.
And at long last, the rain has abated a little bit, but unfortunately not enough to make any really significant difference in conditions. It's still a drizzle. It's not quite as heavy as it was, but it's still pretty consistent, and there's no way the cars will even get a dry line as it is. Patrese going past Gugelmin there. You see all times how twitchy the cars are. Remember the enormous amount of power they've got. Spin their wheels very easily indeed. Just saw just there as Patrase's car got under power, how the back snapped out of line. And there you could hear the wheel spin as Patrase's car accelerated away out of the hairpin.
And the last one we had go out, if my memory serves me right, unless I'm very much mistaken, was Eddie Cheever, who came out of the race and disgustedly walked away from the car. And we're expecting this race to finish Australian time about 5 minutes past 5. And that means to say in about 17 minutes time, with the drivers on their 59th lap. And it's going to be a long and demanding 17 minutes for all of them.
Well, it's going to be quite a hurried one for Nakajima, who is now only 9 seconds behind Patrese, but it would seem very much touch and go as to whether Nakajima is going to run out of time.
Yes, it's going to be a very close run thing. Is the Williams going to finish first and third, or is the Lotus man, the sole Lotus man, going to do it? It would be a very fitting last Lotus race for Satoru Nakajima, who is there. Watch the way he's going as he comes up to lap Brazilian Maurizio Gugelmin in the March Judd. It's got a special Judd engine in it with a narrow angle of the V8 engine in order to enable Adrian Newey to design a very slippery motor car, which he has done. Sadly, it's given all sorts of problems this year. Indeed, Ivan Capelli, who is Gugelmin's teammate, has only finished once this year in 16 races when he was 12th in Belgium. And the gap is now...
Patrese responding to the pressure from Nakajima, his fastest lap of the race, and he pulled up a little bit of time then, 10.5 seconds now the gap.
Gugelmin, he's a gentleman driver. He realised that there was no point in trying to keep Nakajima back because he had already been lapped, and he knew that the Japanese driver was in contention for a good place finish. Gugelmin is in 7th place. He's only 1 place off the points at the moment because it's 9 points for a win, 6 for second, 4 for third, 3 for fourth, 2 for fifth and 1 for 6th place. And Nakajima is therefore on 3 points at the present moment, which would help Lotus a bit in the Constructors' Championship. In fact, it would move them in front of Arrows. There we are. 16 minutes now to the end of the race is the official message I've been given. And Nakajima going for third. Nothing to lose and a great deal to gain. He would be the first ever Japanese driver to be standing on the podium at the end of a Grand Prix if he finished in that third position. He's already the hero of Japan because he's the only Grand Prix driver they've had who has done anything in the way of finishes, wiping his visor. Aguri Suzuki, his countryman, who's been driving or trying to drive for Zaxbyed this year, has had an awful season. I say trying to drive because he's failed to pre-qualify for every race. 11.8 seconds now.
Yes, and Patrese has really clearly got the message and has managed to pull something out of the bag and is now currently lapping quicker than anybody else on the circuit.
And the difference between Patrese's last lap then and Nakajima's last lap was 1.2 seconds. And that's plenty. That's enough for Patrese to maintain his third position. I was saying that Nakajima's the hero of Japan because of what he's already achieved, and that is a 4th, a 5th and a 6th position in the 3 seasons he's been driving for Lotus. And if he can finish in 3rd place, I should think the whole of Japan would go mad. And Japan is getting more and more interested in Grand Prix racing. There are now 6 teams who have a major involvement with Japanese money. Of course, Gerard Larousse has just sold half his shareholding in the Larousse Lola team to Japanese interests. Jackie Oliver and Alan Rees have done the same thing with Arrows. McLaren, of course, have got Honda engines. Now, those numbers at the bottom are the race numbers and the positions. 5 is race leader, Thierry Boutsen, that you're looking at. 19 is Nannini, who is 2nd. 6 is Patrese, who is 3rd. 12 is Nakajima, who is 4th. 20 is Pirro, who is in 5th position. And 23, Pierluigi Martini, who is in 6th place. There are only 2 other runners. They are Gugelmin 7th and Modena 8th. Look at every inch of Thierry Boutsen's Williams Renault as he goes round that comparatively slow corner. It's in very good shape. He's managed to keep it away from other cars and from the walls. You can see the Belgian's eyes looking big behind the visor. He has them opened as much as he possibly can to let the maximum amount of light in, concentrating every inch of the way. You see he's keeping well away from the edge of the corners, keeping away from the curves that might knock his car out of line, because if he hit one and then came back on this wet track, the car would be gone in a trice. And the rain, which had slowed down for a little while and turned into heavy drizzle, has now turned into heavy rain again. This is what we feared might happen when we heard the weather forecast this morning, but hoped desperately that it wouldn't. Nannini there in second position, 33, 34 seconds nearly behind, and 8 seconds Nannini now, 8 seconds behind Patrese.
See you later.
Let's have a Coke. Can you tell us where the waves are?
Hey, 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 you can't stop it. You can't stop it. You can't stop it. You can't stop it. Feeling you get when you find the real thing. You can't beat it. You can't beat the feeling. Can't beat the feeling.
G'day, Dad. What you doing?
Bits and pieces. What's on your mind?
Oh, nothing much. Well, sort of. I saw something yesterday I reckon we should have a look at.
Uh-huh.
Oh, she's hardly done any Ks, not a scratch on her. She got seat covers.
What's a car again?
Oh, yeah. I reckon it'd be a good investment. Mum could drive it sometimes. I could pick Jen up from school. It'd come in handy when your car breaks down. It's only £200, and Simca's a really good make. It's got good tyres. It's even got a radio. Sorry.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah? Well, how do we get the money?
Well, son, you'd better start saving.
I'll do for you what my dad did for me.
Yeah?
Yeah. He taught me how to save.
Save? That'll take forever.
No, it won't. Hey, I promise you, they won't run out of cars.
Saving. Remember it? It's still the smartest way your bank can help you with your dreams.
This butterfly is travelling at 100 kilometres an hour. Yet it is blissfully unaware of its surroundings being anything less than perfect. The Honda Legend Coupe has a similar effect on driver and passengers too. The Honda Legend Coupe.
From the director of Lawrence of Arabia, The Bridge on the River Kwai, comes a masterpiece of filmmaking. Wednesday, Channel 9 proudly presents the Academy Award-winning A Passage to India, a land of spellbinding mystery, magnificent splendors, British rule, and a trial that would rock the empire. In her Oscar nominee role, Australia's Judy Davis, James Fox, Peggy Ashcroft, and Alec Guinness in a motion picture epic, A Passage to India, Wednesday, 8:30 on 9.
We're back in Adelaide at 63 laps completed of the Australian Grand Prix. We're live. You can see Terry Boutsen leading the race as Nannini is second, Patrese is third. Nakajima is catching him less than 5 seconds behind Patrese. And then comes Piro and Martini. And you're looking now at Patrese, who is being closed on by Satoru Nakajima in the yellow car that you just saw flashing into your picture there. You'll see it in a moment. There it is again, just at the top end as Patrese crosses the start-finishing line. Nakajima driving the race of his life. And there he is in the picture. He's closing all of the time. Nannini, incidentally, was down to about 8 seconds. And there you see the cars. Boutsen in the yellow car there is well ahead. Nannini is the green spot. Patrese is the white spot. And Nakajima, the red spot. As they go round this Adelaide road course in conditions that are really treacherous. The rain has eased considerably, and I think you can see the difference in light from the earlier pictures if you've been with us all the way. If you haven't been with us, Alain Prost dropped out of this race by his own decision at the beginning of the race because he said the conditions were too dangerous. That's as it is happening live here in Adelaide. And now we rejoin Murray Walker and James Hunt.
or something like that, but I don't know what it is. All I can do is guess from the way that Nakajima is closing on Patrese, and Nakajima has got a car with less power, although of course you can't use all that much power in this race, but it's going to be a change for third, I think, soon.
And Modena's a problem for Nakajima, unless he can get by him here. Nakajima does not want to lose time behind Stefano Modena. Modena unlikely to be aware of the fact that he's interfering with the best race on the circuit, but Nakajima has fought his way past. There we see the latest fastest lap as produced by Nakajima, but that has come at an awkward time for him. Patrese was fortunate in that he was able to get past Modena on the straight. The gap still 2.5 seconds, nothing much changed, and of course things very, very difficult now for Nakajima. There is his Lotus team, his mechanics in the garage, watching anxiously. They must be very excited, potentially their best result of the season, but as I was just said, following Patrese in all this spray makes life much more difficult now than it has been recently for Nakajima when he had a relatively clear track in front of him.
And I reckon there's only about 7 minutes left in this race, with Boutsen leading Nannini by 38 seconds. Patrese 17 seconds behind Nannini in third position. And you can see the visual gap between Patrese in third place and the man who's challenging for it. And Patrese has got a problem. I thought he must have. His engine is definitely misfiring, which means to say he's got... Let's listen. Well, it wasn't there. It may well just have been wheel spin, of course, because if you feed in too much power, you're going to hit the rev limiter, and that would give the same impression. But whatever is the reason, Patrese is slowing and Nakajima is gaining.
This engine sounds clean to me. Of course, they pop and bang a bit on half throttle if he's feathering it in a corner. Well, he's just gone past us, and both engines sounded clean, and the gap now under 2 seconds. And of course, you can see the gap visibly on the circuit, but we can see Nakajima a lot better than he can see Riccardo Patrese. He's into this relentless wall of spray being thrown up by the Williams.
And this 2-hour race has got very few minutes left to run now. About 5.5 minutes. No problem over the winner if Boutsen can just keep going. And he will be making super sure of not making any mistakes, of going slower if he needs to. But he's actually lapping faster than Nannini at the moment. Half a second faster, maintaining the gap at 38 seconds, on his way to his second Grand Prix win. Watch the Williams, watch Boutsen. 68 laps. It looks as though our forecast of 71 laps is going to be about right, as Boutsen comes up to lap Maurizio Gugelmin's Leighton House March again. And no difference in the conditions. They are still absolutely dreadful. Nannini has gone through lapping about a second faster on that lap, but now we wait for the battle, and here it is. It's Patrese, it's Nannini, it's 1.7 seconds. Really, the time is irrelevant now, because Patrese will be able to see Nakajima in his mirrors. Nakajima will be able to see Patrese in front of him.
Problem is, I think they got Martini between them now, or that's the problem for Nakajima. As they went past the pits, Patrese was passing Martini, but I don't think Nakajima was able to do it. He may yet have to follow Martini through all the twisty corners right after the start-finish line.
Well, the tape has gone out at the finish line to keep the photographers back. The organisers are getting all ready to greet Thierry Boutsen home as the winner of the Australian Grand Prix. That is the Renault telemetry team. They know from watching those monitors that Thierry Boutsen's engine is in good shape. I can see from the way they're sitting quite calmly and relaxedly there that they are not worried about any engine aspects of Boutsen's car. And you can see for yourselves that the Williams Renault is unmarked, is handling well. Boutsen is very much in charge, and according to my watch, which is not official time, there are now 2.5 minutes to go to the end of the 70th lap, or the end of the 2 hours, which we think will be on the 70th lap. It is now lap 69. You're watching the man in second place. Now here is the battle for third. And it looks to me as though Nakajima's dropped back, as though Patrese has speeded up, and that is exactly the situation.
Yes, and of course, remember that Nakajima got held up by Martini then through the twisty section of the early part of the lap, and that might just be the telling factor in his attempt to catch Patrese. Patrese certainly giving it. You can see that he's really trying now. But twice in his charge, Nakajima's been unlucky with back markers in catching them at twisty points of the circuit, and that just has been the difference.
Glenn Dix, the man who has the absolutely unique style in producing and showing the checkered flag, is out there in his yellow blazer with the checkered flag in his hand. There he is, he's looking for Boutsen, who is approaching him now. And there is 1 lap to go. Dix waves his hand. Not that Boutsen will have seen it, but Thierry Boutsen is now, we believe, on the last lap of the Australian Grand Prix, lap 70 in this race, which was originally intended to be an 81-lap race. And hats off to the Belgian. He has driven a masterful race where driver after driver, out of the 25, that is 26 less Alain Prost, who started, have gone off the circuit into the walls. Very few have retired for reasons other than leaving the circuit somewhat violently. And Boutsen has almost got the job done. He is now round Stag Turn, down the Jones Straight, named after world champion Alan Jones, almost home.
Yes, and unless he can make it in under a minute from where we saw that time caption go up, because it's touch and go. I think he's going to just miss it. So Boutsen on what is likely to be his last lap, but we can't be certain, and he has really driven a magnificent race, completely controlled. He's held onto the car beautifully in these conditions. He hasn't really put a foot wrong, and he's been quick. And here comes the 2 hours. There is 2 hours. The race will finish when Boutsen crosses the line. So tremendous drive by Thierry Boutsen, but certainly the driver, the star of the race, has been Satoru Nakajima, who has put on a truly wonderful display and still can't catch Patrese, but he gave it a tremendous try.
Boutsen crosses the line to win the Australian Grand Prix. The Williams mechanics and the Williams team are understandably ecstatic with delight. They have won here in Australia the last race of the 16-race World Championship. Thierry Boutsen has taken his second victory, and that will do his future no harm at all. He can be very proud of himself, and that is Alessandro Nannini taking second place for Benetton. He has had a fine drive too, 28.6 seconds behind Thierry Boutsen. Now we wait for Riccardo Patrese, who has taken third place. The Williams cars finishes third and fourth, first and third. Nakajima equals his best ever finish with fourth place. Those four on the same lap, they have all completed 70 laps, and Frank Williams, of course, is very, very happy indeed. Thierry Boutsen taking the applause of the crowd, almost home to come through at the end of his finishing lap.
Okay, Murray, thank you very much. Well, I'm down here with a very, very happy Frank Williams.
Yeah, speaking frankly, I'm very happy.
Congratulations, Frank. That's fantastic for you and the team, and also for Renault.
Well, Renault obviously have done a fantastic job all year, and they deserve what they got today. And I must say, I think Terry's drive was masterful, because he just kept on the road when he had to keep on the road.
Well, talking of Terry, I've got with me another very happy person, and that's Patricia Bootson, Terry's wife. She had her fingers crossed. I think we all did.
Yeah, it helped. I think the finger crossed, but I'm really happy for Terry, because I think for all of them it was a very difficult race.
Extremely difficult conditions, but he didn't put a foot wrong, did he?
No, luckily, it was fantastic.
Okay, I'll let you go back to him. Thank you very much. Okay, Murray, back to you.
And in 8th position, Stefano Modena. Well, a great drive. Thierry Boutsen got the job done where a lot of others failed. Let's remember, though, that only 25 cars started this race. There's going to be an enormous amount of contention over the fact that Alain Prost opted to come in at the end of the first lap in these dreadful conditions, having, to be fair, said he intended to do so, and then decided he was not going to take the second start. Ayrton Senna then led in his commanding fashion, only to ram Martin Brundle in the Brabham, and will go out of the race very violently indeed. We've had very few finishers, only 8 finishers, only 4 on the same lap. The people that have gone out because they failed to control their cars, even though there is an allowance for the conditions.
Thank you, Murray. Well, there we have Stefano Modena coming in. He has come in 8th here today. We've got more to come right here on the Wide World of Sports, live from Adelaide.
This is the Nissan 1.8-litre fuel-injected twin-cam Exa. It's a coupe, a Targa, and a Cabrio all in one. And it's backed by Nissan's 2-year warranty. Now this is the new limited edition Grand Prix Exa. Its additional features include air conditioning, special mag wheels and front spoiler, yet it costs no more than the regular Exa. Hey, that's my car!
The best pictorial study of the 1988 Australian Grand Prix was adjudged to be this fine shot of Elaine Plus by Simon Stanbury. Now available as a glossy colour photograph to keep yourself or give as a gift, it measures 350 by 500 millimetres and costs $45 including postage and handling. To order your copy, make your cheque or money order payable to NWS-9 and send it to NWS Channel 9 Photo Offer, 202 Tin Street, North Adelaide 5006. Enclose your name and address for return postage within 14 days.
If you don't reckon there's a difference between petrol companies, then take a look at this. Right now at Mobil, if you buy at the same time $9 worth of any combination of Coca-Cola, Streets Cornetto, Smith's Chips, CC's, Turtle or Selly's products or Energizer batteries, at any station where you see this, we'll give you a beautiful Bohemia crystal glass, just like this, free. That's right, free with every $9 purchase, but only while stocks last. It's just another reason why Mobil is the #1 team.
Isn't it great?
Oh, sure, where's the army?
Oh, come on, where's your imagination? Look. How about this? Now for some real magic.
Oh, that's great, but what about...
Curved, maybe?
No.
I know, beveled edges. In cream or red?
No, burnished. Ah, now that's it. And another rock garden.
No, not those trees. Eucalypts.
Oh, you're hard to please. Make your yard beautiful with New Brick, the great range of Hallett pavers.
Nearly 700 million people in 72 countries will see the 1989 Adelaide Grand Prix. That's television technology for you. The same technology that's put to work every day right here in the National 9 newsroom. Rob Kelvin, Kevin Crease, and a top-flight team bring you up-to-the-minute stories from here and around the globe.
Think of it, 700 million people. And without National 9 news technology, they might never get to see the Grand Prix. For Adelaide.
That's what I want.
The top 3, the winners of the 1989 Australian Formula 1 Grand Prix. Thierry Boutsen spraying champagne, Alessandro Nannini, and of course Riccardo Patrese. The Williams team finishing 1st and 3rd here today, Benetton finishing 2nd. tremendous race when you consider the drama that has surrounded because of the wet weather, with what happened with Alain Prost, with the Alain Prost and Ayrton Senna duel that was been going on for so long. It's had everything, this race. It's had all the drama, and it's had a wonderful result for Frank Williams. He's finished second in the Constructors' Championship, and that's a great result for him. And let's hope that next year will be even better for the Williams team. Well, thousands of people have poured down into the pit alley, wanting to be part of the day, which has been a rain-soaked day. The crowd are still in good humour despite the terrible conditions they've had to watch the Grand Prix under. I mean, they have just hung around and hung around, showing tremendous resilience, and they've seen what has been an eventful Grand Prix, reduced to 70-odd laps. It was one that started in a rather dry conditions this morning when the F1s went out and had their practice session, and not 20 minutes later the rains and the heavens opened up, and that's the way it's been all day. The history of the Grand Prix here in Adelaide: Rosberg in 85, 86 it was Prost, Berger in 87 with Ferrari. Remember, that won tremendously because of the fantastic support from the Italian fans and of course the fans of Ferrari. 88 it was Prost, and in 89 Thierry Boutsen wins the 5th Australian Grand Prix, and good luck to him. There are some of the team members from Williams really enjoying their day in the sun, or rather day in the rain as it has turned out, and why not? It's been just one of those real tough races, and they've come away with the points today. And good luck to Frank Williams. He certainly rode his team all the way there today in the garage, and he wouldn't talk to Alan Jones a little earlier on, and Alan and he obviously are very, very good friends, but he didn't want to put a jinx on what might be the final outcome. But it all turned out very, very well for him. It's Boutsen's second Grand Prix win. His first win this year was in Canada, and that's a nice way to finish the season for him. His wife is there, congratulating the team as they walk back, and obviously there'll be a fair bit of champagne flowing tonight in the Williams entourage. And joining me right now, the man who called the big one, Murray Walker. Lovely result for Frank, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm absolutely delighted, Ken. I'm also delighted for Thierry Boutsen because, as I was saying during the commentary, he won his first Grand Prix in Canada by default. He won, really, because Senna lost. And Boutsen had that gigantic spin, but still managed to keep the car on the island. He won. He would go down in the record books, rightly so, as being the winner. But here today in Australia, he was a winner by right and superiority.
Murray, you could almost write a book on the drama in the fortnight leading up to this day. I mean, it has just had everything. Yes. Can you remember anything quite like it?
There has never been, Ken, anything like the Australian Grand Prix of 1989 in all the years that I've been going to Grand Prix racing anyway. I mean, all this political hoo-ha before the race began, then this incredible situation with Alain Prost, and saying I'm not going to take part in the race. And I wonder, with hindsight, and there's going to be a lot of criticism, whether he will be adjudged to have been right. He would look at Senna, of course, and say, well, he's supposed to be pretty good in the wet, isn't he? And look what happened to him.
Well, Boutsen wasn't that keen to go out there himself today, and he's come away with the bacon, hasn't he? So I guess from his point of view, he's sitting back saying, well, you know, it's an each-way bet, isn't it? But Alain stuck with what he thought was the right way to go. And as Jackie has so rightly pointed out right throughout the afternoon, it was the right decision for Alain Prost. The only disappointment from his point of view, a couple of other drivers didn't go along with him. However, we've got Jackie Stewart ready with the drivers. We're going to be talking to the winners. Jackie, it's over to you.
Ken, thank you very much indeed. Ken, I've got two of the Williams drivers down here having a good laugh together. Nannini's gone to change like a sartorial Italian he is. But let's talk to the winner first of all. Terry, first of all, congratulations. Your second Grand Prix victory this year, both in the wet?
Yeah, unbelievable. I couldn't believe everything ran very well with the car, had a fantastic engine. No worries at all, except maybe a little problem with third gear. The last 5-6 laps, I was very worried about that. Third gear couldn't get in, only very, very slowly, and I was trying to be as careful as possible to not to break it. But apart from that, the race was absolutely perfect, and the car went well. Had no problem.
I have to ask you, you were one of the drivers we interviewed before the start of the race in the heavy rain. You said that perhaps it was too wet to race.
It was too wet to race, for sure, when we all decided to get out of the car and impose a delay. First with the organizer and then a little bit after that. It was too wet when the first start was given, but then after that the rain almost stopped and the race was kind of, it was very difficult, visibility was bad, but it was not too wet as it was in the beginning.
Well, now, Riccardo Patrese, obviously a happy man to finish in third position. Did you have any troubles? And what was the pressure from Nakajima?
Well, first of all, I planned my race because I wanted to finish third in the championship. I had only 2 points behind Nigel, so everything I was doing in the race was just to try to get third place in the championship. I'm very happy that at the end I got the third place in the championship. And at the beginning, when Nigel was in the race, I was charging very hard. In effect, I could overtake Thierry at the end of the straight, but just 2 corners after I started to spin, and I was very lucky to recover the car. And then, of course, I was pushing very hard because Nigel was in front of me, and I did again another 2 spins, and then Nigel crashed. And from that moment, my racer was just controlling everything. And of course, I had a big gap with Nakajima, so I was just playing with him a little bit, also because I had a small trouble with the steering wheel that was a little bit loose at the end of the race, and the reaction of the steering wheel was not fantastic.
Well, many congratulations, both of you. We're sorry we don't have Nannini here for this interview of his second place, but congratulations to the Williams team. Now, back up to Ken in the studio.
Thank you, Jackie, and there's still a little bit more to go here at the Adelaide Grand Prix. Don't go away.
Like to win the Big O's guitar, famous threads, heavy metal, Hot Wheels, the World Trip, or any of the other great prizes, enter this year's Coca-Cola prize draw. Find the numbers and you could win the prizes. So get the form, the Coca-Cola Top 20. You can't beat the feeling.
This is the Nissan 1.8-litre fuel-injected twin-cam Exa. It's a coupe, a Targa, and a Cabrio all in one. And it's backed by Nissan's 2-year warranty. Now this is the new limited edition Grand Prix Exa. Its additional features include air conditioning, special mag wheels and front spoiler, yet it costs no more than the regular Exa. Hey, that's my car!
At Carlton and United, we normally like to show you how to enjoy our products in our commercials. But we realize there are times when you'd rather enjoy someone else's, like the pleasure of driving today's modern cars. All we ask is that you realize that drinking and driving can be a dangerous combination. Please think before you drink.
On Nine's hilarious Friday night at the movies...
Who's that? Who's that? What you want?
Trading Places, a movie favourite with 2 of Hollywood's most popular comics.
Here we are, William.
Hey, this is nice. I like this.
This man is physically threatening me.
Golden Child Eddie Murphy with Dan Aykroyd and Jamie Lee Curtis.
I ain't seen nothing since I stepped on that landmine in Viet Cong back in '72.
The smash hit comedy Trading Places, 8:30 Friday on 9.
The aftermath of the Australian Grand Prix for 1989, and what a day it has been. It is all over. The winners have sprayed the champagne around the place, and tomorrow we'll be reading about all the drama that unfolded here at Adelaide in 1989. Let's take a look now at how they finished up. At the Grand Prix, Thierry Boutsen, the Williams, is the winner. Alessandro Nannini in the Benetton, Riccardo Patrese Williams, Satoru Nakajima in the Lotus, Piero finished 5th in the Benetton, and Pierluigi Martini in the Minardi was 6th of 8 that finished the race today. All right, we go a little bit further and we can check out the World Drivers' Championship. Alain Prost is the World Drivers' Champion for 1989, no doubt about that, 76 points. Ayrton Senna is following, Riccardo Patrese, Nigel Mansell, Thierry Boutsen and Alessandro Nannini in 6th spot with 32 points. The Manufacturers' Championship, McLaren 141, dominant right through the year. Williams, a nice finish for them with 77, Ferrari 59, Benetton 39, Tyrrell 16 and Lotus 15. Murray, there can be absolutely no doubt who is the World Drivers' Championship after that today.
Now, I'm very pleased today for a lot of things. I'm pleased for Australia, who once again put on an absolutely super Grand Prix.
But I'm especially pleased about the fact that the World Championship has now been properly resolved. There have been a lot of harsh feelings, there have been a lot of nasty words, there's been a great deal of unpleasantness. McLaren may still be going on with their threatened litigation, but Prost is undeniably world champion, and that is good.
Well, once again, Murray, it's been a delight to have your company here in Australia to call the Grand Prix. It's a delight to have the little Scotsman, it's a delight to have James, the whole thing. It's just been like a terrific family. You get together once a year, and thank you very much, and look forward to your company again soon.
Thank you, Ken, very much.
In fact, Jackie's just walked in again. Jackie, you won't be able to join us. I don't know whether you can. You come in, Jackie, please, because he's been very much a part of our team. No, Jackie, we're not going to have time. It has been one heck of a day, hasn't it? It's hard to believe it's been 7 hours long. Time flies when you're having fun. And all of us here at Nine's Wide World of Sports trust that you've had a fun day with us at the 89 Australian Formula One Grand Prix, and that you're already looking forward to the 1990 race. I know we are. Thanks to everyone involved for presenting the telecast. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you again next time around. Goodbye from Adelaide.
With the wind, and the feeling that I'm, yeah, I gotta go make it happen. Take the world in a loving embrace. All of your guns and buttons explode into space. Like a true nature's child, we were gonna be wild. We can climb so high, I never wanna die.
This has been another presentation from Nine's Wide World of Sports.